Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Elderg stared at the transformed May, his eyes widening in recognition. This is bloodline power, he realized. In the cultivation world, three main factors determined one's potential: spiritual roots, martial physiques, and bloodlines. Elder Huang possessed the Phoenix bloodline, which granted her natural affinity with fire. But Elder May's transformation was something far more sinister. He was becoming a demon before their very eyes. "You actually became a demon?" Elderg's voice carried deep disappointment. Even unorthodox cultivators in this world remained human despite their questionable methods, which was why they were merely labeled demonic cultivators. But those who crossed the forbidden threshold and transformed into demons were universally reviled. After all, demons and humans have been mortal enemies since time immemorial. A demon? Me? Elder May's lips curved into a twisted smile before he erupted in maniacal laughter. Has he finally lost it? Elderwood thought, watching the disturbing display. Well, there's no way someone from a low-level sect like you could truly comprehend what you're witnessing. May sneered, his voice resonating with power. He rose into the air, looking down upon them with contempt. Watch this. His crimson eyes gleamed with malice. This is the power of the demon god. In the next instant, a small drop of blood-red energy materialized in his palm. Energy swirled around it like a miniature galaxy, condensing and intensifying until it pulsed with terrifying power. When it released, circular waves of oppressive force expanded outward, instantly silencing the chaotic courtyard. Everyone, friend and foe alike, collapsed to the ground, pinned by an invisible weight that made breathing itself a struggle. Elder May savored the moment, relishing the absolute control he now commanded. This is the authority of the demon god, he thought triumphantly. And to think it's so powerful after refining just a single drop of blood. His imagination raced with possibilities. What would happen with another drop? Or 10? A sinister smile spread across his face. I would be invincible. But as he basked in his apparent victory, something unusual caught his attention. Two figures had somehow managed to resist his overwhelming authority. Huang and Guo remained standing, though barely. Elderg's face contorted with strain, sweat pouring down his temples. The pressure bore down on him like a mountain, threatening to shatter his already damaged golden core. He could feel it cracking further, the fractures spreading at an alarming rate. Time was running out. He needed to end this battle quickly. Elder Huang fared little better. Her entire body trembled as she fought to remain upright, feeling as though her flesh might burst under the immense pressure. Only her Phoenix bloodline provided modest protection, granting her just enough resistance to avoid being completely immobilized like the others. With trembling hands, she raised her sword, determined to assist her senior brother despite her condition. But before she could take a single step, Elder May materialized directly before her. Such speed, the thought barely had time to form in her mind. She couldn't track his movement, couldn't begin to react. Horror dawned as she watched his fist approaching her face with unstoppable momentum. All she could do was stare with wide, disbelieving eyes, her body frozen in place. Death was coming, and she couldn't even blink. May's face twisted with fury as he surveyed the two figures still standing. How dare they defy the authority of the demon god? His rage intensified when he looked at Elder Huang, a mere core formation cultivator resisting his divine authority. Even worse, he detected something peculiar emanating from her that further fueled his wrath. Unforgivable, he thought, his crimson eyes narrowing. She must be eliminated immediately. In a flash, he materialized before her, his demonic fist already in motion, poised to obliterate her completely. The air itself seemed to warp around his knuckles as they accelerated toward her face. Elder Guo recognized the heightened speed of Mei's movements and rushed to intercept him, desperate to protect his junior sister. He realized that he was the only one capable of movement. Even the sect master and grand elder lay pinned to the ground by Mei's indiscriminate attack. As the strongest cultivator still standing, the responsibility to protect the sect fell on his shoulders. At least Mei's stupidity has prevented our disciples from being slaughtered outright, he thought, noting how both friend and foe alike remained immobilized. Just as Mei's fist was about to connect with Elder Huang's face, a hand materialized between them, catching the demonic blow. The impact generated such force that the dispersed air whipped Elder Huang's hair violently around her face, yet the fist went no further. Her legs buckled beneath her, and she collapsed to the ground in shock. "Senior brother." Her voice trembled as she tried to regain her footing. "Thanks." Elder Guo stood firmly between her and Mei, his back toward her as he maintained his grip on the demon's fist. "Just stay there," he commanded without turning. In one fluid motion, he delivered a devastating counterpunch that sent Elder Mei flying several meters through the air. "Don't be stubborn," he told Elder Huang before pursuing his opponent with blinding speed. He caught up to Mei mid-flight, delivering another powerful blow that sent the demon crashing toward the ground. As Mei bounced upon impact, Elder Guo was already waiting. He caught the demon's body and hurled him toward the tower with tremendous force. Mei crashed into the structure, sending debris scattering, though the ancient tower remained standing. Before Mei could fully extricate himself from the rubble, Elder Guo appeared before him. With one powerful hand, he seized Mei's head and smashed it into the courtyard, driving it deep into the earth. Without pausing, he began to run, dragging Mei's body behind him with his demonic horn plowing a furrow through the ground like a farmer's plow. Finally, Elder Guo lifted the battered demon, observing the bruised and bloodied face with cold detachment. With a casual toss, he launched Mei skyward, then pressed his palms firmly against the earth. The ground responded to his command, twisting and rising to form a sharp stone spire that impaled Mei through his back, the pointed tip emerging grotesquely from his chest. Exhaustion suddenly overwhelmed Elder Guo, forcing him to one knee as his breathing grew labored and ragged. "Did you have fun beating me up?" Elder Mei's voice came from behind him. Guo spun around with widened eyes, only to be met with a fist to his stomach before he could mount any defense. The impact launched him backward into the stone spire he had created, shattering its upper half and leaving him sprawled across the flattened surface. Elder Mei approached leisurely, cracking his knuckles and neck with deliberate slowness. A sadistic smile played across his demonic features as he savored his opponent's vulnerability. "Out of steam already?" he taunted, looming over the fallen elder. Li Yao stared at the floating sword hovering before her. "Are you the ancestor?" she asked, her head tilting slightly as she examined the blade. "No wonder it's called the Azure Cloud Sword Sect. You're definitely an Azure Cloud Sword." Her lips curved into a playful smile. "What is that even?" The voice paused, then released a weary sigh. "Never mind. I'm not a sword. I've simply bound my nascent soul to this weapon." Li Yao's eyes widened with sudden understanding. "Oh, just like the Empress's ring," she thought. "Did you really think he was a sword?" The Empress's voice echoed within Li Yao's mind, her tone filled with disbelief. "What? No. I was just making a joke to ease the tension." Li Yao defended herself aloud, causing the Empress to sigh deeply. "Ahem." Li Yao cleared her throat, straightening her posture. "Of course I know that." She brushed invisible dust from her robes, trying to reclaim some dignity. "Anyway, what do you want?" "I'm in a hurry." In the next second, the entire pagoda shuddered violently, as though gripped by a massive earthquake. The walls trembled and dust showered from the ceiling. Just as suddenly, everything stilled. The ancestor's voice carried another weary sigh before he began. "Actually, this treasure is not truly the heaven-testing pagoda." His tone grew solemn. I had actually renamed it after taking it. The treasure's original name was the Demon Ceiling Tower, and acted as a burial place for the demon god. This demon god is said to have been a cultivator from a higher realm, though how his tomb ended up in this mortal world remained a mystery. In those days, demonic sect had used the tower's resources to increase their strength at an alarming rate. When the Orthodox faction witnessed what was happening, they united against the demonic faction. Left unchecked, the demonic cultivators would have become the strongest faction within 100 years. The conflict between Orthodox and unorthodox factions raged for years, but the Orthodox faction was gradually losing ground as their enemies grew increasingly powerful. That was when Feng Tianxiu, a genius of the Orthodox faction, decided to infiltrate the demon faction to discover the source of their power. There he witnessed the truth. The demonic faction was extracting resources from the tower and, in exchange, working to revive the demon god. Upon discovering this, he resolved to steal the tower. Yet he couldn't return it to the Orthodox faction, partly because he didn't want to endanger them with such a perilous artifact, but more importantly, because he didn't want the war to continue when the Orthodox faction was destined to lose. Instead, he announced his defection from the Orthodox faction. Word spread that their genius had been tempted by the tower's power and had run away with it. This strategy ensured that lower-ranked Orthodox faction members who knew nothing of the truth would hunt for him, while the demonic faction would cease fighting to search for their lost treasure. Just like that, peace was achieved. For Feng Tianxiu himself, he realized that although the demon god hadn't fully revived, he had regained some of his strength. Although it was just a fraction of his full power, it was still enough to cause massive destruction. He sought out a remote rural area and settled there, dedicating his existence to suppressing the demon god's awakening. Eventually, common folk noticed the immortal in their midst and begged to learn cultivation techniques from him. Thus, the Azure Cloud Sword sect was born. After many years of containing the demon god, Feng Tianxiu finally managed to reseal the entity completely. By then, however, demonic energy had corrupted his body too deeply, preventing him from cultivating further. He selected the strongest among his disciples, granting this person his Taoist name and the title of Sect Master. He renamed the tower the Heaven Testing Pagoda, allowing disciples to test their skills and receive resources by defeating monsters formed from the miasma still leaking from the sealed demon god. Soon after, Feng Tianxiu reached his limit and passed away. A fragment of his soul survived, engraved into the sword, but over time, even this remnant was corrupted by the miasma. It eventually deteriorated into a nascent soul that now teetered on the edge of complete dissolution. As his explanation concluded, the floating sword began to tremble. A translucent figure emerged from the blade, which then fell to the floor with a resonant clang. The materialized soul took the form of an elderly man with flowing white hair and a long beard, dressed in pristine Taoist robes. He clasped his hands together respectfully. "I see that you are someone of great fortune, even more talented than I was in my prime." The old man bowed deeply, his ethereal form shimmering. "Would you please look after the tower and ensure it doesn't fall into the wrong hands?" His eyes shone with sincerity. "You can have the Azure Cloud Sword as compensation. After years of being refined by me, although it's not yet a genuine divine weapon, it can be considered a pseudo-divine weapon." When Li Yao witnessed his bow, she rushed forward, helping him straighten. "The senior shouldn't bow," she insisted, her voice softening with respect. The man raised his eyes, hope flickering in their depths. "Does that mean?" Li Yao nodded with a warm smile, causing even the Empress watching within her consciousness to smile approvingly. As expected of the person she had chosen, such a righteous heart, even if she could be a little stupid at times. Ah, to think that the little sect I formed back then could raise such a genius and righteous child. The man spoke, his voice thick with emotion. "The human race still has some hope." Li Yao stretched out her hand expectantly. The man quickly retrieved the sword from the ground and placed it in her palm. "Once I'm gone, you'll be able to refine the sword and use it," he explained. Li Yao kept her hand outstretched, not withdrawing it. "What do you mean?" the man asked, confusion crossing his transparent features. "Pay up," Li Yao said bluntly. "Where is the reward for clearing the 99 floors?" she demanded, her earlier righteousness evaporating like morning dew. The Empress, watching from within Li Yao's spiritual sea, could only facepalm. This girl really was seeking benefits after all. The ancestor smiled warmly. "Ah, of course," he said with a nod. "Since you cleared the 99 floors, you are entitled to the rewards." His transparent form shimmered slightly as he continued. "The tower decides your reward when you exit, so you don't have to worry about that." Li Yao nodded with understanding. She had been wondering why she hadn't received anything after completing each floor. It made perfect sense now. Rather than receiving low-level rewards for each individual floor, the system calculated everything at the end, providing a fitting cumulative reward upon exit. Much more efficient. "Did you really agree just because of the benefits?" the Empress asked suspiciously, her voice echoing in Li Yao's mind. "Of course not," Li Yao replied with conviction. "If the demon escaped, it would be a danger to my senior brother, so there's no way I could let that happen." She paused briefly before adding, "I just asked about the benefits for my senior brother's sake." The Empress seemed to accept this explanation, though something still felt off, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. These two kids, without warning, the Empress's soul manifested beside Li Yao, her form glowing with a soft golden light. Li Yao gasped, turning to face her. "You can manifest?" she asked, unable to hide her shock. "Yes, I've recovered some energy," the Empress replied, her form becoming more defined as she spoke. The ancestor noticed the Empress's manifestation and visibly recoiled, his eyes widening in recognition. He immediately bowed deeply, his aged form bending with surprising grace. "I greet the immortal," he said with profound respect. "How did you know I was an immortal?" the Empress questioned, genuine curiosity in her voice. "You have the same oppressive aura as the demon god, though yours isn't demonic," he explained, maintaining his respectful posture. The Empress acknowledged this with a subtle nod. She then raised her slender hand toward the ancestor, causing streams of golden energy to flow from her fingertips into his spectral form. The light bathed him completely, purifying his essence. The ancestor immediately understood what was happening. He dropped to his knees, his head bowed low. "I thank the immortal," he spoke, his voice thick with emotion. "No need," the Empress replied, her tone unusually gentle. "You did a good job resealing the demon god. With this, your soul is now free of corruption. Unfortunately, it has already deteriorated too much to recover fully, but now that it's free of corruption, you should be able to enter the river of reincarnation." Her expression softened further. "I hope you become such a hero in your next life as well." "Thank you," Feng Tianshu whispered, gratitude radiating from his being as his form began to dissolve into motes of light. Gradually, his spectral presence faded completely, leaving only empty air where he had stood. The Empress released a wistful sigh as the last of his essence disappeared. "I didn't think you had this side to you," Li Yao remarked with a mischievous smile playing across her lips. The Empress merely scoffed. "Humph, what do you know?" she retorted before vanishing back into Li Yao's consciousness. Within the vast expanse of her spiritual sea, the Empress contemplated in solitude. As the Empress, she could also be considered the ancestor one of all humans. Seeing such a righteous human made her genuinely proud. Her gaze drifted upward to the countless stars that illuminated her spiritual domain. "Senior sister, how are you doing right now? Did you also reincarnate?" she whispered, her voice uncharacteristically soft and vulnerable. "It seems that you were right after all." A pause. "But you're not here to rub it in my face." Tears formed in her eyes, glimmering briefly before dissolving into the ether. "It's strange, I always hated when you did that," she continued, her voice catching slightly. "But I hate it even more when you don't." A forced smile crossed her lips. "Strange, right?" Elder Guo lay motionless on the earthen structure he had created, blood seeping from his eyes, nose, and mouth in thin rivulets. He had pushed himself beyond his limits, exhausting every last drop of energy for that final burst of strength. Within his spiritual C1, he felt his golden core flicker weakly, blinking a few more times before fading to darkness completely. His cultivation journey was over. After decades of dedication and struggle, he had become a mere mortal once again. The only regret that weighed upon his fading consciousness was his failure. He couldn't protect the master's son or the sect that had been entrusted to him. He had let his master down. If they met in the underworld, he hoped the master wouldn't scold him too harshly for his failure. With that thought, his eyelids grew heavy. As consciousness began to slip away, the world around him dimming at the edges, a desperate cry pierced through the encroaching darkness. "No, I won't let you kill senior brother." The voice sounded familiar, though his mind was too clouded to place it immediately. Whose voice is that? I think I've heard it before, he thought hazily. Senior brother. The anguished scream finally penetrated the fog in his mind. That's right, it was his junior sister's voice. How could he have forgotten? With tremendous effort, his eyelids fluttered open, allowing him to witness the scene unfolding before him. Mei was stalking toward him with predatory intent, each step radiating malicious purpose. Behind him, Elder Huang clung desperately to his waist, her feet dragging furrows in the earth as she fought with every ounce of her strength to hold him back. Despite her valiant effort, she couldn't slow his advance. Damn woman, Elder Mei snarled, his transformed face contorting with rage. If you want to join him so badly, I'll help you. With a casual backhand, he struck Elder Huang with such force that she was sent flying several meters, her body tumbling across the courtyard like a discarded doll. No, junior sister. Elder Gua's thoughts formed the words, but his voice failed him. He raised his hand tremulously, fingers outstretched toward her fallen form. Still resisting? Elder Mei sneered as he closed the distance between them, demonic energy swirling around his clenched fists. Before he could reach Elder Gua, a tremendous explosion shook the entire sect grounds, the distant concussion powerful enough to create tremors beneath them. The sudden disturbance caused Elder Mei to pause, his head turning toward the source of the disturbance. In that brief moment of distraction, a figure leapt through the air and crashed into him, wrapping arms tightly around his waist. The explosion had momentarily broken his concentration, causing his demonic authority to falter just long enough for someone to act. Sectmaster, are you going to hub me to death? Elder Mei mocked, recognizing his assailant. Father always treated the three of us equally, Wei Tianxu said, his voice thick with emotion. I never thought that you would do this to us. Elder Mei cleaned his ear with his finger in a show of contempt. So what? I'm nothing like y'all, he spat. Wei Tianxu maintained his iron grip, turning to look at Elder Gua across the courtyard. Senior brother, it seems that you'll lose 2 brothers today, he said, a sad smile crossing his face. Elder Gua's eyes widened in horrified realization, his breath suddenly coming in rapid, shallow gasps. Wait! No! Stop! He tried to shout, but only a hoarse whisper escaped his lips. Wei Tianxu paid no heed to the plea. His body began to glow with an intense golden light that grew brighter with each heartbeat. Elder Mei's expression shifted from contempt to alarm as he finally understood what was happening, but his realization came too late. The sect master used the last of his strength to lift both of them high into the air. For one suspended moment, they hung against the backdrop of the azure sky, a silhouette of golden radiance. In the next instant, they both exploded in a blinding flash that turned night into day. The shockwave rippled across the courtyard, flattening everything in its path. The sect master had self-destructed, taking Elder Mei with him into oblivion. Elder Gua stared at the explosion scene in shock, his face ashen as the reality of what had just happened settled in his mind. With trembling arms, he tried to push himself up from his position. Junior brother, he whispered. Stop moving, you're still hurt. Elder Huang spoke gently, her hand steadying him as she helped him sit back down. Though she bore injuries herself, her focus remained entirely on caring for her senior brother in this devastating moment. She studied his face, noting the hollow look in his eyes. This had to be the worst day of his life. Even when his golden core was injured years ago, he hadn't worn such an expression of utter devastation. But how could he not? Gua Shantian, Mei Zuan, and Wei Tianxiu had all trained together under the former sect master. They weren't just fellow disciples. They were best friends who had sworn brotherhood to each other. Now, one sworn brother had betrayed him, and the other had sacrificed himself in a desperate attempt to save what remained of their sect. And as if that weren't enough, Elder Gua had lost all his cultivation, reduced to a mere mortal, while the sect still faced imminent danger. Elder Gua leaned against her shoulder as she gently ran her fingers through his hair. "Sect Master," he began, his words disjointed. He didn't seem to be in the right state of mind. "It's okay," she soothed. "I can't protect the sect anymore." Elder Huang surveyed their surroundings with dread. The demon authority that had pinned everyone to the ground had lifted following the explosion, and the demonic cultivators were rising to their feet. Even with their leader apparently eliminated, the enemy forces still outnumbered and outmatched the remaining sect disciples. They had really lost this battle. Just as this realization settled in her mind, a bright red light suddenly appeared in the sky, drawing everyone's attention upward. "There is no way," she thought, her breath catching in her throat as she stared at the impossible sight above them. Suspended in the air was a small drop of blood that shone with a bright crimson glow. The fighting below ceased as everyone, friend and foe alike, watched in horror. In the next second, the droplet contorted, twisting unnaturally before expanding outward in all directions. From this single drop of blood, Elder May's form materialized completely, fully restored as though the self-destruct explosion had never happened. Elder Huang's eyes widened in shock, her mind refusing to accept what she was witnessing. How is this possible? Even if May was a peak golden core cultivator, there was no way he could have survived the point-blank detonation of the sect leader's self-destruction. "Ha ha ha!" Elder May's triumphant laughter echoed across the courtyard. "Did you really think you could take me out that easily? With the power of the demon god, even if just a drop of blood remains, I can still regenerate." Around them, the remaining sect disciples dropped their weapons, shoulders slumping in defeat. The sect was truly doomed. How could they possibly defeat an enemy who could regenerate from a single drop of blood? Elder was stared up at the recovered Elder May, rage burning in his eyes despite his powerless state. Elder Huang maintained her grip on him, preventing him from moving. Not that he could do anything in his current condition. As his gaze locked onto Elder May hovering above the courtyard, Elder's eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. "Am I seeing things?" he wondered, blinking rapidly to clear his vision. "Why do I see that disciple of mine floating behind Elder May?" Li Yao clutched the token tightly as the familiar sensation of spatial transfer enveloped her. In an instant, she found herself suspended high above the Azure Cloud sect. What greeted her eyes resembled scenes from an apocalypse. The once pristine courtyard lay in ruins, bodies scattered across the broken stone like discarded dolls. Blood painted dark patterns across the ground, and the elegant sect buildings now stood partially collapsed, smoke rising from several structures. She then spotted her master and martial ant huddled together amidst the destruction. Even from this height, Li Yao could see the numerous injuries they had sustained. Most alarming of all, she couldn't sense any cultivation from her master. Following their upward gaze, Li Yao's attention was drawn to a figure hovering next to her. "Did you really think you could take me out that easily?" The figure's voice boomed across the devastated landscape. "With the power of the demon god, even if it's just a drop of blood left, I can still regenerate." Li Yao's eyes narrowed as recognition dawned. This creature emanated the same dark energy as the monster she had faced on the 99th floor of the heaven-testing pagoda, though the aura surrounding this being was far more intense. Despite the overwhelming aura, Li Yao felt strangely calm. She had improved significantly since her battle in the pagoda. After advancing 2 stages in the core formation realm, she could more easily handle her elemental form, and her affinity with lightning had increased even more. Her fingers tightened around the hilt of the azure cloud sword. It was time to test this so-called pseudo-divine weapon. The motion drew May's attention, his eyes locking onto her. "And who are you?" he demanded before recognition flashed across his features. "Oh, so it's the so-called sect genius," he mocked, lips curling into a disdainful sneer. "If you had run away, you could have survived," he continued. "But now that you've shown yourself, you'll have to die here today." Li Yao met his gaze unflinchingly, her voice steady as she replied, "We'll see who dies first." Her body erupted with energy as she activated her elemental form. Blue-silver electricity crackled across her skin, her hair lifting to float around her head like a halo. The transformation felt more natural now, though she still felt a little strained. In this state, her combat power was equivalent to a late-stage golden core cultivator. Combined with the pseudo-divine weapon in her hands, she might even reach peak stage. "Be careful when using the weapon. You still haven't refined it yet," the Empress's voice cautioned within her mind. Li Yao acknowledged the warning silently. Without complete refinement, she couldn't access the sword's full potential, but she didn't need it to deal with this enemy. Without further hesitation, she vanished from her position, her elemental form increasing her speed even more. She materialized directly behind Elder May, who spun around with impressive reflexes, but not quite fast enough. The azure cloud sword, covered in crackling lightning, sliced through the air with unstoppable momentum. The blade encountered Elder May's arm and passed through with virtually no resistance, severing the limb cleanly from his body. Li Yao examined the sword with appreciation. The sword was impossibly sharp, cutting through the dark element enhanced flesh easily. From below, Elder Huang watched the exchange with wide-eyed astonishment. "Was your disciple always this strong?" she asked, turning to Elder Guo beside her. "It's my first time seeing this as well," Elder Guo admitted, his face momentarily brightening with a flicker of hope as he observed the battle unfolding above them. Li Yao's display of power exceeded anything he had witnessed from her before. Her strength seemed to surpass even the transformed Elder May's, suggesting she might be capable of turning the tide of this seemingly hopeless battle. Had she received some divine inheritance within the pagoda? Or had she always been this strong? Elder May's agonized scream tore through the air as he clutched where his arm had been. Blood flowed freely from the wound, but unlike before, the severed limb showed no signs of regenerating. Panic flashed across his features as he realized something was terribly wrong. Was it the lightning element interfering with his regeneration? No, that couldn't be it. With the blood of the demon god flowing through his veins, not even lightning should be able to prevent his recovery. Only the light element might possess such properties, and this girl clearly wielded lightning. His frantic gaze landed on the sword in Li Yao's hand, understanding dawning. "It's that sword," he realized. Li Yao followed his gaze to the weapon she wielded, a slow smile spreading across her face as comprehension dawned. "Does it prevent regeneration?" she wondered aloud. No wonder the ancestor could use it to deal with the demon god. The smile transformed into a grin as she raised the sword once more. "Well, this makes things a lot easier," she declared, her form blurring once again as she charged toward her opponent. Elder May watched the approaching sword with widening eyes, his body twisting desperately as he barely managed to dodge the attack. How could this have happened? He had thought Li Yao was strong, but never imagined she was this powerful. And where did she get that strange sword from? His mind raced with panicked thoughts as he found himself continuously pushed back, unable to land a single hit while defending against her relentless assault. If this continued, he might actually die here. Wait, you can't kill me," he shouted, voice cracking with desperation. "My men have seen your brother. If I die, he will too." The words caused Li Yao to pause mid-strike. Elder May struggled to maintain his composure, internally relieved his bluff had worked. In truth, he had no idea what had happened to his men. Somehow they had been eliminated. Perhaps there was more to Xiang Yu than met the eye. But Li Yao didn't know that the men had already perished. According to his intelligence, The sect genius was hopelessly in love with her senior brother. Now then, what are you going to do? He thought, a smug smile spreading across his face. Then his expression froze as his smile literally split in two. Huh. He suddenly realized what had happened. Li Yao had swung her sword regardless, cleaving him cleanly in half. As his consciousness faded, final thoughts flickered through his mind. How was this possible? Wasn't she supposed to be in love with her senior brother? Why didn't she care about him? Was the information wrong? After killing Elder Mei, Li Yao floated high into the sky. She raised her hand toward the heavens, and in the next moment, lightning began to gather in her palm. The energy accumulated until it formed a massive sphere of crackling electricity. The ball of lightning then began to move, raining down countless bolts onto the battlefield below. Many scattered in terror, diving for cover, only to realize that the lightning selectively targeted only the demonic cultivators. The surviving sect members watched in awe as their enemies were struck down one by one. Hope blossomed across their faces. They were going to survive after all. Li Yao observed her handiwork with satisfaction. In her elemental form, her lightning affinity was dramatically enhanced, allowing her to eliminate all enemies with this single devastating attack. Though she had to admit, the technique was incredibly draining. She turned her attention inward, addressing the Empress. "Are you sure about what you said earlier?" she asked. "Don't worry. With my recovered soul strength, I can easily spread my divine sense throughout the Azure Cloud Sword sect," the Empress replied confidently. "Your senior brother is okay. He is the only person in the pavilion." After just a few minutes, all the remaining demonic cultivators were eliminated. Li Yao descended toward her master and martial ant. "Master," she approached tentatively, concern etched across her features. "I'm okay. Just a scratch," Elder Guo insisted as he attempted to move from Elder Huang's supporting grasp, only to stumble backward into her arms. "I told you to stop moving," Elder Huang scolded, tightening her hold on him. "Master, your cultivation," Li Yao began, but Elder Guo raised his hand to stop her. "It's okay. It was bound to happen at some point," he said with resignation in his voice. Elder Huang glanced at Li Yao's worried expression. "I see that you're concerned," she said softly. "Why don't you go check on your senior brother? I'll look after the old man." She offered a reassuring smile, and Li Yao nodded gratefully before flying away. "Who are you calling old man?" Elder Guo protested weakly. Elder Huang just laughed. "Now that you've lost your cultivation, you'll grow old faster." Her voice suddenly trailed off, tears welling up and streaming down her cheeks. Without his cultivation, he would age like an ordinary mortal. He had already lived far beyond a normal human lifespan. Did this mean he was going to die soon? Seeing her distress, Elder Guo averted his gaze toward the celestial summit peak, the sect master's peak. "There's nothing we can do about it," he said quietly. His eyes moved to the sect members struggling to recover from the battle. "At least the sect survived," he added softly, before finishing with "for now." Suddenly, Elder Huang's eyes brightened with realization. "Wait, there is something we can do about it." Without warning, she pushed him to the ground and ripped open his already tattered shirt. "Hey, what are you doing?" Elder Guo asked in alarm. Had this woman decided to sleep with him and bear his children now that he was facing mortality? Not that he minded, but his eyes darted to the side, noticing the large crowd of onlookers witnessing this scene. "Not in front of everyone," he protested, cheeks burning with embarrassment. "What are you talking about?" Elder Huang looked genuinely confused by his reaction. "Anyway, let me test your spiritual root." She placed her palm against his exposed abdomen and injected a stream of qi, carefully sensing what lay within. "It's just as I thought. It's still there," she exclaimed triumphantly. Elder Guo, thoroughly embarrassed now, pushed her off him. "So what if it's there? The golden core has already exploded, and the qi pathways are destroyed." He hurriedly donned a new shirt that had been offered to him. Then understanding dawned on him. "Xiang Yu," he whispered. "That's right. Just like before, he can help you recover the broken qi pathways," she confirmed excitedly. "But since the core is broken, you'll have to form a new one. Basically, you'll have to start from scratch." Quick, let's go talk to him. She jumped to her feet and, before he could protest, scooped Elder Gui up in a princess carry. Wait, he objected frantically, but she ignored his complaints and flew off with him held in this embarrassing position. I should have just died, Elder Gui thought miserably, hiding his face behind his hands. How can I have any dignity left after this? Xiang Yu sat immersed in the spirit spring, his body perfectly still in deep meditation. The multicolored waters swirled gently around him, continuing to heal his remaining injuries and replenish his depleted energy. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, alert and focused. Dawn was approaching, just a few minutes away according to his internal clock. He had stopped cultivating because of a growing uneasiness that he couldn't shake. The silence outside was unnatural and concerning. He couldn't hear the commotion happening below the peak anymore. The complete absence of noise felt more ominous than any battlefield clamor. Should he go down to check the situation? The question lingered in his mind as he weighed his options carefully. But what if enemies still lurked outside? He had already exhausted most of his resources in the earlier battle. He didn't have any more talismans. It wasn't that he didn't care. Despite having transmigrated into this body, he possessed all the memories and emotions of his predecessor. Genuine concern for his junior sister, his master, and his martial aunt nagged at him persistently. Their faces flashed through his mind, heightening his anxiety. Yet he also recognized the harsh reality of his situation. Even if he went down there now, what difference could he make? He was still too weak to face core formation cultivators directly, especially if they came in numbers. Just as these troubled thoughts circled through his mind, a familiar voice called out, piercing the silence. "Senior brother, where are you?" Li Yao's voice echoed through the pavilion. Relief washed over him immediately. She was alive and apparently well enough to search for him. If she was freely moving about, the immediate danger must have passed. He quickly climbed out of the spirit spring, retrieved fresh clothes from his spatial ring, and dressed swiftly. After ensuring the spirit vein remained hidden, he emerged from the concealed cave entrance. Xiang Yu approached the ruins of his newly built house, where Li Yao stood examining the debris. Her eyes widened with surprise as she noticed him. "Senior brother, you built a new house?" she asked, gesturing toward the scattered remnants. "Yeah, but it was destroyed," Xiang Yu replied, surveying the damage caused by the talisman explosion. He made a mental note to repair it when he had the chance. Concern flashed across Li Yao's face. "Were you hurt? Is everything okay?" In an instant, she materialized directly in front of him, crossing the distance so swiftly that he hadn't even registered her movement. Xiang Yu blinked in astonishment. Her speed surpassed even the core formation cultivator he had faced, and not by a small margin. Despite his recent breakthrough in cultivation, the gap between them remained vast. He had believed he might catch up to her now that he could cultivate properly, but he couldn't even track her movements with his eyes. Was this truly the level of a cultivation genius? He released a soft sigh. "No, I'm all right." Li Yao opened her mouth to press for details, but their conversation was interrupted as Elder Gua and Elder Huang descended from the sky, landing beside them. To Xiang Yu's bewilderment, Elder Huang was carrying Elder Gua in her arms like a princess. "Martial nephew, you have to help senior brother," Elder Huang exclaimed, her voice urgent and breathless. Elder Gua, thoroughly mortified by his position, buried his face in his hands, unwilling to make eye contact with his disciples. Elder Huang attempted to bow to Xiang Yu, but he quickly stopped her. "Calm down," he said gently. "Just explain what's going on." "That's right," she nodded, catching her breath. "Your master overexerted his golden core. It was already injured before, but now it's burst completely, and he's lost all his cultivation." Her voice trembled as she continued. "Now that he's lost all his cultivation, he'll start aging again, since he's exhausted all his mortal lifespan." She hesitated, her voice breaking slightly. "He won't live for long." Tears streamed down her cheeks as she spoke. "Senior brother said before that his chi pathways had healed when he ate your food. Since his spiritual root is still there, if his chi pathways are repaired, he should be able to cultivate once again. She tugged desperately at Xiang Yu's clothing, her eyes glistening with tears. Please help me. Xiang Yu gently detached her fingers from his clothes, taking her hands in his with a reassuring smile. Martial Ant doesn't need to be so polite, he said warmly. He's my master. Of course I'll help him. Her face crumpled at his words, and she began sobbing openly. Senior brother really took in nice disciples, she thought to herself. One was a genius who had saved the sect, and the other was also a genius who would now save him. This was how it should be. Someone as kind as her senior brother would never be abandoned by the heavens. Can you let me down now? Elder Gui asked, still cradled in Elder Huang's arms. No, you're immortal now, Elder Huang protested. What if you trip and fall to your death? Elder Gui nearly coughed blood at this ridiculous suggestion. How is that even possible? If that were true, wouldn't all mortals have died long ago? Master, you should listen to Martial Ant, Xiang Yu advised with a barely concealed smile. Li Yao approached their master, patting his head affectionately. Master, it's okay. We won't make fun of you, she said, her tone playful. Elder Gui stretched out his hand toward her. You brat, do you think I can't punish you? But Li Yao instantly vanished, reappearing safely behind Xiang Yu. With a defeated sigh, Elder Gui closed his eyes. I'll let it go for now. I'm not that petty to argue with you kids. Privately, though, he vowed to discipline his unruly disciples once he recovered. How dare they make fun of their weakened master? Junior sister, go and catch some meat. I'll prepare the herbs, Xiang Yu instructed, already mentally planning the meal he would create. Li Yao pointed toward a distant section of the partially destroyed house. Senior brother, I saw some meat over there. Shouldn't we cook that? Xiang Yu followed her gesture and instantly panicked, his eyes widening in alarm. Wait, you didn't kill them, did you? The thought of his carefully maintained livestock being slaughtered made his heart skip a beat. No, I just sensed them with my cheese sense, she replied casually. Relief washed over Xiang Yu's face as he exhaled slowly. Li Yao tilted her head, curiosity evident in her expression. Is something wrong with them? Well, no, he admitted, composing himself. But those are not for eating. They're for domestication. He spoke the last word with particular emphasis, hoping she would understand the distinction. What's the difference? Li Yao asked, genuinely perplexed. In her mind, meat was meat, regardless of its source. Xiang Yu carefully explained, these are for emergencies, so we'll have something to eat if the mountain ever runs out of food. Li Yao's confusion only deepened, her brows furrowing slightly. If the mountain ever ran out of food, I would just go look for it on another mountain, she declared proudly, crossing her arms with a self-satisfied expression. Senior brother need not concern himself with such a thing. Xiang Yu could only facepalm. How could someone so extraordinarily talented in cultivation be so utterly clueless about basic survival principles? With a patient smile, he reached out and gently patted her head, his fingers lightly tousling her silky hair. Junior sister is really reliable, he acknowledged. But you won't always be here. Do you want your senior brother to starve to death when you aren't around to catch food? She fell silent, her expression growing serious as she contemplated this scenario. After a moment of deep thought, she nodded slowly. Xiang Yu felt a small sense of accomplishment, believing his explanation had finally penetrated her understanding. Then go and catch meat, he directed, making a shooing motion with his hands. Bring as much as you can. We're having a feast as promised. Li Yao's eyes lit up with excitement. Senior brother, does that mean? She began eagerly. Before she could finish, Xiang Yu pressed a finger gently against her lips. Shoo, he whispered, leaning closer. It's a surprise for Master and Martial Ant, so don't say anything. Her eyes brightened even more, sparkling with childlike delight. Without another word, she took to the air, her form blurring as she flew away with extraordinary speed. Xiang Yu watched her disappear into the distance, a contemplative expression settling on his face. He reflected on his tendency towards secrecy, a survival strategy that had served him well thus far. But perhaps it had its limitations. He couldn't hide everything forever, especially from those closest to him. If he had revealed some of his capabilities earlier, he might have alerted the sect to Elder May's treacherous plans. This time, his master had survived the ordeal, but what about next time? He didn't need to reveal everything, just enough to establish some credibility among his inner circle. And he knew exactly where to start. Xiang Yu walked toward the kitchen, not the one in his destroyed house, but the common kitchen of the pavilion. As he stepped inside, he realized it had been quite some time since he'd last used this space. A small smile played across his lips. Today, he would reveal one secret he had carefully hidden until now, his fourth-grade cooking skill. Since he had resolved to start revealing some of his abilities, Xiang Yu decided to begin with his cooking skills. Rather than experimenting to determine what level of cooking could fully restore his master's chi pathways, he would simply prepare the best meal possible. He couldn't continue hiding his abilities when his master's life was in danger, and he already had a plausible explanation prepared for how he had achieved such mastery. His junior sister didn't disappoint, returning with 10 wild boars. Xiang Yu chose to domesticate 5 of them for future needs, keeping his emergency food supply intact, and prepared the others for the feast. With his fourth-grade cooking skills, the preparations seemed effortless. Even his junior sister, who had come to assist, found herself standing idle as she watched him work with fluid precision. "Senior brother, you've improved even more since the last time," she remarked, observing his practiced movements. Xiang Yu continued stirring the fragrant herbs as he replied, "Of course, I've been practicing." After a momentary pause, he asked, "Did you use what I gave you?" Li Yao nodded enthusiastically. "That's right. Thanks a lot. I really thought I was going to die back then." Xiang Yu smiled to himself, thinking she was probably exaggerating. How could a main character like her truly face death? She likely meant she was about to starve and had used his food as a mere snack. As they chatted, Xiang Yu continued his preparations. In just an hour, he had completed an array of dishes that would have taken ordinary chefs an entire day. "Go tell Marshal Ant that it's ready," he instructed, and Li Yao departed eagerly. Xiang Yu carefully arranged the dishes in the dining area, carrying platters loaded with spirit-infused delicacies. As he worked, he reflected on how different this felt from cooking for himself. When preparing meals in his personal kitchen, he cooked mechanically, focused solely on cultivation benefits. But when creating dishes for his junior sister, master, and martial aunt, he found himself investing genuine care into each preparation. This feeling was strange, but he didn't dislike it. After placing the final dish on the table, he stepped back to admire his work. The arrangement was perfect, each dish positioned to complement the others, steam rising in delicate wisps that carried enticing aromas throughout the pavilion. Li Yao soon returned with Elder Guo and Elder Huang. Xiang Yu noticed immediately that his master was walking independently, having refused to be carried again. Despite this show of dignity, the signs of accelerated aging were already becoming visible on his features. The skin around his eyes had developed fine lines that hadn't been there before, and his posture seemed slightly more stooped. Without his cultivation to sustain him, time was clearly exacting its toll. Xiang Yu silently hoped that this meal would help restore his chi pathways. "Martial nephew, your skills have truly improved," Elder Huang marveled, inhaling deeply. "I can feel my cultivation strengthening just from the aroma alone." "Martial Ant is right," Li Yao added excitedly. "Senior brother has really improved. I was amazed watching him work." Xiang Yu smiled at their praise before turning his attention to Elder Guo. Everyone followed his gaze, staring expectantly at the master. "What?" Elder Guo retorted defensively, shifting uncomfortably under their scrutiny. When they continued looking at him without speaking, he finally relented with a dismissive shrug. "Well, I guess it's all right," he conceded grudgingly. Everyone burst into laughter at his response. This elder was truly a tsundere through and through. Even facing mortality couldn't change his stubborn personality. Everyone settled around the table, but they didn't begin eating immediately. All eyes remained fixed on Elder Guo. Since the feast had been prepared primarily for him, they wanted him to take the first bite. More importantly, they anxiously awaited evidence that the food might restore his damaged chi pathways. Feeling their expectant gazes, Elder Gua finally relented. He lifted his spoon, hesitating for just a moment before taking a bite of the spirit-infused dish. The effect was instantaneous. The moment the food touched his tongue, it exploded into pure spiritual energy. Qi surged wildly through his body, flowing like a raging river, seeking its natural course. He felt the energy rush into his damaged qi pathways, the sensation both foreign and achingly familiar. Where there had been emptiness, energy now flowed. Where pathways had been shattered, new channels formed. The process was exponentially faster than his previous experience with Xiang Yu's cooking. Within seconds, his entire network of qi pathways had been restored. Unable to contain himself, Elder Gua began taking larger bites, shoveling the food into his mouth with uncharacteristic abandon. The sensation of qi flowing through his body again after experiencing its absence was like a man dying of thirst finally reaching an oasis. Did it work? Elder Huang asked eagerly, though she didn't wait for a verbal response. Her hands were already moving across his body as she injected a thin stream of qi to test his meridians. Her expression transformed into a radiant smile. Not her usual playful smirk, but genuine, unrestrained joy. It worked. It really worked, she exclaimed, voice trembling slightly with emotion. Senior brother can cultivate again. Elder Gua swallowed his mouthful before tempering their excitement. Don't be happy too soon, he cautioned. Even if I can cultivate, the qi gathering stage only provides a lifespan of 200 years. I'm nearly 300 years old, so I've already exhausted my natural allotment. His words cast a somber pall over the table, the earlier elation evaporating into silence. Way to kill the mood, old man. Elder Huang clicked her tongue disapprovingly. Her momentary vulnerability vanished, replaced by her usual sharp-tongued manner. Just eat the food. With this much spiritual energy, if you can't form a foundation, you might as well die. Now that her senior brother showed signs of recovery, Elder Huang's typical demeanor had fully returned. Privately, she calculated his chances, absorbing qi, even from spiritual food, ultimately depended on talent. Her senior brother had been the most gifted cultivator of their generation, possessing a superior grade spiritual root. He was what cultivators called a 50,000-year genius, since he only needed to rebuild to the qi gathering stage. If he continued eating food of this quality, he could likely reach foundation establishment within a week. That realm would grant him another 300 years of life, providing ample time to reform his golden core. Xiang Yu watched this exchange in stunned silence. Did they really expect Elder Gua to form a foundation just by eating spirit food? Was his master truly so talented? The contrast only highlighted his own mediocrity. Despite possessing his experience doubling system, he wasn't even halfway to forming a foundation. He could only console himself by stuffing his mouth with his own cooking, suddenly feeling like the only non-genius at the table. After confirming the food was working for Elder Gua, everyone finally allowed themselves to indulge. The tension that had gripped them dissolved, replaced by the simple pleasure of enjoying an extraordinary meal. Elder Huang eagerly scooped up a generous spoonful, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. You have no idea how much I've missed this, she declared. It's been exactly 100 hours, 50 minutes, and 20 seconds since I last had Xiang Yu's cooking. If not for my high mind level, I would have gone into withdrawal and suffered qi deviation. When the first morsel touched her tongue, she froze. She had expected improvement, certainly, but this was an entirely different realm of culinary mastery. The flavors cascaded through her senses like a waterfall of pure spiritual energy. She wanted to ask how he had achieved such profound advancement in his cooking, but her hand moved with a will of its own, continuously delivering more food to her eager mouth. A warm sensation spread throughout her body as the spiritual energy permeated her meridians. This wasn't the gentle enhancement she had experienced before. This was a substantial, powerful surge. Her core swelled with qi, expanding noticeably as it filled to capacity and then pushed beyond its former boundaries. In one breathtaking moment, she broke through to the third layer of core formation realm. But Elder Huang didn't pause to savor this achievement. The food before her demanded her complete attention, and she continued eating with single-minded focus. Elder Gua ate in contemplative silence. He could feel his cultivation advancing rapidly. He had already reached the fifth layer of qi gathering and stood on the precipice of another breakthrough. His disciple's cooking was truly remarkable, far exceeding his expectations. He wondered if he had possessed this resource earlier. Could he have saved the sect master? Li Yao and the Empress were experiencing their own joyful revelations. Unlike the others, Li Yao's heavenly-grade spiritual root, coupled with the Empress's guidance, allowed her to absorb 100% of the meal's properties. She had already broken through to the sixth layer of core formation, and her core continued to fill rapidly. "This is good stuff," the Empress remarked appreciatively within Li Yao's consciousness. "I'm starting to think that I should have chosen your senior brother instead of you," she added teasingly. "Oomph. Do you think you would ever have met him if not for me?" Li Yao retorted as she continued to savor each bite. For Xiang Yu himself, the experience was less dramatic. He consumed his food, pausing periodically to circulate the absorbed energy before resuming his meal. While the others experienced breakthrough after breakthrough, he simply accumulated power steadily, his medium-grade spiritual root limiting the rate at which he could process the spiritual energy. When everyone had finally finished eating, Xiang Yu extended his qi sense discreetly, assessing the results of his culinary efforts. Elder Huang had advanced from the second layer of core formation to the fourth, an astounding leap that made him a little envious. This was the stark difference that superior spiritual roots made. She could advance multiple layers in a higher realm, while he struggled to reach the halfway point in a much lower realm. Shifting his attention to his master, Xiang Yu noted with satisfaction that Elder Gua had progressed from mortal state to the seventh layer of qi gathering. It seemed the rumors of his exceptional talent were true. With just a few more quality meals, he would likely rebuild his foundation, perhaps even today, since it was still morning. Xiang Yu still had lunch and dinner to prepare, though perhaps not in such lavish quantities. Finally, he turned his qi sense toward Li Yao, detecting no cultivation whatsoever. Like I would believe that, he thought skeptically. Just as this thought crossed his mind, their eyes met, and she smiled knowingly at him. Xiang Yu returned the smile, inwardly acknowledging her perceptiveness. A genius is really different, he thought. She felt my qi sense instantly. Martial nephew. Elder Huang broke the comfortable silence, her gaze sharp with curiosity. "I noticed you circulating your energy earlier. Can you cultivate now?" she asked directly. Here it comes, Xiang Yu thought, but he had already prepared for this inevitable question. "I actually want to talk to Marshal Ann about this," Xiang Yu spoke. Li Yao's eyes widened with shock. "Senior brother can cultivate?" Disbelief colored her voice as she instantly materialized beside him, her movement so swift it appeared like teleportation. Without hesitation, she placed her hand against his chest, brows furrowed in concentration. She hadn't sensed any cultivation from him earlier, but perhaps she hadn't been paying proper attention. Determined to confirm her suspicions, she decided to inject a thin stream of qi into his body to trace its path through his meridians. "I wouldn't recommend that," the Empress cautioned within her mind, but the warning came too late. Li Yao had already sent a pulse of energy into Xiang Yu's body. Her expression shifted suddenly from curiosity to confusion. "That's strange. I can't sense the qi I sent in anymore," she murmured, perplexed by the unusual phenomenon. Undeterred, she attempted a second injection of energy, only to gasp in pain as her own qi rebounded forcefully. "Ouch!" she yelped, snatching her hand away as though burned. Xiang Yu immediately reached for her withdrawn hand, concern etched across his features. "Is everything okay?" he asked, genuine worry in his voice. Yeah," she replied uncertainly, still nursing her tingling fingers. "What was that?" she asked. "Hey, I told you to stop, but you didn't listen," the Empress chided within her consciousness. A resigned sigh followed. It's some sort of high-level concealment technique. Li Yao's surprise intensified at this revelation. Don't ask me about it, because I don't know either, the Empress added, catching Li Yao completely off guard. This unprecedented confession from the Empress, who typically maintained an air of omniscience, left Li Yao deeply unsettled. Usually, the Empress would tell her that she couldn't answer at the moment, never admitting outright that she didn't know. What could possibly make even the Empress acknowledge that she didn't know? Actually, I managed to cultivate the 20 techniques you gave me and unlock the physique you were talking about, Xiang Yu continued. The room fell utterly silent as everyone processed his statement. Elder Huang rose swiftly from her position, excitement overtaking her as she grasped Xiang Yu's hands in her own. Is it true? Is it true? She asked breathlessly, her eyes shining with fervor. Show me, show me. Her voice trembled with barely contained enthusiasm. Xiang Yu gently extracted his hands from her eager grip, his expression turning serious. Actually, this is what I wanted to talk to you about, he began cautiously. The physique doesn't seem to be as we had expected. Elder Huang's enthusiasm dimmed slightly, replaced by confusion. What? It's not. The physique I unlocked doesn't help much in cultivation, he admitted. It just gave me a trash, spiritual root. Elder Huang's expression fell at this news, her earlier excitement dimming visibly. Xiang Yu noted her reaction with satisfaction. While he'd resolved to reveal some of his abilities, he still had no intention of exposing his true power. Being perceived as too strong might lead to unwanted responsibilities and attention, exactly what he sought to avoid. But I still got something else, he added, watching as Elder Huang's interest immediately rekindled. Something else? Her eyes brightened once more, the disappointment vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. That's right, Xiang Yu confirmed. He reached into his spatial ring and extracted a sheet of paper. Closing his eyes, he channeled his concentration, focusing his spiritual energy. For several moments, nothing appeared to happen. Then gradually, intricate patterns began forming on the paper's surface, glowing softly as they etched themselves into the material. That is, Elder Huang's voice trailed off, her eyes widening in astonishment. When the process completed, she snatched the paper from his hands, examining it with the intensity of a jeweler inspecting a rare gem. A ninth-grade explosion talisman, she exclaimed, disbelief coloring her voice. That's right, Xiang Yu nodded. The physique didn't help much with cultivation, but it makes me a genius in secondary professions. That's how I was able to improve my cooking so fast. Elder Huang nodded slowly, as if pieces of a complex puzzle were finally falling into place. She quickly retrieved several papers from her own spatial ring, arranging them meticulously on the table. It makes sense now, she murmured, her focus entirely on the documents before her. No wonder, but how does this work? Her voice trailed off as she became absorbed in her analysis, seemingly forgetting everyone else's presence. Elder Gua approached Xiang Yu, leaning in confidentially. Your martial aunt is a researcher, he explained with a bemused smile. She sometimes enters trances like this, so don't mind her. Xiang Yu nodded. Suddenly, Elder Gua's expression shifted as realization dawned. Wait, you can make talismans? Was it you that caused that huge explosion? Xiang Yu scratched his cheek awkwardly. Yeah, it was probably me, he admitted sheepishly. I'll go bury the hole. Elder Gua wrapped an arm around Xiang Yu's shoulders, his laughter filling the room. Ha! You can do that later. His grip tightened affectionately as pride swelled within him. To think that his disciple had created the powerful explosion that had disrupted the demon authority, indirectly saving him in the process. Ah, I've figured it out now. Elder Huang suddenly exclaimed, emerging from her scholarly trance. The scrolls say that the one who can unlock this physique will be at the top of the world, she announced, her voice charged with academic excitement. But they don't state how. Everyone's attention focused on her as she continued her explanation. To the untrained ear, this might sound like being the strongest. After all, in a cultivation world, being the top of the world typically means being the most powerful, she elaborated, pacing slightly as she laid out her theory. But not in this instance. A satisfied smile spread across her face as she reached her conclusion. What this scroll means is being top of the world literally. In a cultivation world, being top of the world could also mean being above the cultivators themselves, she declared triumphantly. And who's above cultivators? Alchemists, weapon refiners, formation masters. She gestured excitedly towards Xiang Yu. If you have mastery in all these professions, you could be considered above cultivators since they need these resources to grow stronger. Now it makes sense that the requirements are high comprehension, such as indeed needed to master so many professions. Everyone nodded in apparent understanding, seemingly satisfied with her explanation. Is what she's saying true? Li Yao asked the Empress privately. Probably. I haven't researched that physique all that much. It was considered a myth where I came from, the Empress replied. Despite her response, the Empress harbored deeper suspicions. The explanation sounded logical, but something still felt missing. There was no way cultivators in the immortal realm would pursue this physique merely for secondary profession benefits. While such skills might indeed place one above others in the mortal world, the dynamics were entirely different in the immortal realm, where natural treasures were typically valued over refined ones. Was she overthinking? Probably not. Her gaze drifted towards Xiang Yu, sensing that the mystery likely centered on him specifically. However, seeing no immediate reason to voice her suspicions, she kept these thoughts to herself for now. In the Wuming cult, the sect master sat alone, his face contorted with shock and disbelief. His fingers gripped the armrest of his throne so tightly that the black jade began to crack beneath his strength. How is this possible? He whispered to the empty hall, his voice teetering between rage and bewilderment. Mei Ziyuan, my masterpiece, defeated? The notion seemed absurd, inconceivable. At full power, Mei Ziyuan's strength rivaled that of a late-stage Golden Core cultivator. With his regeneration abilities, not even peak Golden Core cultivators should have been able to harm him. How could a small-time sect like the Azure Cloud Sword sect possess a nascent soul realm cultivator? His mind raced through possibilities, reconstructing his careful plans that had now crumbled to dust. He had discovered a hidden treasure trove of a demonic faction expert from the past, a fortuitous encounter that had changed the trajectory of his life. There, he had first learned about the demon god and used the resources he'd found to establish himself as the cult leader. For years, countless, painstaking years, he had traced the whereabouts of the demon's sealing tower. He had sacrificed, schemed, and waited patiently. And when success was finally within his grasp, this unforeseen disaster struck. His expression hardened as a thought came to mind. The Orthodox faction, he hissed, eyes narrowing with suspicion. They must be scheming against me. It made perfect sense. The Orthodox faction must have secretly aided the Azure Cloud Sword sect. How else could such an inconsequential sect have triumphed against his chosen disciple? This wasn't a coincidence. It was a conspiracy. Slowly, an evil grin spread across his features. Since that's how they want to play, he whispered, a dark chuckle rising from his throat, they shouldn't blame me for being ruthless. His laughter echoed through the empty hall. In the immortal realm, a beautiful young woman strolled through an exquisite field where high-grade herbs that mortal cultivators would kill for grew as mere decorative plants. She approached an open lake, though calling it merely a lake would be a grave understatement. This was a massive spirit spring being used casually as a lake. Its surface shimmered with multicolored energy, occasionally releasing wisps of pure spiritual essence into the air. At the edge of this extraordinary body of water sat an elderly man, fishing rod in hand, his expression serene and detached from worldly concerns. Despite his apparent age, an unmistakable aura of immeasurable power emanated from him. "Uncle, have you got it yet?" the young woman asked, her melodious voice carrying both respect and impatience. The old man didn't turn to look at her. "Not yet. The heavenly records seem to have disappeared," he replied, his voice calm. You know that I really need this flame, right? She stepped closer, her perfectly composed face showing a hint of urgency. It's the only way I can increase my power to compete with the other geniuses from rival factions. Do you want our heavenly palace to be looked down upon? The elder man simply stroked his beard, internally sighing at youth's eternal haste. Kids these days, he thought to himself. Without warning, he flicked his wrist, sending a small object arcing through the air toward her. That's the last known location of the flame. You can start from there, he stated, immediately returning his attention to his fishing as if she had already departed. The young woman caught the object with perfect grace. After examining it carefully, she bowed respectfully and turned to leave. It's hard to pry into matters related to the heavenly Tao, the old man murmured to himself once she had gone. Even someone like me, who should be able to investigate heavenly secrets, remains restricted. His gaze drifted across the shimmering waters, concern briefly crossing his ancient features. I hope the other party is just using a treasure to conceal their destiny. Otherwise, his musings were suddenly interrupted as his fishing rod bent sharply. "Oh, I caught something," he exclaimed, his face lighting up with childlike delight as he reeled in his catch. Volume 1 end. After the feast, Elder Huang and Elder Gua departed together for a sect meeting at the Celestial Summit Hall. Xiang Yu understood why. Following such a tumultuous event, they needed to discuss the sect's future and select a new leader. None of this concerned him, though. He reflected as he placed the final support beam and stepped back to survey his handiwork. The house hadn't suffered extensive damage, making repairs relatively straightforward. Still, he made a mental note to study formation soon. He needed better protection for his home. Having it blown apart every time a fight broke out was becoming tedious. Fortunately, his martial aunt had promised to find him some secondary profession manuals, so that particular worry was resolved. She was truly considerate, caring not only for their master, but for him as well. He sincerely hoped the old man wouldn't fumble her. "Senior brother, are you done?" Li Yao's voice came suddenly from behind him. Xiang Yu jumped slightly, startled by her silent approach. Li Yao giggled at his reaction, her eyes twinkling with amusement. "This girl is nearly as skilled as me at concealment," he thought to himself. She moved without presence, materializing out of nowhere like a phantom. It was fortunate she was a nice girl. Such abilities could be terrifying in the hands of someone with bad intentions. Li Yao smiled warmly at Xiang Yu. She thought to herself that her senior brother looked really handsome when he worked. She had been observing him work for quite some time without his notice, admiring his focused expression and movements. Catching herself staring, she quickly brushed those thoughts aside. "Senior brother, I got something for you," she announced, reaching for her spatial ring. So much had happened that she hadn't found the opportunity to present him with her reward from clearing the tower. Upon exiting the heaven-testing pagoda, she had received multiple treasures, though few held significant value. The most precious items were drops of both dragon and phoenix bloodline essence. Since the phoenix seemed more feminine in nature, she had initially planned to keep it for herself and give the dragon bloodline to her senior brother. Bloodlines were renowned as powerful cultivation assets. Those with rare lineages advanced more rapidly and might even unlock ancient inheritances upon reaching certain thresholds. "You want to take the Phoenix bloodline?" The Empress suddenly inquired within her consciousness. "Yes, should I not?" Li Yao responded mentally. Although the bloodline of mythical creatures like the Phoenix is great, it's harder to improve, and you might be treated as an outsider by both sides by being half, the Empress cautioned. "I'll help you unlock my human emperor bloodline instead. It's not much weaker than the mythical bloodlines anyway." Li Yao considered this advice carefully. It made perfect sense. A human emperor bloodline would be more compatible, especially with the Empress herself providing guidance on enhancing it. The choice seemed. "Can my brother learn it as well?" she asked hopefully. "No," came the Empress's flat response. "Why not?" Li Yao pressed. "Everyone has their own destiny. This is yours," the Empress stated with finality. Li Yao suspected the Empress was merely being cryptic again. "Just you wait," she thought defiantly. "If I learn it, do you think you can prevent me from teaching him?" The Empress, not having achieved her status without extraordinary perception, clearly sensed Li Yao's thoughts, but she didn't think much of it. After all, there could only be one human emperor in a generation. Why don't you give him both bloodlines instead? With his comprehension, he might be able to create something extraordinary, she suggested, smoothly changing the subject. Something extraordinary? Li Yao's interest was immediately piqued. Is it possible to have multiple bloodlines simultaneously? Who knows? The Empress responded before retreating into Li Yao's spiritual sea. Li Yao could only sigh at the Empress's enigmatic behavior. She always maintained this air of mystery, revealing just enough to tantalize without providing complete answers. Still, Li Yao smiled knowingly. Luckily, she was smart and figured out what the Empress was implying. The Empress was suggesting that Xiang Yu might indeed be capable of absorbing both bloodlines. With that possibility in mind, she resolved to give him both precious essences. She placed 2 small crystal vials into her senior brother's open palms. These are drops of phoenix and dragon blood, Li Yao explained, her eyes bright with excitement. If you refine them, you can obtain their bloodlines. Reaching into her pouch, she withdrew a manual that caught Xiang Yu's attention immediately. Unlike the typical cultivation texts, ancient, weathered scrolls with faded characters, this one appeared pristine, as if freshly created and never before opened. Here, take this, she said, carefully placing the manual atop the vials in his hands. This is the high-grade ice palm technique. She tilted her head slightly in thought. You said your spiritual root is the low 5 elements, right? Xiang Yu nodded, curious where this was leading. Although having multiple elements might seem like a disadvantage, it also has its own advantages, she continued, her voice taking on an instructional tone. With your comprehension, it shouldn't be hard for you to grasp an ice element technique from your water element. He nodded again, keeping his thoughts hidden behind a grateful smile. This truly was the world of geniuses, he reflected silently. She casually mentioned it shouldn't be hard, when in reality, developing mutated elements from basic ones represented a significant challenge for most cultivators. What Li Yao dismissed as simple would be an insurmountable obstacle for many. Of course, with his transcendent Tao physique, refining any type of energy came naturally to him. Still, he appreciated her thoughtfulness in providing this rare technique. He had been wondering how to acquire ice element techniques, and now she had solved that problem effortlessly. All that remained were the wind element and perhaps light and dark, though those last 2 seemed beyond reach for now. Light element techniques were exceedingly rare due to the element scarcity. As for dark, while many demonic sect disciples utilized similar energies, they typically wielded corrupted demonic power that merely resembled true dark element rather than the pure form itself. Finding authentic dark element techniques would prove challenging, as most were likely classified as forbidden demonic arts. For the moment, he would set aside that pursuit. As these thoughts circulated through his mind, Li Yao suddenly retrieved a glowing wooden plank from her pocket. The inscription upon it pulsed with a soft light. "The master is calling me," she announced, already turning to leave. "Make sure to practice the technique well." With those parting words, she activated her movement technique and soared away, her form blurring as she disappeared into the distance. In the Celestial Summit Hall, all the elders of the Azure Cloud sect had gathered to address the urgent matters facing their order. The chamber held a solemn atmosphere as 9 senior cultivators arranged themselves around the grand table. Elder Feng Wing of the Blade Pavilion, who also served as Grand Elder, Elder Zhao Lufeng of the Ethereal Wind Pavilion, Elder Gashantian of the Mountain Heart Pavilion, Elder Su Yihan of the Reflection Pavilion, Elder Lei Jumming of the Thundering Echo Pavilion, Elder Wu Tiangang of the Spirit Forging Pavilion, Elder Jiang Qingxin of the Meditation Pavilion, Elder Lu Shueyue of the Flowing Water Pavilion, and Elder Huang Fengqi of the Phoenix Ascension Pavilion. Let's start with the most important part. We need a new sect leader. Elder Su Yihan spoke, breaking the heavy silence that had settled over the hall. Elder Gua was about to speak, but the Grand Elder placed a hand on his shoulder, shaking his head gently. We all know that you and the sect master were sworn brothers, but the sect cannot remain without a leader, he said. Even if it has not even been a day, we still have to do this. This isn't a clan, but a sect. We have to look out for everyone's best interests. Elder Gwyn nodded reluctantly. Though it pained him to select a new sect leader when his brother's corpse was not yet cold, he understood the necessity. The sect still had enemies. Though they had won this battle, they had not yet won the war. Who should we select as the new sect leader? Elder Huang asked, her gaze sweeping across the assembled elders. All eyes turned toward the Grand Elder expectantly. But to their surprise, he simply shook his head. Let you youngsters decide among yourselves, he said with finality. I'll also be stepping down from my position as the Grand Elder. Shocked murmurs rippled through the hall, but the Grand Elder raised his palm to quiet them. I only stay to look after my friend's son, but it seems I couldn't accomplish even that. His voice carried no self-pity, merely stating a fact that pained him deeply. The elders listened in respectful silence. The Grand Elder belonged to the previous sect master's generation, not their own. His next words fell heavily in the quiet chamber. I'm growing old. I'll enter retreat to see if I can break through to the Golden Core stage. A pause. If I can't, I'll just join my brothers. Everyone understood the meaning behind his words. If he failed to achieve this breakthrough, his natural lifespan would expire, and he would pass from this world. I have someone to recommend for the position, though, the Grand Elder continued, noticing the somber mood that had descended upon the gathering. I recommend Elder Gua's disciple, Li Yao. When they heard this suggestion, heads nodded in unison. Many had harbored the same thought, but hesitated to voice it. Coming from the Grand Elder, however, the recommendation carried significant weight. They had all witnessed Li Yao's overwhelming power during the recent battle. Having her as sect leader would provide a powerful beacon of strength to inspire confidence among the disciples. Their only reservation concerned the considerable generation gap. All eyes turned to Elder Gua, seeking his reaction. My disciple is not even 50 years old, Elder Gua objected firmly. Why should she carry the burden of the sect? Elder Gua, don't be so harsh, Elder Wu Tiangang countered. She's also an adult. I'm sure she'll understand the sect situation. Elder Gua gritted his teeth in frustration. These people wanted to push all responsibility onto a youngster. Had they no shame? Although Li Yao possessed remarkable strength, she remained, in his eyes, just a child. Suddenly, Elder Huang placed her gentle hand on his shoulder. How about this? We can ask her directly. If she doesn't agree, then we'll have to abandon the idea, she suggested. The other elders nodded in approval, seemingly satisfied with this compromise. Fine. Elder Gua relented with a sigh as he retrieved a wooden communication plank from his sleeve, its surface glowing faintly with energy as he activated it. When Li Yao arrived at the gathering in the Celestial Summit Peak Hall, several elders rose to their feet, greeting her with the respectful address typically reserved for equals rather than disciples. Greetings, fellow Taoist Li, they said with measured deference. These people are truly shameless, Elder Gua thought, watching his colleagues' transparent attempts to curry favor. Yet even as irritation flickered through him, understanding followed. For the sect to survive in these perilous times, they desperately needed a powerful leader. His only reservation was whether Li Yao possessed the right temperament to shoulder such a burden. She stood in her prime, a once-in-a-generation talent with boundless potential. In his heart, Elder Gua firmly believed she had the makings of an immortal. Given sufficient time and freedom, she would undoubtedly ascend to shake the very heavens themselves. But the sect now bore the ominous mark of the high-level woman cult. An ordinary disciple might simply flee when the inevitable storm broke, but a sect master would be honor-bound to stand firm, even if it meant going down with the sect. Li Yao, the Grand Elder, addressed her directly, his weathered voice carrying across the chamber. Are you interested in becoming the sect master? Surprise flashed across Li Yao's face. Clearly, she hadn't anticipated this when summoned to the elders' gathering. Her gaze swept across the chamber, taking in the expectant expressions turned toward her, some hopeful, others calculating, all intensely focused on her response. "You needn't feel pressured," Elder Boy interjected, his tone gentle yet firm. "Just follow your heart. No one will dare blame you, regardless of your decision." Beside him, Elder Huang offered an encouraging smile. Within Li Yao's consciousness, the Empress's voice resonated with measured caution. "What will you choose? If you become the sect leader, you'll be mortal enemies with a woming cult." Li Yao surveyed the assembly once more, noting the mingled hope and desperation in their eyes. Though she could certainly flee, her power now sufficient to establish herself anywhere, such an act ran counter to her fundamental nature. With so many looking to her for salvation, how could she possibly abandon them? Besides, victory and defeat remained uncertain. The future had yet to be written. Drawing herself to her full height, Li Yao nodded decisively. "I will fight for our sect," she declared, her voice ringing with unwavering conviction. The Grand Elder's weathered face creased into a satisfied smile. "What?" Elder's shock escaped as an audible exclamation. How could his typically carefree, mischievous disciple agree to such a restrictive role? He had been certain she would decline. Before he could process this unexpected development, the other elders rose from their seats in a synchronous motion, bowing formally to their new leader. "We greet the sect master," they intoned in unified respect. Elder Gua glanced around the chamber, bewilderment giving way to resignation. He released a soft sigh. Perhaps he truly was growing old. If she wished to remain and shoulder this burden, what could he do? In truth, beneath his concern lurked a flicker of pride. She had chosen the path of responsibility rather than self-preservation. He had truly chosen his disciples well. Noticing that every eye in the chamber had turned expectantly toward him, Elder Gua composed himself. A small smile softened his features as he too inclined his head in formal acknowledgement. "I greet the sect master." I wonder what master would think, he thought reflectively. He was deeply disappointed when the sect genius of our generation declined to become sect master. But this sect genius has raised an even greater talent who now takes up the mantle. I hope master won't be too disappointed that it took this long. Li Yao sat on the sect master's seat, surrounded by countless memorandums spread across the large desk before her. Her eyes skimmed over the documents for a few seconds before frustration overwhelmed her. With a sudden burst of irritation, she slammed her fist against the table, causing several papers to leap into the air before fluttering back down haphazardly. "Why is this so difficult?" she thought bitterly. When she had accepted the position, she'd imagined herself leading armies and standing at the front lines when battle came, not drowning in administrative paperwork. She'd much rather be watching her senior brother practicing his techniques right now. Why should she care about budgets and resource allocations? The Empress could only sigh as she observed Li Yao. "Let me see that," she finally spoke as she materialized next to her. Li Yao spread out the documents for the Empress to examine. "First, you need to allocate a budget for repairing the damaged buildings. The sect still needs to function after all," the Empress instructed, her voice taking on a lecturing tone. "Next, reinforce the sect boundaries. Although the battle is over, the sect has grown considerably weaker, and nearby sects might get ambitious ideas." The Empress continued with her guidance. "You also need to select a new elder of the Scripture Pavilion, as well as appoint a new Grand Elder. Though keeping the Grand Elder position vacant for now is acceptable. Such a role is traditionally filled by seniority, and the only suitable candidate would be your master, but he likely won't accept it, so leave it vacant for the time being." She gestured toward another document. "You should also summon a sect-wide meeting to formally announce your new position as sect leader. You can also use this opportunity to identify and remove Elder May's remaining subordinates, which will help establish your authority." Li Yao listened with growing amazement, her earlier frustration dissolving into admiration. "You're really good at this," she remarked sincerely. "How do you think I became the human empress?" came the slightly smug reply. "I thought you just beat everyone up," Li Yao answered, causing the empress to facepalm. "Is that not true?" Li Yao pressed, genuinely perplexed. This girl is truly beyond saving, the Empress thought privately. While power is certainly necessary to rule an entire race, you also need to convince the masses to follow you willingly. If you rely solely on raw strength, they might not truly listen to your commands, the Empress explained patiently. Can't you just beat up those who don't listen? Li Yao asked, her brows furrowed in honest confusion. The Empress began before sighing deeply and abandoning the attempt. Never mind, she concluded, retreating back into the depths of Li Yao's spiritual sea. Li Yao sat alone, wondering what had frustrated the Empress so greatly. Her contemplation was interrupted as the door to the chamber slid open. Sect Master, I heard a commotion. Did something happen? Elder Huang asked as she entered the room with a respectful bow. Elder Huang thought to herself that while she had been assigned to guide Li Yao due to their prior relationship, addressing her former junior as Sect Master still felt peculiar. Nevertheless, she had witnessed Li Yao's overwhelming power firsthand during the battle. In the cultivation world, superior strength commanded respect. The one with the stronger fist was always the elder, regardless of age or experience. Martial Aunt, don't be so formal, Li Yao said, waving her hand dismissively. Sect Master, if we don't maintain proper protocol, how can you convince others of your authority? Elder Huang countered firmly. There's no one here to convince, so you can just act normal, Li Yao insisted. All right. Elder Huang conceded with a slight smile. Do you have any instructions? She asked, her tone notably less formal. Something remarkable happened then. As Li Yao began issuing orders, the aura surrounding her transformed completely. Gone was the petulant young woman frustrated by paperwork, replaced by someone who radiated natural authority. Yes. First, assign people to repair the damaged sections of the sect and bring me a comprehensive damage report, she commanded, her voice carrying an unmistakable weight of authority. I also want to hold an official inauguration ceremony, so announce a sect-wide gathering. Recall all members who are currently outside the sect, and prevent those inside from departing for the time being. Li Yao's posture straightened as she continued, and don't forget to monitor nearby sects closely. Report any unusual movements to me immediately. Elder Huang could only bow deeply before departing. As she closed the door behind her, she marveled at this unexpected transformation. She had always viewed Li Yao as merely a mischievous, talented girl, but this commanding presence was entirely unexpected. When Li Yao spoke in that manner, it felt as though one stood before an emperor addressing his court. Elder Huang had almost felt compelled to kneel and accept the imperial edict. Her senior brother's disciples were truly extraordinary. Xiang Yu sat cross-legged in his room, focused intently on the 2 crystal vials placed before him on a small wooden table. The ice palm technique had already been registered in his system. That part was simple enough. Now only these bloodline essences remained. He recalled his junior sister's explanation that refining these blood essences would grant him actual bloodlines. Though his knowledge of bloodlines remained limited, he understood their significance in the cultivation world. It was almost always better to have one than not. The 2 vials contained essences from truly extraordinary creatures, one from a phoenix and one from a dragon. These weren't merely rare beasts, but mythical entities of immense power. A question nagged at him. Why Li Yao given him both? The phoenix bloodline was traditionally considered feminine in nature, more suited for female cultivators. More importantly, was it even possible for one person to simultaneously possess 2 different bloodlines? Well, there's only one way to find out, Xiang Yu muttered to himself. With a decisive motion, he uncorked both vials and tipped their contents directly into his mouth. The moment the essences touched his tongue, he instantly regretted it. He instinctively tried to spit them out, but it was already too late. The essences had seemingly dissolved, instantly absorbed into his bloodstream. Heat erupted throughout his body, starting as a warm tingle, but rapidly intensifying into a scorching inferno that seemed to originate from his very marrow. Desperate for relief, he tore off his outer robes, but the burning sensation only worsened. His skin flushed crimson as sweat poured from every pore. I'm starting to think that it wasn't a good idea to try them all at once, he thought, grimacing through the pain. The competing bloodlines were waging war inside him, each attempting to claim dominance over his body. Dragon and Phoenix, two mythical creatures, battled for territory within his meridians and organs. His internal organs began rupturing one after another as incompatible energies clashed violently. Though his transcendent Tao physique continuously attempted to heal the damage, it simply couldn't keep pace with the destruction. Through the haze of agony, an idea formed in Xiang Yu's mind. Hastily donning a fresh set of clothes, he bolted from his room, sprinting as though his life depended on it. And it did. When he reached the concealed cave entrance, he didn't even bother with his usual careful disguising of the opening. He simply plunged inside, scrambling through the narrow passage until he burst into the larger chamber housing the spirit spring. Without hesitation, he dove into the multicolored waters, fully submerging himself. Only then did the relentless burning subside enough for him to think clearly. The spring's energy worked to neutralize the external symptoms, but he could still feel the bloodlines ravaging his organs before the spring's healing properties could repair them. As he floated in the shimmering waters, Xiang Yu focused his concentration inward. If he could just guide the blood essences to stabilize until they appeared in his system interface, he might survive this ordeal. From his previous experiences, he knew that once abilities were recognized by his system, they ceased their chaotic behavior and became tools under his command, just like his abyssal void flame. The thought triggered a revelation. The flame. Perhaps it could help. With careful focus, Xiang Yu summoned the abyssal void flame, directing it toward the warring bloodline essences within his body. As the dark flame approached the battling energies, something unexpected happened. Both bloodlines immediately ceased their conflict, recoiling as if in fear of the flame's presence. Xiang Yu stared in astonishment at the bloodlines within his body. They weren't just subdued. They were trembling in fear, cowering away from his abyssal void flame, as if facing their natural predator. The sight perplexed him deeply. This flame had already proven extraordinary when it had effortlessly cleared his mental demons during meditation. But to witness it intimidating bloodlines of mythical creatures considered apex beings in the cultivation world, that was truly remarkable. Even if these were merely essence extracts rather than the actual creatures themselves, their reaction spoke volumes about the flame's true nature. What kind of power did he actually possess? Taking advantage of the bloodline's terrified state, Xiang Yu focused his concentration on refining them properly. The process proved surprisingly simple. With the essences subdued by the flame's presence, they offered no resistance. Within minutes, his system displayed a new entry. Bloodline, Dragon, Phoenix, Thin Blood, 10/1000. Xiang Yu released a long, steady breath, calming his racing heart. Curiously, he found himself less impressed by the legendary bloodlines he'd just acquired than by the abyssal void flame's unexpected power. A frown creased his forehead as he considered the implications. If the flame possessed such extraordinary capabilities, didn't that suggest it might have an extraordinary background, or belong to some ancient, powerful being? Would some terrifying immortal eventually come knocking at his door, demanding the return of their treasure? If that happened, he'd be utterly doomed. Deciding not to dwell on that troubling possibility, Xiang Yu carefully guided the flame back to his spiritual sea. If his theory was correct, now that the bloodlines had been registered in his system, they should remain stable. Just as he predicted, even after withdrawing the flame's presence, the dragon and phoenix essences remained peacefully in their respective territories, no longer battling for dominance. With the immediate danger past, Xiang Yu turned his attention to the wealth of information flooding his mind. As soon as the bloodlines had registered, his system had provided comprehensive details about bloodline classifications. They followed their own hierarchical ranking: lesser, common, gifted, noble, legendary, mythical, divine, and primordial. Humans possessed merely common bloodlines, while dragons and phoenixes ranked among the mythical tier, 5 levels higher. The gap was staggering, but what truly stunned Xiang Yu was discovering 2 rankings beyond even mythical. What inconceivable beings possessed divine or primordial bloodlines? The very thought sent a shiver down his spine. Despite their mythical status, the dragon and phoenix bloodlines wouldn't instantly make him OP. Bloodlines also had their own internal subdivisions: thin blood, common blood, half-blood, true blood, high blood, noble blood, pure blood, a progenitor, first blood. Having refined only a small amount of essence, Xiang Yu occupied the lowest tier, thin blood. Nevertheless, even this minimal connection offered substantial benefits. The Phoenix bloodline provided enhanced fire affinity, poison resistance, increased comprehension, and accelerated healing. The dragon bloodline proved even more impressive, strengthening his bones and toughening his skin, significantly boosting his physical power. At the same body refining level, he would now consistently outperform others in raw physical strength. Most importantly to Xiang Yu, the dragon bloodline offered something he had desperately sought: an understanding of the wind element. Unlike phoenixes, which specialized solely in fire, dragons came in numerous varieties, including wind dragons. This connection finally gave him insight into the wind element. He was a little disappointed that he hadn't gained any affinity with light or dark elements, but Xiang Yu reminded himself to be patient. One step at a time, he was already progressing far beyond what someone with his initial limitations should have achieved. As long as he continued at this pace, he'd eventually get there. As Xiang Yu basked in the restorative waters of the spirit spring, a sense of accomplishment washed over him. The dragon bloodline had granted him what he'd sought for so long: an understanding of wind qi. With his experience in creating elemental palm techniques, it took mere minutes to develop his wind palm technique and acquire some experience points for it. The Phoenix bloodline proved equally valuable, its enhanced healing properties already mending the internal damage from the earlier bloodline conflict. His body felt invigorated, tissues knitting together at an accelerated rate that exceeded even his transcendent Tao physique's natural recovery. He wondered what he would become when the 2 bloodlines finally reached progenitor level. The thought was thrilling. With the help of his system, he would eventually get there. He suddenly had a bold idea. He'd noticed how the dragon and phoenix essences behaved. They seemed to be opposites. Not opposites in the traditional sense, but opposites in that they didn't get along at all. They behaved as though they were ancient adversaries with a primal hatred so deeply ingrained that even their diluted essences instinctively battled upon contact. Their conflict wasn't necessarily detrimental, though. It could be harnessed. Deliberately loosening his control over the bloodlines, Xiang Yu watched as they immediately resumed their struggle, each fighting for dominance within his body. Rather than panicking, he observed with calculated interest. This conflict could be useful, a constant stimulus forcing both bloodlines to strengthen themselves against their rival. Before allowing this internal war to continue, however, he took time to fully heal. Between the spirit spring's energy, his transcendent Tao physique, and the Phoenix bloodline's regenerative properties, his body restored itself completely within minutes. I can't just let them fight unrestricted, he reasoned. If he did that, he'd only be harming himself. If his healing couldn't keep up, the result wouldn't be worth it at all. But a solution was already forming in his mind. His lips curved into a calculating smile that gradually transformed into an evil grin. If I study pill refining, I could create thousands of healing pills, he thought. Combined with my physique and the Phoenix bloodline's recovery abilities, I could rapidly regenerate while allowing the bloodlines to battle continuously. His body would become a battlefield and a crucible. Each skirmish between dragon and phoenix would strengthen both, and his physical form would adapt, growing more resilient through repeated recovery. Although his body would be a little hurt, it was a necessary sacrifice. His expression darkened with determination. To gain power, some sacrifices had to be made. He hoped his body would forgive him. Catching his reflection in the spring's shimmering surface, Xiang Yu paused, startled by the maniacal grin that had overtaken his features. He quickly composed himself, smoothing his expression into something more neutral. He remembered that it was almost lunchtime. His carefully structured daily schedule had been thoroughly disrupted. He would need to create a new one to accommodate these developments. More urgently, however, he needed to properly conceal the spirit vein. In his desperate rush to reach the spirit spring, he had completely neglected to hide the entrance. Li Yao exhaled deeply as she finished reviewing the final document. In truth, the Empress had done most of the work. She had first tried to guide her, but it got so frustrating that she just did it herself. Setting the papers aside, she thought to herself that her senior brother should have begun refining the bloodlines by now. It would be good to check on his progress. With that thought in mind, she rose from her seat, crossed to the window, and flung it open. Without a backward glance, she launched herself into the air, her form streaking across the sky as she flew toward Mountain Heart Pavilion. Secmaster, Elder Huang called out as she entered the chamber moments later, only to find it empty. Her eyes immediately landed on the open window, and understanding dawned. A knowing smile curved her lips as she crossed the room to close it. She thought to herself that despite her new position of authority, Li Yao remained the same impulsive, free-spirited girl she had always been. Xiang Yu was just returning to his courtyard when Li Yao descended from the sky, landing gracefully before him. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she greeted him. "Senior brother, did you finish refining the bloodlines?" she asked enthusiastically. She thought to herself that if he hadn't finished, she could pretend to help him and then... "Yeah, it's really great." "Thanks," Xiang Yu replied warmly, genuinely grateful for such a valuable gift from his junior sister. "As expected, you still haven't." Li Yao began automatically before his words registered. Her eyes widened. "Wait, you did what?" Shock colored her voice. How could he ever find them so quickly? The Empress had said that even for her, it would have taken quite some time, and he was refining 2 of them simultaneously. How is that possible? "I've refined them," Xiang Yu repeated simply. "Let me check," she insisted, stepping forward without hesitation. Her hands reached for his robes, parting the fabric to expose his chest. Her fingers traced patterns across his skin as she leaned closer, causing Xiang Yu to blush slightly at her proximity. "What are you doing? You can't detect bloodlines like this." The Empress's voice echoed within Li Yao's mind, her tone exasperated. "Even me, in my current state, am unable to detect bloodlines." Who said I'm detecting bloodlines? "I'm just getting some benefits," Li Yao responded mentally. When the Empress heard this, she retreated back to the spiritual sea without another word, unwilling to witness more of her host's brazen behavior. Junior sister," Xiang Yu spoke nervously, his cheeks flushed crimson. She looked up at his blushing face innocently. "Is that really necessary?" he asked, pointing at her hand that had wandered dangerously close to the waistband of his pants. Only then did Li Yao realize she had become so engrossed in feeling his muscles that she had lost herself completely. Her face reddened instantly to match his, and she jumped backward as if scalded. Well," she stammered, utterly flustered. Searching for an excuse, she managed, "Your physical strength has grown quite a bit." "Is that so?" Xiang Yu smiled at the compliment, and Li Yao nodded vigorously, grateful for the change of subject. "Here." Xiang Yu extended his hand toward Li Yao, offering her something. Li Yao carefully picked up 3 paper talismans from his palm. I've recently advanced my talisman making to the 8th grade and improved my explosion talisman," he explained, cutting her off. Internally, he thought to himself that he had made it sound simple, but in reality, it had been incredibly difficult. He needed to manually devise improvements for the 9th grade explosion talisman to reach the 8th grade without any formulas like he'd received with cooking recipes. It was then that he truly understood the usefulness of his system. When breaking through using the system, it provided real insights, but breaking through on his own required gaining those insights independently. Still, this was the only way he could properly thank his junior sister for the 2 precious bloodlines. He suspected his earlier 9th grade explosion talismans might not be useful for someone of her strength. From what he had heard, she had easily defeated a golden core cultivator. Only 8th grade talismans might be somewhat useful to her. "Thank you," she said sincerely, carefully storing the talismans in her spatial ring. She thought to herself that it was truly wonderful to have someone looking out for her. Within Li Yao's spiritual sea, the Empress observed this exchange with mild irritation. She had always been looking out for this girl, yet received no acknowledgement for her efforts. Well, she would be the bigger person and not blame it on the younger generation. She would simply let Li Yao suffer a little more next time. This wasn't being petty. How could the human empress stoop that low? She was simply preparing her for the real world. After finishing lunch, Xiang Yu retreated to his room, settling into a comfortable meditation posture on his bed. He closed his eyes, focusing on the flow of energy through his meridians. The familiar tingling sensation told him he was nearing another breakthrough. He contemplated how rapidly his cultivation had advanced recently. The morning's feast had supplied an abundance of spiritual energy, and soaking in the spirit spring had further accelerated his progress. But there was another factor at play: his newly acquired bloodlines. According to cultivation texts, monsters didn't rely on spiritual roots like human cultivators. Instead, they absorbed energy directly through their bodies. Though his dragon and phoenix bloodlines were still at the thin blood stage, he could already feel this ability beginning to manifest. The potential excited him, though he recognized that significant improvements would require upgrading his bloodline substantially. A soft sigh escaped his lips as he compared his journey to Li Yao's meteoric rise. She had not only reached the Golden Core realm, but had now become sect leader as well. He wasn't particularly surprised by the news. He had expected such an outcome given her strength, especially in these troubled times. Xiang Yu reached into his spatial ring, withdrawing several thick manuals his martial aunt had provided. He arranged them on his bed, examining the peculiar titles. Pill Refining 101. The Truth About Blacksmithing. The Difference Between Alchemy and Medicine. The 10 Steps to Becoming a Great Farmer. Is formation making stronger than talisman making? He couldn't help but chuckle at the strange titles. They sounded remarkably like clickbait headlines from his previous life's internet browsing. Still, Elder Huang had assured him these were excellent foundational texts. He trusted her judgment, even if her taste in educational materials seemed questionable. Before diving into these secondary profession manuals, however, there was an important matter he'd nearly forgotten. With everything that had transpired, he hadn't yet examined the spatial ring taken from the core formation expert he'd killed. Reaching back into his spatial ring, Xiang Yu retrieved the blood-stained ring he'd claimed from his defeated enemy. It was time to see what benefits it held. With a flicker of anticipation, Xiang Yu retrieved the blood-stained spatial ring he'd claimed from the core formation expert. He already knew that what was inside was bound to be good given the owner's strength. The only question was just how good exactly. He channeled a pulse of qi into it, causing the storage space to manifest its contents before him. The first items to materialize were the usual, several scrolls of demonic techniques. Without hesitation, Xiang Yu summoned his abyssal void flame and incinerated them, watching as the techniques crumbled into ash. Next was a glass bottle containing several pills. Activating his appraisal ability, Xiang Yu identified them as 8th grade healing pills. These pills were certainly valuable, but insufficient to regenerate an entire limb as the core formation expert had done earlier. The man must have possessed some other method or treasure to accomplish such rapid recovery, though it wasn't among the ring's contents. Moving on, a weathered scroll caught Xiang Yu's attention. His appraisal identified it as the Flame Tempering Scripture, a high-grade manual detailing methods to strengthen one's physical body using flame energy. Xiang Yu's eyes lit up with interest. This would complement his newly acquired Phoenix bloodline perfectly. He carefully set the scroll aside for further study. The remaining items proved disappointingly mundane. Some spirit stones, a few common talismans, and miscellaneous cultivation resources that, while useful, hardly qualified as exceptional treasures. For a core formation expert, The collection seemed rather sparse, leaving Xiang Yu with a twinge of disappointment. His gaze drifted to another scripture he discovered earlier but hadn't yet examined closely. The title alone made him hesitate. Midnight Yang Restoration Scripture. Despite its suggestive name, Xiang Yu noticed it was classified as a superior grade scripture. As much as he didn't like it, he couldn't easily dismiss a superior grade scripture. Well, he rationalized to himself, I could potentially derive insights about yin-yang energy manipulation from this. Are they even considered elements at all? After convincing himself with that excuse, he glanced around his empty room, confirming that no one was watching. He then quickly tucked the questionable scripture into his spatial ring. Better not to risk anyone discovering such material in his possession. The misunderstandings would be endless. Settling into a meditative posture, Xiang Yu reflected on his newly acquired resources. Though the spatial ring hadn't yielded the treasure trove he'd hoped for, he'd still gained some valuable materials. His attention returned to the flame tempering scripture laid out before him. The manual described method for using powerful flames to strengthen one's physical form, but Xiang Yu intended to use it for other purposes. Just as he'd done with the palm techniques, he could potentially extract the core principles and apply them to other elements. With sufficient understanding, he might create tempering techniques for each element. And since scriptures didn't require reaching a certain threshold to merge, he could merge them into something truly exceptional. Though it might have seemed as an impossible task before, he felt that it might be achievable. With his enlightenment enhanced by the Phoenix bloodline, Xiang Yu felt confident he could template the scripture. After struggling with the scripture for several hours, Xiang Yu finally reached his limit. He set the flame-tempering scripture aside with a frustrated exhale, running his fingers through his hair. So close, yet still unable to grasp that final critical insight. The challenge was more complex than he'd initially anticipated. Creating a tempering template wasn't as straightforward as with the palm techniques. Each element required its own distinct approach. The methods effective for fire simply wouldn't work for water, earth, or the others. Fire consumed and purified, water nourished and flowed, wood grew and expanded, earth stabilized and protected, metal condensed and sharpened. Each required unique parameters, meticulously calibrated to harness their inherent properties without damaging the body. Despite the temporary setback, determination still burned in his eyes. He wasn't giving up, far from it. His system showed his enlightenment had progressed well beyond the halfway mark. Once it reached the superior stage after the next reset, perhaps he might even extract insights about the mysterious yin-yang elements from that questionable scripture. Setting these aside for now, Xiang Yu turned his attention to the generous array of resources Elder Huang had provided for his secondary profession studies. She hadn't merely supplied manuals, she'd also provided him with complete practice kits, an alchemy furnace for pill refining, quality soil samples for herb cultivation, formation discs for practicing array configurations, and various other specialized tools. As he examined the exquisite craftsmanship of the alchemy furnace, Xiang Yu noted that some of these items were probably unaffordable to the sect. He guessed she had provided these from her personal collection. His martial aunt was quite wealthy. The realization made him smile wryly as a peculiar thought crossed his mind. His master, now weakened and being lavishly cared for by a rich lady, wasn't that one would call eating soft rice. But Xiang Yu wasn't one to talk as he himself was in a similar position, relying on the newly appointed sect master. Like disciple. Shaking away these distracting thoughts, Xiang Yu decided to begin with pill refining, having already attempted it previously. From the various resources provided, he selected several medicinal herbs that his martial aunt had supplied, then opened the Pill Refining 101 manual. With his advanced mind level, he absorbed the text's contents rapidly, his understanding deepening with each paragraph. Despite the book's questionable title, the information inside proved genuinely valuable, illuminating the numerous errors in his previous attempts. So that's where I went wrong, he murmured, closing the book with newfound clarity. Positioning the alchemy furnace before him, Xiang Yu activated his abyssal void flame. The dark fire responded instantly to his will, its intensity perfectly calibrated as he carefully arranged the selected herbs within the furnace. Following the manual's instructions step by step, he began the refining process. His first attempts ended in failure. Herbs burned too quickly, medicinal properties lost during extraction, proportions improperly balanced. Each failure provided valuable lessons, however, and he adjusted his approach accordingly. After several frustrating attempts, the furnace finally emitted a soft chime, signaling completion. With steady hands, Xiang Yu extracted a small, unassuming pill from the furnace. It wasn't particularly impressive, slightly misshapen, its color uneven, its energy signature lacking the vibrancy of properly refined medicines. By any professional standard, it would barely qualify as a functional pill. Yet Xiang Yu's face broke into a triumphant smile as his system interface updated. Alchemist. 9th grade. 1 out of 100. Success, he whispered, examining the modest pill with immense satisfaction. This marked the beginning of perhaps his most crucial secondary profession. If he advanced his alchemy skills sufficiently, he could potentially create pills capable of enhancing spiritual roots. Even a slight improvement would be enough. His system would handle the rest, doubling the enhancement until his spiritual root reached a respectable grade. Xiang Yu decided not to waste time accumulating more experience points just yet. Better to register all available professions first, then develop them systematically. Setting aside the alchemy furnace, he reached for the formation discs, eager to begin mastering yet another valuable skill. Setting up formations wasn't as complicated as pill refining. It bore more similarity to talisman making. Even the book titled, "Is Formation Making Stronger Than Talisman Making?" contained details about both practices. After studying the text thoroughly, Xiang Yu finally gained new blueprint knowledge beyond just explosion talismans. He also developed a fundamental understanding of formation making, acquiring an 8th grade sword formation and a 9th grade chi gathering formation. Since the chi gathering formation was considered one of the simplest formations to create, he decided to begin with that one. His martial aunt had generously provided spirit stones for this purpose. Unlike talismans, which used energy injected by their creator and activated by a stream of chi, formations were typically placed and left to operate continuously. This meant they required an external energy source, usually spirit stones. Xiang Yu arranged the formation with meticulous care, following the blueprints precisely. His first attempt failed, but after making several adjustments, he finally succeeded in creating a functioning chi gathering formation. Though it only concentrated about twice the amount of chi as the surrounding environment, he reminded himself that this was merely a 9th grade formation. The effectiveness would certainly improve once he reached 8th grade proficiency and enhanced the design. For now, he had accomplished his immediate goal. Formation Master, 9th grade, 1 out of 100. Though Xiang Yu wanted to delve into the remaining professions, he noticed the growing darkness outside his window. Unlike before, when he could lose himself in training for hours on end, the conclusion of the Heaven Testing Pagoda event meant he needed to prepare meals for the others. He carefully stored the remaining manuals, planning to study them after dinner. The evening meal passed quickly. Both Elder Huang and Li Yao seemed preoccupied with other matters. Surprisingly, Elder Gua had broken through to the 9th layer of the Qi refining realm and could finally establish his foundation. However, he had decided against taking that step immediately. Although cultivators could advance to the next realm after reaching the 9th layer, achieving the 10th layer first would provide a more stable foundation for future cultivation. Master, isn't it better to just break through to the foundation realm now? Xiang Yu asked, genuine concern coloring his voice. You've aged 10 years in just one day. Will you be able to last another? Oomph, Elder snorted. How many cultivators ever get a chance to start over again? If I don't use this opportunity to build a solid foundation, it will be a waste of a lifetime. But, Xiang Yu began to protest, but Elder Gua raised his hand, silencing him. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, he stated firmly. If I don't reach the peak tomorrow, I'll give up. Only then did Xiang Yu relent. He thought to himself that even at the end of his life, Elder Guo remained a true genius. It was natural for such a person to challenge his limits. He just hoped the elder truly knew what he was doing. Otherwise, what would he tell Martial Ant if he allowed her beloved to perish? Since only the two of them remained after dinner, Xiang Yu escorted Elder Guo back to his chambers. Boy, are you looking down on this elder? Elder Guo protested when Xiang Yu helped him stand. How could I? Xiang Yu replied innocently, though he maintained his supportive grip. How great is this kid's body cultivation? He won't budge at all, Elder Guo thought as he attempted to retrieve his arm. Then why are you helping me stand? Do you think I'm a cripple now? He asked, his voice rising with indignation. Master, don't misunderstand. I'm only doing this for Martial Ant, Xiang Yu explained. Inwardly, Xiang Yu thought, who cares about you, old man? I'm only taking care of you because your wife is rich. Martial Ant always gave him nice things, so he should naturally look after her husband when she was away. Master, Xiang Yu spoke as they reached the elder's chambers. What? Elder Guo asked impatiently. When are you going to marry Martial Ant? He inquired with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Elder Guo's face instantly reddened. You brat. He attempted to strike Xiang Yu, but the younger man was faster, darting away while chuckling to himself. Oomph. Kids these days, Elder Guo muttered as he entered his room. No respect for elders at all. Once alone, he approached the small sandalwood altar in the eastern corner of his room where his master's memorial tablet stood. With reverent movements, he carefully placed a newly carved tablet beside it, his sworn brother's name freshly etched into the polished surface. He arranged 3 incense holders before the tablets. The familiar scent of sandalwood filled the room as he lit the first stick, watching the thin trail of smoke rise toward the ceiling. He bowed 3 times, his forehead nearly touching the floor. Junior brother, I failed to protect you, he whispered, his voice thick with emotion, but I will not fail our sect. After bidding good night to his master, Xiang Yu returned to his studies. This time, he planned to attempt blacksmithing. He didn't anticipate much difficulty. After all, he had watched numerous blacksmithing videos in his previous world and felt confident in his basic understanding of the craft. This overconfidence evaporated the moment he began reading the manual. Only then did Xiang Yu realize his knowledge was superficial at best. Proper blacksmithing involved countless parameters he had never considered. Metal compositions, temperature control, folding techniques, cooling methods, and intricate hammer patterns that varied depending on the desired outcome. Fortunately, for 9th grade blacksmithing where he would begin, the process wasn't dramatically different from his initial expectations, just requiring greater precision than he'd anticipated. Later, when crafting genuine spiritual treasures became his goal, the complexity would increase exponentially. But Xiang Yu didn't dwell on these future challenges. With his system, mastering blacksmithing would come naturally through accumulated experience points and their subsequent doubling. For now, he needed to take the first step. Xiang Yu retrieved the iron ingots his martial aunt had provided, along with the small forge she had included in her generous gifts. He carefully arranged everything in the courtyard, ensuring adequate space to work safely. He then summoned his abyssal void flame. The dark fire responded instantly to his command, enveloping the iron and bringing it to 1,000 degrees within seconds. Mindful not to melt the metal, he quickly withdrew the flame once the iron glowed a proper cherry red. Next came hammering the heated metal into the shape of a knife. He decided to start with a knife because of its simple shape and also because the knife had been the first weapon he'd wielded after arriving in this world. With methodical strikes, he formed the basic silhouette, each blow of the hammer reshaping the malleable metal beneath his steady hand. Once satisfied with the basic shape, Xiang Yu proceeded to the critical hardening process. He reheated the blade to the proper temperature before rapidly quenching it in water, the sudden temperature change causing steam to billow upward in a satisfying hiss. He then tempered the metal on low heat, carefully watching for the telltale color changes that indicated proper molecular restructuring. In the final stages, Xiang Yu meticulously ground and polished the edge, taking extra time to ensure proper sharpness. After fitting a simple but functional handle to the tang, he stepped back to examine his completed work. The knife wasn't extraordinary by any means, certainly nothing like the spiritual weapons wielded by high-level cultivators, but for a first attempt, it was passable. Just as he had anticipated, his system confirmed his success. Blacksmith, ninth grade, 1 out of 100. For the last two professions, it was a challenge to gain them. Medicine required treating patients, and farming required him to farm crops. After pondering for a while, Xiang Yu had a sudden inspiration. He walked to the livestock enclosure where he kept his collection, more than 10 wild boars, 5 vicuñas, and various other wild animals he had captured over time. His eyes swept across the pen, finally settling on the plumpest boar. He effortlessly hoisted the hefty animal and carried it away from the enclosure. His destination, the hidden spirit vein. After reaching the concealed entrance, he carefully slipped inside with his cargo, meticulously resealing the opening behind him. The spirit spring within the cavern caught his attention immediately. Its multicolored surface had nearly returned to its former vibrancy. He concluded that the spirit spring took 24 hours to completely recover. This meant he could utilize it daily. Returning his focus to the task at hand, Xiang Yu placed the boar on the ground and withdrew a knife from his spatial ring. He approached the animal, an unsettling smile playing across his lips. "It's nothing personal," he said softly. He then made a small incision on the boar, just enough to break the skin. Then, reaching into his spatial ring again, he retrieved one of the healing pills he'd acquired from the core formation expert. He carefully fed the pill to the wounded animal. Before his eyes, the small injury closed completely, the skin knitting together as if it had never been harmed. "These pills are quite effective," he noted mentally, impressed by their potency. However, the system didn't register a new medicine profession. Xiang Yu wasn't particularly disappointed. He hadn't expected it to work anyway. Not wanting to continue harming the innocent creature for the sake of his experiment, he decided to abandon the medicine profession pursuit for now. Nevertheless, the boar still had another purpose to serve. Without hesitation, Xiang Yu lifted the animal and tossed it into the spirit spring. The boar splashed about, seemingly confused by its sudden immersion in the glowing waters. "As my cooking level increases, it's becoming harder for ordinary ingredients to keep up," he reasoned. "If I want to continue creating exceptional dishes, I need superior ingredients." This experiment with the spirit spring was his attempt to create a spirit beast, an animal that absorbed spiritual energy and developed enhanced qualities. Such a creature would provide the high-grade ingredients his advanced cooking techniques demanded. Xiang Yu didn't linger to observe the results. He knew the transformation process, if it happened at all, would take considerable time as the beast gradually sensed and absorbed qi into its body. Instead, he turned his attention to the herb section of the cavern. Using his knife, he harvested several plants, hoping this action might trigger the farmer profession. After multiple attempts yielded no results, he reluctantly accepted that actual farming was required. Not one to give up easily, Xiang Yu collected seeds from the harvested herbs and sought out a clear area within the cavern. He diligently worked the soil with his knife until it was sufficiently soft, then carefully planted the seeds. Taking water from the spirit spring, he thoroughly watered his newly established garden. "Now I just need to wait," he thought. "Once I harvest my own crops, the profession should manifest." With his experimental tasks complete, Xiang Yu decided to take advantage of the spirit spring himself. Having broken through to the 5th layer during dinner, he wanted to accumulate experience points for the upcoming system reset. As he soaked in the rejuvenating waters, his gaze drifted to the boar swimming aimlessly in the spring. It showed no signs of absorbing qi, making him wonder if his spirit beast experiment might fail. Even when exposed to spiritual energy, it still takes natural talent to transform from a normal animal into a spirit beast, he reminded himself. Despite his doubts, he resolved to leave the animal in the spring for a few more days to see if any changes developed. With that thought, Xiang Yu closed his eyes and entered deep meditation. In this state, time slipped away like water through fingers. Before he knew it, the familiar notification appeared. Calculating settlement. Calculation complete. Body refining. 11th layer, 940/11,000 plus 100/11,000. Chi gathering. 5th layer, 50/500 plus 50/500. Mind. Level 4, 676/4000 plus 60/4000. Transcendent Tao Body. Level 1, 55/1,000,000 plus 5/1,000,000. Bloodline, Dragon, Phoenix, Thin Blood 15/1000 plus 15/1000. Enlightenment, High 1570/3000 plus 50/3000. Spirit Flame, Abyssal Void Flame, 6th grade, 10, 155/40,000 plus 5/40,000. High grade Lightning Strike and Palm. Beginner, 40/100. High grade Fire Palm. Minor success, 14 out of 200, plus 10/200. High grade Water, Wood, Earth Metal Palm. Minor success, 2 out of 200. High grade Ice and Wind Palm. Beginner, 2 out of 100, plus 2/100. Cook, 4th grade, 90/600, plus 50/600. Appraiser, 8th grade, 100/200, plus 100/200. Talisman Maker, 8th grade, 10/200, plus 10/200. Alchemist, Formation Master, Blacksmith, 9th grade, 1 out of 100. Experience points doubled. Alchemist, Formation Master, Blacksmith, 9th grade, 1/100, 9th grade, 2/100. Talisman Maker, 8th grade, 10/200, 8th grade, 20/200. Appraiser, 8th grade, 100/200, 7th grade, 0/300. Cook, 4th grade, 90/600, 4th grade, 180/600. High grade Ice and Wind Palm. Beginner, 2 out of 100. Beginner, 4 out of 100. High grade Water, Wood, Earth Metal Palm. Minor success, 2 out of 200. Minor success, 4 out of 200. High grade Fire Palm. Minor success, 14 out of 200. Minor success, 28 out of 200. High grade Lightning Strike and Palm. Beginner, 40/100. Beginner, 80/100. Spirit Flame, Abyssal Void Flame. 6th grade, 10, 155/40,000. 6th grade, 20, 310/40,000. Enlightenment, High 1570/3000. Superior, 0/4000. Bloodline, Dragon, Phoenix, Thin Blood, 15/1000, Thin Blood, 30/1000. Transcendent Tao Body. Level 1, 55/1,000,000. Level 1, 110/1,000,000. Mind. Level 4, 676/4000. Level 4, 1352/4000. Chi Gathering. 5th layer, 50/500. 5th layer, 100/500. Body Refining. 11th layer, 940/11,000. 11th layer, 1880/11,000. Next settlement. 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. As the notification appeared, Xiang Yu found himself engulfed in a state of pure enlightenment. His comprehension expanded and transformed, not painfully, but as if divine insights were flowing effortlessly into his mind. The problems that had previously stumped him regarding the fire-tempering scripture now resolved themselves naturally, without requiring active thought. He surrendered to this current of knowledge, allowing the insights to cascade through his consciousness until the process finally completed. He exhaled deeply to center himself. Though not overwhelming thanks to his high mind level, the experience remained profoundly shocking. The sheer volume of insights and previously unconsidered perspectives was staggering. This revelation matched the moment his enlightenment had first entered the high grade, truly like witnessing an entirely new world unveiling itself. As the flood of insights subsided, Xiang Yu turned his attention to his other stats. First, he noted with surprise the 100-point increase in his body refining. Contemplating this improvement, he concluded it likely resulted from when the competing bloodlines had ravaged his internal organs. His body, much like metal and blacksmithing, had apparently grown stronger through the cycle of damage and restoration, tearing and healing rather than heating and cooling. An evil grin spread across his face. This discovery provided even more justification for his plan to deliberately stimulate conflict between the bloodlines. He suspected this same process had contributed to the 5-point improvement in his transcendent Tao physique, though discovering the ice and wind elements had certainly played a role as well. The other stats hadn't increased significantly, with the notable exception of Fire Palm, which had gained an extra 10 points. He attributed this to the Phoenix bloodline subconsciously enhancing his fire element affinity. His appraiser profession had advanced to 7th grade, and after brief testing, he confirmed he could now extract more useful information, such as identifying specific talisman types, though certain limitations remained to be explored later. Although his talisman maker profession had already reached 8th grade before the reset, the system's doubling effect had finally granted him the insights he'd missed by breaking through independently. He acquired several new formulas for 9th and 8th grade talismans, which he mentally cataloged for future reference. His spirit cultivation progressed impressively. At this rate, he predicted a breakthrough to the 6th layer after the next reset. His pace was finally accelerating, though compared to his master's remarkable progress, he still had considerable ground to cover. Regarding the bloodlines, this first doubling had produced subtle changes, perhaps just a slight growth in the essence drops. This matched his expectations. Today, he would thoroughly test both bloodlines. Since they seemed so eager to battle, he was determined to discover their true capabilities. Most impressive of all was his abyssal void flame, which had finally crossed the halfway mark toward 5th grade. He wondered what changes this advancement might bring. Though recalling its previous breakthrough, he tempered his expectations. The flame clearly possessed extraordinary power, evidenced by how it had made mythical bloodlines cower in fear, yet Xiang Yu still didn't fully understand how to utilize it properly. He'd questioned his martial aunt about the flame, receiving only the simplistic answer that it was used to fight. Was he supposed to simply hurl at opponents? Considering its ability to reach 1,000 degrees almost instantly, it would certainly function as a devastating weapon. Yet he couldn't imagine immortals engaging in something as crude as throwing fireballs at each other. Regardless, he would unravel its secrets eventually. A new idea suddenly struck him. With his newly elevated enlightenment level, perhaps he could gain insights by directly analyzing the flame itself. He decided to attempt this later, after using his newly gained insights to complete the all-element tempering scripture. With the profound insights gained from his enlightenment breakthrough, Xiang Yu made swift progress in templating the scripture. Within minutes, he had successfully produced individual tempering scriptures for each of the 8 elements. Just as he prepared to merge them into the final technique, a bold idea struck him. He retrieved the Midnight Yang Restoration Scripture from his spatial ring, turning the scroll over thoughtfully in his hands. Perhaps he could extract the yin and yang elements and incorporate them into his templated scripture, creating something far more powerful than he'd initially envisioned. With this ambitious goal in mind, Xiang Yu unfurled the scroll and began studying its contents meticulously. He wasn't attempting to learn the technique itself. With his superior enlightenment, he could have mastered it even yesterday, as techniques only required 10% experience to learn if they were 1 grade above his enlightenment level. Instead, he sought to deconstruct its fundamental principles to reverse engineer the yang element from its core components. If successful, he could then theoretically derive the yin element by applying opposite principles, as yin and yang were perfect contraries of one another. Though the concept seemed straightforward, the execution proved exceedingly difficult. Without his multiple enlightenment enhancements from his phoenix bloodline and his transcendent Tao physique, such an attempt would have been utterly futile. Xiang Yu noted that it was time for his usual mind cultivation, but he dismissed the concern. Missing a single day wouldn't significantly impact his progress, especially with his mind advancement merely 2 resets away. The potential benefits of successfully integrating yin and yang elements far outweighed the cost of skipping one meditation session. He persisted in his analysis, methodically examining every character, every energy pathway, every subtle nuance of the scripture. His concentration remained unwavering as minutes stretched into hours. Nearly 3 hours into this intensive examination, his eyes growing weary from the strain, Xiang Yu continued pushing his mental faculties to their absolute limits. The scripture's complexities seemed to multiply with each layer of understanding he achieved. Then suddenly, like a veil lifting from his perception, everything aligned perfectly. The scripture's true essence revealed itself to him in a moment of crystal clarity. Midnight Sun-Yang Method. After working on it for almost 3 hours, Xiang Yu finally managed to extract a pure Yang scripture without all the unnecessary elements. Although it still sounded somewhat inappropriate, this version was the purest form he could achieve. He exhaled deeply to calm himself, determined not to rest now that he had reached his goal. It was time to derive the yin technique while the momentum remained. As he delved into the yin aspect, Xiang Yu noticed something unexpected. The process wasn't nearly as difficult as he had anticipated. This was because despite the midnight yang restoration technique being primarily yang-focused, it still incorporated yin energy for restoration purposes. Even the name contained midnight, which naturally inclined toward yin energy. The version he had extracted, the Midnight Sun-Yang method, still retained this subtle yin aspect. With this insight guiding him, Xiang Yu concentrated on isolating just the yin energy portion. After merely a few minutes of focused effort, he succeeded. Crescent yin method. He could sense it immediately. This was a pure yin scripture, distinct from the yang method he had extracted earlier. Surprisingly, this duality presented an advantage. To fuse techniques using his system function, they needed to be compatible. Merging pure yin and pure yang would be nearly impossible given their extreme opposition. But since the yang method contained a small yin component, it created a connection point where they could interface, making fusion feasible. However, Xiang Yu encountered an unexpected revelation. When he discovered these yin and yang methods, he realized his fundamental understanding had been flawed. These weren't elements as he had initially thought. They were more like foundational energies that comprise the elements themselves. Water, for example, contained rich yin energy balanced by slight yang. Disrupting this balance by introducing more yin would transform it into ice. The yin-yang equilibrium formed the very basis of elemental composition. After attempting to merge these energies with other elements, he found it impossible. Such a combination would completely destabilize the elemental balance. Nevertheless, his efforts weren't wasted. He decided to preserve these techniques, recognizing their potential future utility. Since the yin and yang methods showed compatibility with each other, he proceeded to merge them. The moment he activated the fusion, Xiang Yu found himself transported to an environment of extreme heat. His entire body seemed to burn and evaporate. In the next instant, he plunged into bitter cold, his form crystallizing and fracturing from the intense solidification. He oscillated violently between these polar states, experiencing the absolute extremes of both conditions. After what felt like an eternity, everything suddenly stilled. Xiang Yu found himself standing atop a massive Tai Chi symbol. To his right extended a burning world of scorching heat. To his left spread a frozen landscape of bitter cold. His body occupied the precise midpoint, simultaneously experiencing both extremes. He felt these opposing forces existing within him, But unlike the competing bloodlines that fought for dominance, these extremes perfectly balanced each other, harmony emerging from opposition. In the next moment, his eyes opened to a new system notification. Divine ability, yin-yang harmony. Xiang Yu stared at his system interface in disbelief. A completely new section had appeared, divine ability. He had never encountered such a classification before, but the name alone suggested it might typically be accessible only to those with divine-level enlightenment or higher, a level well beyond his current capabilities. How had he managed to unlock something so profound? Upon reflection, it made sense. Yin and Yang represented the ultimate opposing forces. Their successful merger would naturally produce something extraordinary. Still, the reality of what he'd accomplished stunned him. Examining the interface more closely, he noticed the absence of any numerical stats beside this new ability. It wasn't that the divine ability couldn't improve. Rather, his enlightenment level was insufficient to accumulate experience points for it. He suspected he couldn't gain even a single point of experience until his enlightenment reached the divine stage. Despite this limitation, the situation wasn't entirely discouraging. Even with just this initial understanding, Xiang Yu sensed a doorway to an entirely new realm of possibilities opening before him. He raised his hand, activating the fire palm technique. His palm began to glow with a gentle orange light. In the next moment, Xiang Yu deliberately enhanced the yang energy, pushing it to its extreme limit. His arm flared dramatically, blazing brighter than iron in a forge. Concerned about damaging the spirit spring, he quickly stepped out of the water onto the cavern floor. Approaching a massive boulder, he pressed his incandescent palm against the stone surface. To his amazement, his arm passed through the rock as though it were merely soft plastic, leaving a perfectly smooth hole in its wake. The raw destructive power of extreme yang energy exceeded anything he had previously wielded. Then he shifted the balance toward the opposite extreme, channeling pure yin energy instead. Instantly, the temperature in the entire cavern plummeted. Delicate snowflakes materialized from the air, drifting downward in a gentle shower. The boulder he had been touching instantly became encased in a thick block of ice, frost patterns spreading across its surface like intricate lace. Just as he was admiring this astonishing display of power, a wave of overwhelming dizziness struck him. His vision blurred, his knees buckled, and he collapsed against the ice-encased boulder. When consciousness returned, Xiang Yu found himself still slumped against the frozen rock. The ice had barely melted, suggesting he had been unconscious for only minutes. Yet when he checked the system reset countdown, he discovered it was already dawn. Nearly 2 hours had passed, yet the ice remained almost perfectly preserved. He had merely used the fire palm, a technique naturally abundant in yang energy. What might happen if he channeled extreme yin through his ice palm technique? The potential seemed limitless. Reality quickly tempered his enthusiasm, however. The divine ability exacted a tremendous cost. Just seconds of use had rendered him unconscious for hours. How could such a technique be practically applied in combat if it left him completely vulnerable afterward? Still, Xiang Yu refused to dismiss the ability as useless. He summoned his abyssal void flame, watching as the dark energy materialized above his palm. During the yin-yang fusion process, he had gained unexpected insights into this flame's composition. He now suspected it contained a dark element, or at least components of one. A bold hypothesis formed in his mind. If he could extract this dark element, then use his new yin-yang harmony divine ability to reverse it, couldn't he potentially generate both light and dark elements? This would complete his elemental collection, granting him mastery over every fundamental energy. His eyes narrowed with determination as he gazed into the swirling darkness of the flame. Well, he whispered to himself, there's only one way to find out. The moment Xiang Yu focused his complete attention on the flame hovering before him, his consciousness slipped away without warning. He found himself floating in an endless void, a place of absolute nothingness. The mark of the void flame appeared on his forehead, glowing softly. Though it didn't illuminate the darkness around him, it somehow granted him sight within this lightless expanse. Am I inside the abyssal void flame itself? He wondered, surveying the empty space. The thought didn't particularly surprise him. After all, the flame contained void in its name. It seemed natural that such an extraordinary treasure might possess its own dimensional space. As his vision adjusted, Xiang Yu noticed something unexpected taking form before him. A peculiar creature floated in the distance, something resembling a slime, but entirely covered in dark, wispy fur that rippled like smoke. The sight made him pause. Could this be the true form of the void flame? He questioned silently. But how could a natural treasure be a living creature? He wondered. Cautiously, Xiang Yu attempted to interact with the entity, reaching toward it with his consciousness. The creature remained completely unresponsive, as if unaware of his presence. After several attempts, he concluded it wasn't truly alive, at least not in any conventional sense. Drawing on the blacksmithing text he'd studied, Xiang Yu recalled information about artifact spirits, sentient consciousnesses that sometimes formed within powerful treasures after prolonged exposure to spiritual energy. While uncommon for natural treasures like spirit flames to develop such entities, it wasn't entirely impossible. It's probably not fully formed yet, he reasoned, studying the motionless creature. I wonder what might happen if it ever completes its development. He felt a growing pressure around him, as if the void itself was beginning to reject his presence. Understanding his time was limited, Xiang Yu refocused on his original purpose. He closed his eyes, concentrating on the absolute darkness that permeated this space. To his surprise, grasping the dark element proved remarkably simple here. This realm seemed composed entirely of pure darkness energy in its most concentrated form. Within seconds, he'd absorb enough to comprehend its fundamental nature. Not wanting to risk remaining any longer in this unsettling nothingness, Xiang Yu swiftly withdrew his consciousness, returning to his physical body with a slight jolt. Back in a cavern, he immediately tested his newly acquired understanding, channeling energy into his palm through the dark palm technique he'd created. His hand took on a subtle shade of gray, merely a hint of the darkness element. Still, he had succeeded. With practice, I could probably execute a fully realized darkness attack, he thought, watching the shadowy energy swirl around his fingers. But his enthusiasm died down as he realized that doing that would probably get him labeled as a demonic cultivator. Despite darkness being a legitimate element like any other, its association with demonic cultivators made displaying such techniques politically dangerous. People with darker tendencies naturally gravitated toward this element, giving it an unfortunate reputation. Best to not use this in public, he decided. With the dark element successfully acquired, Xiang Yu turned his thoughts toward his next challenge, somehow obtaining its opposite, the light element. Xiang Yu gazed at the dark energy swirling around his palm. He took several deep breaths, steadying his racing heart and preparing himself for what would come next. The divine ability had already rendered him unconscious once. He needed to be mentally prepared for the strain that would inevitably follow. It's now or never, he thought, steeling his resolve. With careful concentration, he activated the yin-yang harmony divine ability. Unlike normal techniques that required complex energy manipulation, this ability operated on a fundamental principle: extreme opposites in perfect balance. All he needed was to focus intensely on the properties that define darkness, then allow the divine ability to manifest their perfect inverse. The process felt surprisingly intuitive, yet he maintained absolute focus, unwilling to risk even the slightest error. He methodically identified each characteristic of the darkness element: its absorption of light, its tendency to conceal, its nature of consuming rather than producing energy. One by one, the divine ability began inverting these properties. The transformation began slowly, almost imperceptibly at first. The deep shadow encompassing his hand lightened by the faintest degree, like the first hint of dawn breaking through night's dominion. Gradually, The darkness changed from absorbing the surrounding light to reflecting it, the surface of his palm taking on a subtle gleam. The metamorphosis accelerated. His hand now glowed with a faint luminescence, as if illuminated from within. The darkness wasn't merely reflecting light, it was generating it. The transformation reached its climax as brilliant radiance erupted from his palm, flooding the entire cavern with blinding white light of incomparable purity. I did it, Xiang Yu thought triumphantly, witnessing the perfect manifestation of the light element. His moment of victory was brief, however. Oh shit, was all he managed to think before consciousness fled entirely, his body crumpling to the cavern floor. When awareness finally returned, Xiang Yu noticed that it was almost lunchtime. This time, he'd been unconscious for several hours longer than before, but it was understandable as he was creating an entirely new element rather than merely enhancing an existing one. He raised his hands before his face, channeling a small measure of energy into each palm. The left darkened with shadowy energy, while the right illuminated with gentle radiance. A smile of satisfaction spread across his face despite his lingering fatigue. He had finally acquired all 10 elements: fire, water, wood, earth, metal, lightning, ice, wind, dark, and light. He applied his knowledge of the fire tempering scripture template to create a tempering scripture for his 2 newest elements. Since he had already done this for the other elements, it didn't take long. 10 complete element tempering scriptures now rested within his mind. The temptation to merge them immediately was nearly overwhelming, but Xiang Yu decided not to do so at the moment. Such a fusion might bring unexpected outcomes. What if it took too much time? What if he passed out? He decided to first prepare lunch for the others before he attempted the fusion, so they didn't come looking for him. Changing into fresh clothes, Xiang Yu performed a quick check on the boar still swimming in the spirit spring. The animal showed no visible changes, remaining ordinary despite its prolonged exposure to spiritual energy. With a slight shrug, he tossed some medicinal herbs into the water for the creature to eat. Perhaps these will accelerate the process, he thought, though he didn't have high hopes. The pavilion kitchen felt unusually quiet as he began preparing lunch. His junior sister and martial aunt had been quite busy as of late, and it was a little lonely without them around. Though he never openly admitted, he missed Li Yao's energetic presence. But he didn't let it get to him, as such was the path of cultivators. Everyone has their own destiny. Hers was to lead, as for his. He smiled faintly. Mine is to stay home and cultivate diligently. Elder Gua joined him for the meal. It was quite rare for just the 2 of them to converse without the others, Xiang Yu thought. The elder seemed unusually emotional that day, causing him to talk more with Xiang Yu. Over steaming dishes of spirit-infused food, Elder Gua shared stories Xiang Yu had never heard about his master, tales of his early years, his relationship with the late sect master, and the traitorous Elder Mei. The narrative had all the elements of a protagonist's journey: betrayal, loss, and now the chance at redemption. His master also took this chance to expand Xiang Yu's knowledge on cultivation. Xiang Yu's knowledge of cultivation was rudimentary at best, so he listened intently to the elder's explanation. The progression from Qi gathering through foundation establishment, core formation, and golden core, all the way to the legendary nascent soul realm. After the talks, they parted ways. Xiang Yu returned to the spirit vein. As for his master, he told him that he was going to attempt building his foundation. After the meal, Xiang Yu felt refreshed and ready to discover what would emerge from merging the 10 elemental tempering scriptures. He hoped it wasn't another divine ability. Although it would be powerful, it was practically useless considering the cost. To ensure his safety, he immersed himself in the spirit spring, knowing it would accelerate his recovery if anything went wrong during the process. Settling comfortably in the spring, he mentally selected all 10 tempering scriptures: fire, water, wood, earth, metal, lightning, ice, wind, dark, and light, and pressed the fusion button within his system interface. The moment he initiated the fusion, an intense sensation washed over his entire body. He couldn't discern whether it was scorching heat or biting cold. The contradictory sensations blended together as his body began to transform. The feeling was somewhat similar to when he had acquired the transcendent Tao physique, though this process wasn't as excruciating. Pain still rippled through him, but it remained within tolerable limits. The peculiar sensation continued for nearly an hour, with waves of discomfort rising and falling unpredictably until finally subsiding. When the transformation completed, Xiang Yu immediately summoned his system interface to examine the results. As always, the system didn't disappoint. Physique, Transcendent Tao Body. Level 1, 110/1, 000, Chaos Body. Level 1, 10/000. His eyes widened in surprise. He had gained another physique. Though this was unexpected, he still thought that it was better than acquiring another divine ability. In his estimation, a physique offered greater versatility and permanent benefits compared to a single ability. Information about this new acquisition flowed directly into his mind, revealing its nature and capabilities. The Chaos Body ranked among the top 10 of the 3,000 Tao physiques. While Xiang Yu wasn't familiar with this classification system, he instinctively understood its significance. For the Chaos Body to rank within the top 10 indicated its extraordinary value. According to the knowledge that materialized in his thoughts, the Chaos Body allowed its possessor to control various energies and refine their physical form with them, eventually conferring immunity to all energies along with numerous other benefits. At his current rudimentary level, the Chaos Body merely enhanced his energy recovery rate, boosted his physical strength, and Xiang Yu blinked twice to ensure he wasn't misreading, granted immunity to elemental damage from the 5 primary elements. This last benefit stunned him. Most cultivators relied heavily on the 5 primary elements. Being immune to their effects represented a tremendous advantage. He reminded himself that this didn't equate to invincibility. The immunity only negated the elemental properties. He wouldn't burn when struck by fire, but would still suffer physical damage if that fire carried kinetic force or enhanced a weapon. Nevertheless, the implications were significant. If he advanced this physique further to include immunity to lightning, an element that relied primarily on its electrical properties to inflict damage, his defensive capabilities would become truly formidable. A question suddenly nagged at him. Why did the Chaos Body seem even more impressive than the Transcendent Tao Body? The Chaos Body ranked among the top 10 of the 3,000 Tao bodies, but he recalled no such distinction mentioned for the Transcendent Tao physique when he first acquired it. Was the Transcendent Tao physique not classified among the Tao bodies? Or perhaps it simply didn't rank in the top 10. This seemed implausible given that the experience requirement for the Transcendent Tao Body was nearly 100 times greater than that of the Chaos Body. Upon further reflection, Xiang Yu noticed that the Transcendent Tao physique already incorporated some features of the Chaos Body, such as the ability to refine various energy types, along with additional capabilities beyond that. Then understanding dawned on him. The Transcendent Tao physique transcended the Tao itself, placing it outside the classification of the 3,000 Tao bodies entirely. It likely incorporated aspects from numerous Tao bodies, making it truly exceptional. He had indeed struck cultivation gold with his original physique. But this realization prompted another thought. If the Transcendent Tao Body eventually encompassed all features of other Tao bodies, wouldn't he have eventually unlocked the Chaos Body's capabilities anyway? It seemed wasteful to possess 2 physiques with overlapping functions. Maybe a divine ability would have been more beneficial after all. Resigning himself to his current circumstances, Xiang Yu decided to view this development positively. He had simply gained early access to abilities he would have eventually acquired. Wait, I just remembered something, Xiang Yu thought suddenly, calling up his status screen again. A smile spread across his face as he discovered an additional change. Scratch that. It's actually more impressive than I thought. Spiritual Root. Medium Grade Omni-Element, October 2000. The Azure Cloud Sword Sect was situated in a modest region within the eastern continent of a small mortal world. Despite the region's limited size, it wasn't the only power present. Three sects dominated this territory: the Azure Cloud Sword Sect, the Iron Spirit Mountain, and the Lotus Jade Palace. These three forces maintained a delicate balance of power, keeping each other in check through an unspoken agreement. Though they projected an image of harmony, the reality was far more tenuous. The confined region had insufficient resources to sustain all three sects comfortably, yet expanding beyond their current boundaries wasn't an option. The surrounding territories were controlled by even more formidable powers that none of the three sects dared to challenge. When word spread that one of the sects had suffered a significant setback and weakened considerably, the other sects immediately sensed opportunity. After years of stagnation, they finally saw a chance to expand their influence and secure additional resources. At Iron Spirit Mountain, Sect Master Zhao Tiangang sat imposingly upon his seat. Standing nearly 7 feet tall, with a massive frame rippling with well-defined muscles, he deliberately remained shirtless, claiming clothes suffocated his impressive physique. His broad face twisted into a malevolent smile as he addressed the messenger before him. "The Azure Cloud Sword Sect has been reinforcing their defenses?" he inquired, his deep voice resonating through the hall. When a messenger confirmed with a nervous nod, the sect master erupted in a thunderous laughter that shook the very foundations of the hall. The poor messenger visibly trembled, fearing the ceiling might collapse from the vibrations. They're really struggling to hide their weakness. Don't they know that the more you try to hide it, the more obvious it is, Zhao Tiangang declared between booming laughs. After composing himself slightly, he continued, "What was the other information?" "The new sect master's inauguration," the messenger replied, his voice barely audible in comparison to his master's. "A new sect master? It's not even been 3 days," Zhao exclaimed, his eyes widening with amusement. After a moment of contemplation, his expression turned calculating. "I'll also go and see this so-called new sect master." Meanwhile, at the Lotus Jade Palace, a striking woman reclined in a luxurious bathhouse, steam rising around her elegant form. A messenger bird flew through an open window, and she gracefully caught it mid-flight without disturbing the tranquil water. She removed the small scroll tied to its leg before releasing the bird back to the skies. As her eyes scanned the contents of the message, a cold smile formed on her perfect lips. "Guashantian, when you rejected me back then, did you think this would happen to you?" she said, her voice dripping with both satisfaction and lingering bitterness. She rose from the bath, water cascading down her flawless skin as she reached for her silken robes. "On account of our previous relationship, I might allow you to wash my feet when I take over your little sect," she declared to the empty room, her laughter echoing off the marble walls. Xiang Yu's eyes widened as he observed the status screen. The transformation had yielded exactly what he'd hoped for. Spiritual Root, medium grade, omni-element, October 2000. Just as he'd suspected, the Chaos Body had triggered another improvement in his spiritual root. When he first acquired the transcendent Tao physique, he'd gained a spiritual root where none had existed before. Now, with his second physique, his cultivation potential had increased yet again. He took a deep breath, tempering his excitement with rational analysis. While this was undoubtedly progress, he recognized its limitations. This improvement could only elevate him to high-grade status eventually. If he wished to advance beyond that threshold, would he need to somehow acquire yet another physique? This wouldn't be sustainable. "I need to focus on my secondary professions as planned," he reminded himself. It was the clearest path forward. By improving his pill refining, he could eventually create pills capable of enhancing his spiritual root directly, bypassing the need for additional physiques. Xiang Yu committed himself to grinding experience points across his various professions. He began with talisman making, eager to test the new formulas he'd acquired during the last system reset. He crafted explosion talismans of the 8th grade, nearly 50 of them in succession. The process flowed more naturally now, each talisman requiring less concentration than before. He then diversified his production, creating barrier talismans, water prison talismans, wind burst talismans, chi dispersion talismans, tremor talismans, and many more. Though each variant offered unique tactical advantages, Xiang Yu still preferred the OG explosion talismans. Their straightforward destructive power held an undeniable appeal. Nevertheless, he crafted substantial quantities of each type, knowing they weren't solely for his personal use. Now that he had been recognized as a secondary professionist, with his martial ant investing resources in him, he needed to show tangible results, he thought. Most of these talismans would be submitted to the sect, strengthening their collective power rather than just his individual capabilities. Xiang Yu didn't mind this at all. In fact, he was all for it. He had never been one to enjoy combat. If he could provide weapons for others to handle the fighting, that would be ideal. His survival-focused mindset remained unchanged despite his growing power. After completing his talisman production, Xiang Yu shifted his attention to alchemy. Between the abundant herbs growing in the Spirit Vein cavern and those provided by his martial ant, his resources seemed practically limitless. With focus, he refined an impressive array of ninth-grade pills, chi condensation pills, minor healing pills, chi circulation pills, basic poison resistance pills, minor strengthening pills, and various others. The diversity available even at this lowest grade surprised him. Though he encountered several failures, his success rate hovered around 30%, remarkably high compared to the typical 10% achieved by most ninth-grade alchemists. He attributed this efficiency to his superior enlightenment and elevated mind level. He was confident that he could increase his success rate further as long as he improved these aspects. Having little personal use for these pills, Xiang Yu stored them carefully, planning to deliver them to his junior sister upon her return. They would serve the sect's broader needs. When he was done, he realized that it was already late. Dinner time had arrived, yet he'd been completely absorbed in his craft. He departed the Spirit Vein and prepared a meal, though no one appeared to share it. While he understood his junior sister and martial aunt's absence due to pressing sect matters, his master's absence concerned him. Extending his chi sense toward his master's quarters, Xiang Yu detected Elder Guo's aura, still vibrant and steadily rising. Not wishing to disrupt the delicate process, he quickly withdrew his perception. He's building his foundation, Xiang Yu realized with genuine admiration. 2 days after losing his cultivation completely, he was already building a foundation, truly a genius. Though abundant resources had certainly facilitated this rapid recovery, the achievement remained remarkable. After finishing his solitary meal, Xiang Yu returned to the Spirit Vein, channeling his energy into crafting formations and weapons for sect disciples. Having completed numerous items, he stored them alongside his previous creations. Like the talismans and pills, these items would primarily benefit the sect rather than himself, their current quality being of limited personal value. Exhaling loudly as he surveyed his day's production, a wry smile crossed his face. I hope they won't call me lazy, he thought. I've probably contributed more to the sect today than their entire GDP. He glanced at the time, noticing only 2 hours remained until system reset. These precious moments had been deliberately reserved for something far more ambitious than mere crafting. His gaze drifted to the spirit spring, where the boar continued floating aimlessly, showing no signs of chi absorption. But the animal's progress, or lack thereof, wasn't his concern now. What truly interested him was that the spring had completely replenished its energy since his last use. A calculating smile spread across Xiang Yu's face as he retrieved several pills from his spatial ring. These weren't the 9th-grade remedies he'd just refined, but the superior 8th-grade healing pills claimed from the core formation expert. 10 remained of his original stock. He removed his clothing and slipped into the multicolored waters of the spirit spring. The familiar tingling sensation of spiritual energy caressing his skin barely registered as his mind focused entirely on what was to come. Time for bloodline training, he whispered to himself, steeling his nerves for the agony he was about to endure. After settling into a comfortable position, Xiang Yu turned his awareness inward, conducting a final assessment of his internal landscape. The dragon and phoenix bloodlines rested peacefully in their respective territories. Taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and released his control. The effect was instantaneous. Like two ancient enemies spotting each other across a battlefield, the bloodlines surged from their designated regions with predatory intent. There was no gradual escalation, no warning growls or circling. It was on sight. Xiang Yu's face contorted as the warring essences collided within him. Their battle lines crisscrossed through his organs, leaving catastrophic damage in their wake. His spleen ruptured first, followed quickly by his liver and one kidney. Blood vessels shredded beneath the onslaught, flooding his abdomen with internal bleeding. On the surface, his skin began to crack like parched earth, crimson lines appearing across his arms and chest as the conflict manifested externally. Yet through this excruciating pain, Xiang Yu maintained his resolve. He had to endure. This was an investment in future strength. Let them fight, he thought grimly, swallowing one of the healing pills. His body worked frantically to repair itself. The transcendent Tao physique and Phoenix bloodlines' regenerative properties laboring alongside the Spirit Spring's restorative energy. When even these combined forces struggled to keep pace with the devastation, he supplemented them with healing pills, consuming them at carefully timed intervals to maximize efficiency. The process continued relentlessly as minutes stretched into hours. For Xiang Yu, however, time lost all meaning, dissolved in an ocean of torment. Each second extended into what felt like years of unbearable agony. Blood seeped from his eyes as capillaries ruptured beneath the strain. Several times his consciousness wavered, tempting him to abandon this self-imposed torture. Each time, he forced himself to endure. Just one more minute, he promised himself repeatedly, even as his vision dimmed and his lungs struggled to draw breath through damaged tissues. Finally, when he teetered at the very precipice of his endurance, the familiar notification appeared before him. Calculating settlement. Li Yao sat at her desk, carefully working through stacks of memorandums that demanded her attention as sect leader. Her brush moved quickly as she approved some documents and declined others, steadily reducing the mountain of paperwork before her. As she quickly dispatched one scroll after another, the Empress's voice echoed within her mind approvingly. "You're really starting to get the hang of it," she observed. "At this rate, you may be able to reach my level in a few million years." Li Yao paused momentarily, her brush hovering above the parchment. The Empress really did love to brag. "A few million years? You don't believe me?" The Empress immediately sensed her skepticism. Yeah, I believe you," Li Yao responded aloud, resuming her work. Experience had taught her it was always better to simply agree when the Empress was in one of these moods. As she signed another document with her official seal, her thoughts drifted to her senior brother. How long had it been since they'd spent any meaningful time together? For days trapped in the pagoda, longing for his company, only to return and be immediately buried in administrative responsibilities. She wondered if she could endure this isolation much longer. A fleeting impulse to sneak away and check on Xiang Yu crossed her mind, but she quickly dismissed it. He was probably sleeping at this hour. She shouldn't disturb him. Besides, her expression hardened with determination. Tomorrow would be the last day she'd work this intensely. She'd make certain of it. From within Li Yao's spiritual sea, the Empress observed her host's diligent efforts and resolute expression with pride. "This little girl has grown quite a bit," she thought to herself. When Xiang Yu saw the system notification, he instantly commanded the warring bloodlines to cease their conflict. Blood erupted from his mouth in a violent spray, while more crimson fluid seeped from his eyes, ears, and nose. This wasn't training. It was pure torture. With trembling hands, he consumed the remaining healing pills and focused his mind on recovery, his breathing ragged and uneven. He realized that he needed to upgrade his alchemy skills quickly if he hoped to continue this brutal method. With 1,000 healing pills at his disposal, this process wouldn't be nearly as devastating. After several minutes of intensive meditation, he finally regained some semblance of functionality. The battling bloodlines had ravaged his internal organs so thoroughly that he could barely move without excruciating pain lancing through his body. Every breath felt like inhaling shards of glass. Xiang Yu summoned the system settlement screen with a thought, anxious to see if this self-inflicted agony had yielded worthwhile results. If the gains weren't substantial, he would feel profoundly wronged. Body refining. 11th layer, 2380/11/000, plus 500/11/000. Chi gathering. 5th layer, 300/500, plus 200/500. Mind. Level 4, 1362/4000, plus 10/4000. Spiritual root. Medium grade omni-element October 2000. Transcendent Tao body. Level 1, 130/1/000/000, plus 20/1/000/000. Chaos body. Level 1, 50/10/000, plus 50/10/000. Bloodline, Dragon, Phoenix, Thin Blood, 80/1000, plus 50/1000. Enlightenment. Superior, 50/4000, plus 50/4000. Spirit Flame, Abyssal Void Flame, 6th grade, 320/40/000, plus 10/40/000. High-grade Lightning Strike and Palm. Beginner, 90/100, plus 10/100. High-grade Fire Palm. Minor success, 33 out of 200, plus 5/200. High-grade Water, Wood, Earth, Metal Palm. Minor success, 9 out of 200, plus 5/200. High-grade Ice and Wind Palm. Beginner, 14/100, plus 10/100. High-grade Light and Dark Palm. Beginner, 2/100. Cook, 4th grade, 200/600, plus 20/600. Appraiser, 7th grade, 100/300, plus 100/300. Talisman Maker, 8th grade, 50/200, plus 30/200. Alchemist, Formation Master, Blacksmith, 9th grade, 52/100, plus 50/100. Experience points doubled. Alchemist, Formation Master, Blacksmith, 9th grade, 52/100, 8th grade, 0/200. Talisman Maker, 8th grade, 50/200, 8th grade, 100/200. Appraiser, 7th grade, 100/300, 7th grade, 200/300. Cook, 4th grade, 200/600, 4th grade, 400/600. High-grade Light and Dark Palm. Beginner, 2/100. Beginner, 4/100. High-grade Ice and Wind Palm. Beginner, 14 out of 100. Beginner, 28 out of 100. High-grade Water, Wood, Earth, Metal Palm. Minor success, 9 out of 200. Minor success, 18 out of 200. High-grade Fire Palm. Minor success, 33 out of 200. Minor success, 66 out of 200. High-grade Lightning Strike and Palm. Beginner, 90 out of 100. Minor success, 0 out of 200. Spirit Flame, Abyssal Void Flame. 6th grade, 320/40/000. 5th grade, 0/50/000. Enlightenment. Superior, 50/4000. Superior, 100/4000. Bloodline, Dragon, Phoenix, Thin Blood, 80/1000. Thin Blood, 160/1000. Chaos Body. Level 1, 50/10/000. Level 1, 100/10/000. Transcendent Tao Body. Level 1, 130/1/000/000. Level 1, 260/1/000/000. Spiritual Root. Medium Grade Omni-Element October 2000. Medium, 20/2000. Mind. Level 4, 1362/4000. Level 4, 2724/4000. Qi Gathering. 5th layer, 300/500. 6th layer, 0/600. Body Refining. 11th layer, 2380/11/000. 11th layer, 4760/11/000. As the system results flashed before his eyes, Xiang Yu's expression transformed from pain to satisfaction despite the blood still drying on his face. The system hadn't disappointed him. Far from it. His gaze immediately locked onto the most dramatic improvements. His body refining had gained a staggering 500 points. While not entirely unexpected given the brutal ordeal his physical form had just endured, the magnitude still impressed him. Even now, he could feel his tissues knitting back together, organs regenerating from the catastrophic damage inflicted by the bloodlines. The Qi Gathering advancement surprised him even more. 200 points gained, pushing him cleanly into the 6th layer after doubling. This remarkable progress likely resulted from stimulating his bloodlines while immersed in the spirit spring. The combination had transformed his body into a Qi absorption vessel of unprecedented efficiency, mimicking how spirit beasts naturally absorbed energy through their bodies rather than spiritual roots. His transcendent Tao physique had gained 20 points, the highest single-session increase he'd ever witnessed for this attribute. Though he attributed most of this advancement to forming the chaos body, the bloodline stimulation had clearly contributed as well. Speaking of which, his newly acquired chaos body had already accumulated 50 points, doubled to 100 after the system reset. At this pace, it wouldn't be long before it upgraded to the next level. Would that grant him immunity to a mutated element? The possibility intrigued him. The bloodlines themselves had progressed impressively, hitting 160 points. It wouldn't be long before they advanced from thin blood to common blood. Curiously, his various palm techniques and elemental abilities had shown moderate improvement despite receiving no active training. Xiang Yu suspected the chaos body's influence, but didn't dwell on this unexpected bonus. Turning his attention to his professions, he noted consistent progress across the board. His cooking skill had advanced beyond the halfway mark of 4th grade, just one reset away from reaching 3rd grade. In the cultivation world's professional classification system, 9th through 7th grades were considered low-level, 6th through 4th were mid-level, while 3rd and above entered the rarefied realm of high-level mastery. Xiang Yu glanced at the oblivious boar still paddling aimlessly through the spirit waters beside him and sighed deeply. Without genuine spirit beasts as ingredients, he would likely hit a ceiling in his culinary advancement. As his cooking proficiency increased, the limitations of his available resources became increasingly apparent. Unless he acquired spirit beasts or somehow obtained mid-level herbs, creating truly high-grade spirit food would remain beyond his reach. His appraiser profession continued its rapid advancement, just one reset away from entering the mid-level, 6th grade. This skill grew fastest among his professions, which made perfect sense considering how he spammed it throughout the day. With no meaningful cooldown, he used it constantly to identify everything he encountered. Though it drew power from his spiritual sea like talisman making, the energy consumption remained negligible by comparison. Speaking of talisman making, this skill had reached its halfway point and would advance to 7th grade after the next reset. The next reset had multiple breakthroughs across multiple disciplines lined up, and he couldn't wait to see the results. His remaining professions, alchemy, formation master, and blacksmith, had all reached 8th grade. With this advancement came a flood of new insights and formulas. Xiang Yu's earlier concern about depleting his limited supply of 8th grade healing pills now seemed unfounded. With his newly acquired 8th grade alchemy skills, he could produce these pills himself. The formula had automatically materialized in his mind through the system's insights. Most significant of all, his abyssal void flame had advanced to the 5th grade. Xiang Yu summoned his abyssal void flame, carefully examining it for changes after its advancement to 5th grade. At first glance, Not much seemed different, except for one striking detail. The tiny white sparks that used to dance within the dark flame had completely vanished. Now, only absolute darkness remained, swirling ominously above his palm. Despite the flame's advancement, he was still uncertain about how to properly harness its power. A sudden inspiration struck him. Focusing his concentration intensely on the flame, Xiang Yu felt his consciousness instantly transfer into the void dimension within. The familiar fluffy creature still floated there, wrapped in its dark, smoke-like fur. But just like before, it remained unresponsive to his presence. He had hoped the upgrade might have awakened the mysterious entity, but that wasn't the case. Xiang Yu wasn't particularly troubled by this. He'd unravel the flame's secrets eventually, as he did with all things. According to his usual schedule, this would be the time for mind cultivation. But with his mind attribute already past the halfway point to level 5, continuing now would be inefficient. Besides, his body still ached tremendously from the bloodline conflict he'd endured. Since his alchemy skills had advanced, he decided another use for this time, creating more pills to accelerate his recovery. Although his body was recovering naturally, he still felt that it was quite slow. Rising from his spirit spring, Xiang Yu quickly dressed himself. He walked over to inspect the herbs he had planted before. He was pleased to see tiny sprouts already emerging from the soil. Carefully scooping some of the spirit water into a container, he irrigated the young plants. He reasoned that these low-level herbs would flourish rapidly when nourished by the spirit vein's energy. His attention then shifted to the mature medicinal plants growing elsewhere in the cavern. He moved through them, harvesting specific varieties needed for 8th grade healing pills. While his martial ant's supply was generous, it lacked these particular ingredients. But fortunately, the spirit vein garden contained them in abundance. After gathering a substantial batch, he retrieved his alchemy furnace and prepared to begin the refinement process. Rather than jumping directly to the 8th grade pills, Xiang Yu started with the familiar 9th grade ones he'd practiced earlier. He wanted to confirm whether his advancement to 8th grade alchemist had improved his efficiency with lower grade pills. As expected, the results were impressive. His refinement speed had nearly doubled, and his success rate for 9th grade pills had soared to 60%, twice his previous achievement. Encouraged by this improvement, Xiang Yu proceeded to his true objective, crafting 8th grade healing pills. His first attempt succeeded perfectly, filling him with satisfaction. However, his second attempt ended in failure. After the humbling experience, he continued refining, producing several more successful pills despite occasional failures. His overall success rate hovered around 30%, just like before. From what he understood, success rates increased with each professional breakthrough, though he lacked sufficient data to determine the exact percentage improvement. Additionally, a cultivator's base success rate before any improvements depended largely on their enlightenment level. With his superior enlightenment, Xiang Yu's base rate started at 30%. Those with lower enlightenment would naturally have significantly reduced chances of success. Xiang Yu went on a pill refining spree, producing nearly 200 8th grade healing pills. Though not entirely satisfied with this quantity, he decided to pause his production. Continuing would consume too many resources. Since he didn't believe he could finish all those pills, he decided that it was better to wait until his next advancement. When he breaks through again, his success rate would increase, and he would waste far less material. He carefully stored the precious pills in his spatial ring. Unlike his other creations, these were solely for his personal use, at least until producing them became more efficient. He had invested substantial resources in their creation, and while the spirit veins still contained abundant materials, they required considerable time to mature fully, so it was better to use them sparingly. With this in mind, he decided to not refine any more 8th grade pills. After consuming several pills, Xiang Yu felt his body recover almost completely, the lingering pain from the bloodline conflict fading rapidly. Noting that dawn was still several hours away, he decided to make productive use of his remaining time by refining more 9th grade pills for the sect. By sunrise, Xiang Yu had refined almost 1,000 pills. These should be enough, he thought, surveying his work with satisfaction. Despite working through the night, he felt no desire to rest. Instead, he immediately shifted his focus to formation drawing and blacksmithing. His advancement to 8th grade blacksmith opened exciting new possibilities. In the cultivation world's hierarchy of treasures, items were classified as common, magical, spiritual, and divine, each with its own low, mid, and high tiers. Upon reaching 9th grade blacksmithing, a craftsman could refine common grade treasures. At 8th grade, one could produce up to mid-tier magical treasures, while 7th grade masters could craft high-tier ones. The next 3 grades enabled the creation of spiritual treasures, and only the most exceptional blacksmiths could forge divine-level items. Xiang Yu wasted no time and dove eagerly into the refinement process. He quickly discovered that weapon crafting offered a significantly higher success rate than pill refining. Unlike alchemy's delicate processes where the slightest interference could ruin hours of work, weapon refinement dealt with properties that Xiang Yu found much easier to control. Temperature control, arguably the most important aspect, was no challenge thanks to his upgraded abyssal void flame. He could now adjust his flame's heat with precision down to decimal points, maintaining perfect forging conditions throughout the process. His extensive cooking practice had also honed his qi emission to remarkable levels, allowing him to infuse exactly the right amount of energy into each weapon to maximize its potential. With these advantages, Xiang Yu went on a weapon crafting spree. He carefully shaped metal after metal, transforming raw materials into hundreds of low and mid-level magical weapons. The pile of completed items grew steadily. Swords with edges that could cut through stone without dulling, daggers that retained perfect balance regardless of how they were held, and perfectly balanced axes. He continued this frenzy until his material supplies finally ran out. Glancing at his system clock, Xiang Yu noticed it was already time for lunch. He reluctantly concluded his blacksmithing session and made his way to the kitchen to prepare a meal for his master and potentially the others, should they return. Sigh. Being a single father is really hard, Xiang Yu complained dramatically as he stirred the fragrant broth. I work day and night and still have to cook for the kids. Who are you calling a kid? Elder Guo's indignant voice came suddenly from behind him. Xiang Yu turned around to find his master fixing him with a disapproving look. Master, did you succeed? Xiang Yu asked, deliberately ignoring Elder Guo's previous question. Of course I succeeded. Who do you take me for? Elder Guo replied, his chin lifting with pride despite his weakened state. As expected of the master, Xiang Yu said with an exaggerated bow. Stop trying to change the topic. I heard. Elder Guo began, but Xiang Yu swiftly cut him off. Master, what do you mean? You must be growing old if you're hearing things, Xiang Yu said smoothly, guiding his master to sit down. You brat. You think. Elder Guo's retort was interrupted by the sudden arrival of 2 figures descending from the sky. Li Yao and Elder Huang landed gracefully together, their robes fluttering gently in the breeze. Forget it, Elder Guo muttered, his demeanor shifting subtly at the sight of Elder's senior brother. Both Elder Huang and Li Yao spoke simultaneously. They exchanged awkward glances. Xiang Yu couldn't suppress a chuckle at the scene unfolding before him. Everyone, come and sit. I've just finished cooking, he invited, gesturing toward the table where steaming dishes awaited. The 2 women nodded and joined Elder Guo at the table, settling into their seats. Senior brother, did you succeed? I was really worried about you, Elder Huang said, her hand reaching toward Elder Guo's stomach. Elder Guo caught her hand mid-movement, his reflexes still sharp despite his recent ordeal. What are you doing? He asked, his tone gruff but not unkind. A blush crept across Elder Huang's cheeks. Checking your cultivation, she explained, not meeting his eyes. Can't you sense it? Elder Guo challenged, one eyebrow raised. Of course I can, she replied quickly. But how can I be sure something didn't go wrong? Just let me check. Her hand pushed forward with gentle insistence. But Elder Guo wasn't to be taken lightly. Even though he had lost his cultivation, his body refining level still surpassed hers, allowing him to easily deflect her advance. Don't make this harder than it needs to be, old man, Elder Huang said, spiritual qi beginning to gather around her hand. Suddenly aware of the silence, she glanced around and noticed Li Yao and Xiang Yu watching them intently. Embarrassment flooded her face as she quickly withdrew her hand. Well, maybe we should eat first, she spoke, composing herself. Li Yao observed the interaction thoughtfully. Martial aunt and master really had a nice relationship, she reflected. Her gaze drifted to Xiang Yu, wondering if they would share such comfortable familiarity when they grew old together. Xiang Yu caught her staring and returned a confused expression. What's this girl up to now? He thought to himself. Why is she looking at me like that? Did I offend her somehow? After finishing the meal, Li Yao and Elder Huang prepared to return to their duties when Xiang Yu's voice stopped them. Senior brother? Li Yao turned, hope flickering in her eyes that perhaps Xiang Yu was reluctant to part with her. Here, take this, he said, extending a spatial ring toward her. Her expectant expression crumbled into disappointment. What did I expect? She thought bitterly, though her voice remained steady. What is this? She asked aloud. Well, since Martial Ant gave me too many resources, I felt that I should give back to the sect, Xiang Yu explained. They're just some stuff I made randomly, so they might not be all that useful, he added modestly. Internally, his thoughts ran contrary to his humble words. Randomly? If you knew how hard I worked for these. When Elder Huang heard this, she quickly snatched the spatial ring from Li Yao's hand. You made these? She asked incredulously as she opened the ring, causing its contents to spill out onto the ground. Her eyes widened as she surveyed the items. This is... Elder Huang and the others stared in stunned silence at the item Xiang Yu had claimed to make casually. Their expressions shifted from disbelief to awe as they examined each piece carefully. You actually made these? Elder Huang spoke in disbelief. Yes, is there a problem? Xiang Yu asked nervously, wondering if he had done something wrong. No, this is really good. Extremely good, she said emphatically. She started inspecting each item with growing excitement, analyzing the items with her appraiser profession. Sect Master, with these, the sect should be able to recover, surpass our previous combat power, she said, so excited that she unconsciously slipped in a formal address. Is this true? Li Yao asked, leaning forward to examine the scattered treasures with interest. Very true. Elder Huang nodded vigorously, her fingers dancing over the neatly organized pills. Qi condensation pills, healing pills, qi circulation, strengthening. There are so many of them. Her voice rose with each category she identified. Li Yao nodded thoughtfully. It was indeed true that these resources could restore their sect strength. What the Azure Cloud Sword sect lacked, most were precisely these kinds of resources. Without a personal alchemist, they had been forced to rely on external suppliers who, sensing the sect's weakened state after the attack, had begun price gouging them mercilessly. She had been seriously contemplating whether she would need to resort to robbery to secure what they needed. To think her senior brother had already solved this crisis without her knowledge. When the Empress caught Li Yao's thoughts about considering robbery, she sighed deeply within the spiritual sea. What have I gotten myself into? She lamented to herself. And that's not all. Elder Huang continued excitedly, scooping up another batch of items. This time she displayed an array of carefully inscribed talismans. These are 8th grade talismans, all for combat, she explained. And these formations as well, she added, demonstrating several formation discs with intricate patterns etched into their surfaces. Her excitement climbed further as she reached for the weapons portion of Xiang Yu's contribution. And that's not even the best part yet, she declared, lifting a random sword. Look at this. What's this? Li Yao tilted her head. Li Yao was inexperienced and couldn't distinguish the weapon quality at a glance, so she was confused. This is... Elder Guo moved with surprising speed, snatching the sword from Elder Huang's grasp. He examined it carefully, his eyes widening as he recognized its true value. A mid-level magical weapon, he pronounced, disbelief coloring his voice. Had once dabbled in blacksmithing as a hobby, hoping to forge weapons for the sect. Yet he had never managed to create anything beyond common gear. The idea that Xiang Yu could forge magical weapons after mere days of training seemed impossible. What? A magical weapon? Even Li Yao couldn't hide her surprise. For a low-level sect like the Azure Cloud Sword sect, even most elders didn't possess more than 2 magical weapons. The sect leader had been the only one who owned a spiritual weapon, and it wasn't even a genuine spiritual weapon, but a damaged one. Xiang Yu providing so many magical weapons represented a tremendous windfall. Items could dramatically change the outcome of battle, just as Xiang Yu himself, merely a Qi gathering realm, had managed to kill a core formation expert through clever use of talismans. With these magical weapons, they could not only arm their forces against the looming threat of the Wuming cult, but also trade some to acquire other essential resources. Li Yao's expression suddenly grew solemn. She straightened her posture, assuming the authority of her position as sect master. "Senior brother," she began, then paused, her tone shifting to something more formal. "No, Xiang Yu, from now on, you are the Grand Elder of the Azure Cloud Sword sect," she declared. "What do you think of these?" Li Yao asked internally as she inspected the items spread before them. "They're pretty high quality, and it's only been a few days. I didn't expect him to be so talented." When Li Yao heard this assessment, her lips curled into a smug expression, pride swelling in her chest for her senior brother's accomplishments. "Why are you so smug? I'm not complimenting you," the Empress thought irritably, though she didn't bother voicing this sentiment aloud. After a moment of contemplation, the Empress spoke again, her tone shifting to something more serious. "You should probably promote your senior brother." Li Yao's eyes widened at the sudden serious statement. "What do you mean?" she asked, caught off guard by the suggestion. "A good leader knows both when to reward and when to punish," the Empress explained. "As the sect master, you should not only punish mistakes but also reward good deeds. Do you get what I'm saying?" Li Yao's expression shifted to one of understanding as she absorbed the Empress's guidance. "I recommend giving him the position of Grand Elder," the Empress continued decisively. "Isn't that too much?" Li Yao asked, her brows furrowing slightly. She had expected the Empress to recommend perhaps a dean position, but directly promoting him to Grand Elder position? It wasn't that she didn't want to elevate Xiang Yu's status. Quite the contrary, but she knew her senior brother disliked such formalities and responsibilities. How was it too much? The Empress countered, her tone slightly incredulous. "Just the value of these resources is enough to buy the sect a few times over. If anything, the rank is too modest." The Empress's demeanor softened, her voice taking on a more gentle tone. "Besides, seniority often interferes with relationships. It's always nice to bridge the gap when you can. There is no better chance than this. All those in opposition will quickly shut up as long as you show them these resources." When Li Yao heard this, she blushed deeply. She understood perfectly what the Empress was implying. It would be difficult for her to pursue an intimate relationship with her senior brother if he remained just a disciple. Elevating his status would remove that barrier. Li Yao's expression hardened as she turned to face Xiang Yu directly. "Senior brother," she began, then paused, her voice strengthening as she corrected herself. "No, Xiang Yu, from now on, you are the Grand Elder of the Azure Cloud Sword sect." Everyone froze momentarily upon hearing her words. "What are you talking about all of a sudden?" Xiang Yu protested, waving his hands dismissively. "These resources are really worth a lot," Li Yao insisted, standing her ground. "You can be considered the sect's greatest benefactor." Her voice softened slightly, though her resolve remained unchanged. "I know you don't like this kind of thing, but as the sect master, I must also consider what's good for the sect. You don't have to do much. We'll just announce you as a secondary professionist to raise the morale of the disciples," she added. Li Yao really meant this. Many disciples seemed to be having low morale after recent events. Even some elders appeared disheartened due to their resource shortage. Announcing they had a secondary professionist of Xiang Yu's caliber would significantly boost everyone's confidence and calm their anxieties. Elder Huang nodded thoughtfully after hearing this reasoning. The tension throughout the sect was indeed growing, even if it wasn't immediately apparent on the surface. "The sect master is right. Elder Huang affirmed. The Grand Elder position doesn't come with any responsibilities, so you can continue your life as usual, she added, addressing Xiang Yu. You'll also have the authority to mobilize the sect's resources, so you'll be able to practice more effectively. Xiang Yu looked at his martial aunt and junior sister with their pleading expressions, then noticed even his master was gazing at him expectantly. A deep sigh escaped his lips as he considered how the situation had escalated to this point. The position didn't require actual duties, at least, and being able to mobilize sect resources would undoubtedly accelerate his secondary profession's advancement. I guess I have no choice, he said with resignation, shoulders slumping slightly in acceptance. You mean? Li Yao leaned forward, hope brightening her features. Yeah, I'll become the Grand Elder, he confirmed, though his tones still sounded reluctant. Li Yao's face transformed instantly, lighting up with undisguised joy. Without warning, she launched herself forward and threw her arms around him, her slender frame colliding with his chest. Thank you, senior brother, she exclaimed, her voice muffled against his robes. Xiang Yu blinked in confusion. For what? She tilted her face up to meet his gaze, eyes shining with emotion. You don't like stuff like this, right? You must have done it for me, right? Xiang Yu's expression twisted into bewilderment. Had she misunderstood his motivation entirely? He simply wanted access to resources for his cultivation. No, Li Yao asked, her voice faltering slightly. Realizing his error, Xiang Yu laughed nervously, one hand reaching up to scratch the back of his head. Of course I did it for you, he quickly amended, swallowing his guilt. How could I let my junior sister suffer? Senior brother loves me the most, she said triumphantly, tightening her embrace until Xiang Yu feared for his ribs. From the sidelines, Elder Huang observed their interaction with a knowing smile. Taking advantage of the moment, she reached out and grasped Elder Guo's hand firmly in her own. Let's go, she suggested, her tone leaving no room for debate. I still haven't checked your cultivation. Hey, let go. Elder Guo began to protest, but his objection was cut short as Elder Huang leapt skyward, taking him with her through the air. Left alone with Li Yao, Xiang Yu's lips twitched as he struggled with her unyielding grip. Despite his physical strength, he couldn't seem to pry her fingers from his clothing. How was she so strong? She wasn't budging at all. She suddenly looked up, her eyes meeting his. Senior brother, she spoke, her voice softening. What is it? He asked cautiously, still attempting to loosen her grip on his robes. Without warning, she released him and sprang backward, her hand already reaching for her spatial ring. Since you're now the Grand Elder, you need to look the part, she declared, beginning to pull various garments from her storage ring. No, not this. No, this could work, she muttered, examining and discarding options. Look the part. Xiang Yu questioned, his brow furrowing. Didn't you say I didn't have to do anything? Why do I need to look the part? Li Yao continued her search without pausing. You don't have to do anything, but we still have to announce you to the sect, she explained matter-of-factly. How are you supposed to be taken seriously if you're dressed like that? Xiang Yu glanced down at his simple robes, suddenly self-conscious. That makes sense, he admitted reluctantly. There it is, Li Yao exclaimed triumphantly, choosing a particular set of clothing. She rose to her feet, carefully returning the rejected options to her ring. With a sweet smile that somehow made Xiang Yu instantly wary, she asked, Senior brother, do you need help changing? No need, he replied hastily, snatching the clothes from her hands. I'll put on myself. As he retreated toward his room, Xiang Yu couldn't help thinking that this girl was becoming increasingly assertive. He wondered if he should be concerned for his safety around her. Li Yao watched Xiang Yu enter his bamboo house, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. Senior brother, this was all part of my plan, she thought deviously, activating her chi sense. With her cultivation level, seeing through the thin bamboo walls should be effortless. Ouch, she suddenly cried out, clutching her head in pain. What had just happened? She attempted to focus again, only to be interrupted by the Empress's exasperated voice. Give up. It's a concealing array. Concealing array? TCH. Li Yao clicked her tongue in disappointment. The Empress merely shook her head before retreating once more. Elder Huang placed her hand on Elder Guo's dantian, sending a gentle stream of qi into his pathways to test for any issues. The spiritual energy flowed like water through a riverbed, carefully probing for obstructions or damage. Happy now? Elder Guo asked with a hint of impatience. But Elder Huang didn't respond. Hey, he called out, shaking her shoulder lightly. Still no response. Then suddenly, he heard something drip to the floor. Elder Guo quickly raised her face and froze. Are you crying? He asked, his voice softening at the sight of tears streaming down her cheeks. I was really worried. You know that? She spoke, her voice quivering. Seeing her like this, Elder Guo reached out and held her hand. I'm sorry, he said simply. She didn't reply. Instead, she collapsed against his chest, her quiet sniffling the only sound in the room. Elder Guo awkwardly wrapped his arms around her, holding her as she continued to tremble against him. Junior sister, he spoke after a while, breaking the silence that had settled between them. She stopped sniffling and responded without looking up. What? The word came out muffled against his robes. Elder Guo took a deep breath, steadying his voice before speaking. Do you want to get married? When Elder Huang heard this, she instantly pushed away from him, creating distance between them. Her face flushed crimson as she waved her hands frantically in the air. WH, what are you talking about? She stammered, words tumbling over each other. Her mind raced wildly. Had she heard correctly? How could such words come from this insensitive man who had never shown the slightest romantic inclination in all their years together? I asked if you wanted to get married. Elder Guo repeated, rising from his position and walking deliberately toward her. His movements held none of the hesitation in his voice. She struggled to find words as she backed away from his advance, her usual composure completely shattered. What? You don't want to? Elder Guo pressed on, continuing his approach. I didn't say that, she responded quickly, then suddenly felt the cool surface of the wall against her back. She had run out of space to retreat. Elder Guo placed his hand on the wall behind her, creating a barrier with his arm. Then, do you want to? He asked softly, reaching up with his other hand to fix a strand of hair that had fallen across her eye. She tried to slip away to the side, but he blocked her escape with his other arm, trapping her completely. You still haven't answered my question, he spoke, his voice low and insistent. She blushed deeper, the color spreading to her ears. Well, it's just so sudden, she said. What made you ask such a thing? Back then, when I was about to die, he began, his expression growing somber. I regretted a lot of things. He paused. I regretted letting my brothers down, not living up to Master's expectations, he continued, then leaned in closer until their faces were mere inches apart. But most of all, I regretted not asking you this question. His eyes locked with hers, intense and unwavering. They were so close that he could feel her breath warm against his face. She looked away, unable to maintain the contact. I've always worried about the sect, he continued softly. But from what I've seen from both Xiang Yu and Li Yao, I don't need to worry anymore. A rare smile crossed his weathered face. Li Yao is stronger than me by a huge margin. She can protect the sect. And Xiang Yu is a genius as well. As long as they work together, I'm sure they'll take the sect to levels we could never imagine. His shoulders relaxed visibly. It feels like a huge burden has been lifted off my shoulders. Now that I no longer have those huge responsibilities, I can finally pick up smaller responsibilities. He gently turned her chin to face him. Huang Fengqi, he called formally. Will you be this old man's responsibility? Her expression suddenly shifted to a pout, eyebrows drawing together. Are you calling me a responsibility? Elder Guo was taken aback. Now that she said it aloud, it indeed sounded strange. He didn't possess his junior brother's talent for poetry. This was the best he could manage. That's besides the point, he said hastily. I've explained my reasoning. What's your answer? Well, she began, but then apparently decided words were inadequate. She looked up at him, her eyes conveying what language could not. Slowly, she raised her hands and wrapped them around his neck. Standing on her toes to compensate for their height difference, she leaned in. When Xiang Yu emerged after changing, Li Yao took out a human-sized mirror. Senior brother, "It looks nice on you," she said, her eyes sparkling with approval as she assessed his appearance. "Does it?" He responded doubtfully, inspecting his reflection with a critical eye. He couldn't see much difference from his regular attire, except for the more vibrant colors and finer material. The deep azure fabric shimmered slightly when he moved, embroidered with subtle cloud patterns along the hems. "Of course. You can trust me. I'm a professional," Li Yao declared confidently, flashing him a thumbs up. Her gaze lingered on him, clearly pleased with how the formal attire accentuated his frame. Xiang Yu shrugged slightly. Well, as long as she liked it. There were far more important things to concern himself with than clothing. "What do I do now?" he asked. "You'll go with me to the inauguration ceremony," Li Yao explained. "I'll announce your position then." Xiang Yu nodded, accepting his fate. As they continued talking, they suddenly noticed Elder Huang and Elder Guo returning together. What surprised them, however, was that the two elders were holding hands, both sporting noticeable blushes on their faces like young cultivators rather than the dignified elders they were supposed to be. The disciples exchanged glances. Had something happened between them in that short time they were gone? "Martial Aunt, did something happen?" Li Yao asked curiously. Well, Elder Huang began hesitantly. "Me and your martial aunt are getting married," Elder Guo interjected bluntly, his characteristic directness unchanged despite the redness in his cheeks. Both disciples' eyes widened simultaneously. Marriage? This was really unexpected. Even though they knew that the two had feelings for each other, they hadn't expected them to progress this quickly. Yes, Elder Huang confirmed, her fingers still intertwined with Elder Guo's. "He proposed to me, and I said yes." "Master proposed?" Xiang Yu and Li Yao exclaimed in perfect unison, unable to hide their astonishment. Elder Guo's expression immediately darkened. "What? You think I don't dare to?" he asked with indignation. Were these kids looking down on their master? "Ha ha!" Xiang Yu laughed awkwardly, raising his hands in a placating gesture. "Master, you misunderstood," he explained hastily. "We're just surprised is all." Internally, he marveled at this unexpected development. To think that his master would be the one to propose first. Humph. Elder was scoffed at the response, his pride slightly wounded. What do these youngsters know? Back in the day, this elder was... Ouch. Elder Guo suddenly winced, his reminiscence cut short. He looked up at Elder Huang with confusion. "Why'd you pinch me?" he demanded. But she simply looked away with another thumph. Li Yao observed the interaction with amusement. Despite their engagement, it seemed their dynamic hadn't changed much at all. They were still the same bickering elders. In the Azure Cloud Sword sect, a large crowd had gathered in the main courtyard. Disciples, deacons, and deans who had been away on missions for extended periods mingled together, creating a buzz of excitement and confusion. "What's going on?" a disciple with travel-worn robes asked, glancing around at the unusual assembly. "I don't know, I just got here," another replied with a shrug, equally puzzled by the sudden summons. Throughout the courtyard, cultivators exchanged greetings after long separations, clasping hands and trading stories of their adventures outside the sect. The atmosphere hummed with anticipation as more members continued to arrive. Suddenly, a booming voice cut through the chatter. "Why am I not allowed in?" The crowd turned toward the main gate where a massive, shirtless man stood, his bulging muscles gleaming in the sunlight. His imposing frame towered over the guards who blocked his path. Beside him stood a shorter man, though his physique was equally impressive with well-defined muscles rippling beneath his robes. This second man, Zhao Disheng, addressed the disciple guarding the entrance with poorly concealed contempt. "Can't you see who stands before you?" When the guards merely stared back blankly, he elaborated with exasperation. "This is Zhao Tiangang, the sect master of Iron Spirit Mountain." Zhao Tiangang nodded smugly at his subordinate's introduction, arms crossed over his bare chest. Murmurs spread through the gathered crowd. Everyone knew that Iron Spirit Mountain was one of the three dominant sects in the region, with its sect master equal in status to their own. Refusing him entry would be a grave insult, yet this gathering had been announced as sect members only. The disciples at the gate shifted uncomfortably, caught in their indecision. Umph, how barbaric, a soft, melodious voice commented from behind the crowd. Every head turned to locate the source of such a bold statement. Who would dare insult Zhao Tiangang so brazenly? Standing, there was a strikingly beautiful woman in flowing jade-colored robes, accompanied by an equally stunning female cultivator. Their elegant postures and refined auras provided a stark contrast to Zhao Tiangong's rugged appearance. Are you insulting the sect master? Zhao Dixing's eyes narrowed dangerously, completely unmoved by the women's beauty as he stepped forward with clenched fists. Zhao Dixing, how dare you speak directly to the sect master? The beautiful attendant, Lin Binghe, vanished from her position only to reappear directly before Zhao Dixing. An ice sword materialized in her hand mid-swing, aiming for his throat. But Zhao Dixing wasn't to be underestimated. With ease, he raised his hand and caught the ice blade between his fingers. Umph, she dared to insult the sect master, he growled, applying pressure until the ice sword shattered in his grip. Looks like you've grown stronger since we last met, Lin Binghe acknowledged, not retreating a step despite her broken weapon. So have you, Zhao Dixing replied, muscles tensing as they prepared for another exchange. Meanwhile, Zhao Tiangang approached the other woman, his massive frame casting her in shadow as he deliberately positioned himself to block the sun. Yin Shiwilian, what brings you here? He demanded, looking down at her. Since when did my Lotus Jade Palace have to report to you? She responded coolly, meeting his gaze without a hint of intimidation, despite the significant height difference. Zhao Tiangang simply stared at her, the tension between them almost palpable. Disheng, Lin, both sect masters called out simultaneously. The subordinates immediately ceased their confrontation and returned to their respective leaders' sides, though they continued exchanging hostile glares. Just as the situation threatened to escalate further, a familiar voice broke through the tension. Sect Master Zhao, Sect Master Yin, you've finally arrived. The Sect Master has been waiting for you. The crowd parted to reveal Elder Huang approaching with measured steps. When the disciples saw her, visible relief washed over their faces. An elder could properly handle this delicate situation. Yin Shiwilian and Zhao Tiangang exchanged surprised glances. Waiting for us. Their expressions revealed genuine confusion. Had they been expected? Elder Huang simply smiled at their reaction. Follow me, she said, turning to lead them into the sect. As the three walked through the azure cloud sword sect's elaborate pathways, Yin Shiwilian broke the silence with a contemptuous remark. To think you've fallen so low. Welcoming guests now, she said, her melodious voice laced with mockery. Elder Huang merely turned around, maintaining her serene smile. It's only appropriate for someone of equal status to welcome the guests, she replied with deliberate emphasis on equal status. Yin Shuoyan's expression immediately hardened. How could she not understand what Elder Huang was implying? If it was indeed appropriate for someone of equal status to welcome guests, then logically the sect master should have greeted them personally. Yet here was Elder Huang performing the duty instead. Did this mean that they weren't worthy of the sect master's presence? They were clearly being looked down upon. She glanced sideways at Zhao Tiangang, hoping to see if he'd caught the slight. The muscular giant merely continued walking, his face betraying no reaction. Yin Shiwilian sighed internally. This brute didn't even understand when he was being insulted. As expected, she couldn't rely on him for anything. You seem brighter than you did before. Yin Shiwilian pivoted to a different angle of attack, her tone deliberately mocking. Did Guishantian finally confess to you? To her astonishment, Elder Huang's hands flew to her cheeks, a genuine blush spreading across her face. It's how did you know? Is it that obvious? She stammered, hastily producing a small jade mirror from her sleeve to examine her appearance. What? Yin Shiwilian faltered mid-step, completely caught off guard by the response. This wasn't the reaction she had anticipated at all. Was it actually true? The possibility was staggering. Damn it, Shantian. You actually like this nerdy girl? She thought bitterly, her expression darkening even more. Through the reflection in her mirror, Elder Huang observed Yin Shulian's reaction with secret satisfaction. They had once been love rivals competing for the affection of the genius Gua Shantian. When Yin Shulian had finally gathered the courage to confess, only to face rejection, she had left the sect entirely, joining the Lotus Jade Palace instead. Rumors said the Lotus Jade Palace specialized in techniques that froze one's heart, tempering emotions until they no longer interfered with cultivation. Yin Shulian must have been devastated to resort to such extreme measures, Elder Huang reflected. As the sect master, she should have completely frozen all emotions by now. Well, it didn't matter now since she won in the end, Elder Huang thought as she tucked the mirror away. After guiding them through several more courtyards and pavilions, they finally reached a section with ornate chairs arranged for viewing. "You can rest here," Elder Huang indicated with a graceful gesture. "What? Aren't we going to see the sect master?" Zhao Tiangang finally spoke up, his deep voice resonating with impatience. "Don't worry. You'll see the sect master soon." Elder Huang reassured him with another enigmatic smile as she settled into a seat near them. Yin Shulian's brows furrowed. "Why are you sitting here?" she asked, irritation bleeding into her carefully controlled voice. "I'm entertaining the guests," Elder Huang replied simply, causing Yin Shulian to click her tongue in annoyance. Elder Huang studied her former rival with interest. For someone who should have all emotions frozen by her sect's infamous techniques, Yin Shulian seemed unusually irritable. Could it be? A large crowd had gathered in the clearing, their murmurs creating a gentle hum of anticipation. The conversations quieted instantly as a figure approached the stage. Elder Gua, his weathered face solemn as he took his position. From her seat among the audience, Yin Shulian stared at him, her beautiful features betraying nothing of her inner thoughts. Elder Huang, who had been watching her former rival closely, looked away with a slight shake of her head. "Maybe I'm overthinking it," she thought to herself. Elder Gua cleared his throat, the simple sound cutting through the remaining whispers like a blade. "Members of the Azure Cloud sect," his voice resonated across the gathering. "It's no secret that our sect has been through some rough times these past days. Before we look forward, let us take a moment of silence for Sect Master Wei, who gave his life protecting what we all hold dear." His words hung in the air as he paused, bowing his head respectfully. The entire assembly followed suit, the silence growing deeper and more profound with each passing second. For nearly 2 minutes, not a sound disturbed the collective remembrance. When Elder Gua finally raised his head, his eyes seemed to burn with renewed purpose. "The situation before us remains dire, with threats both seen and unseen gathering at our gates. Yet in this darkest hour, I have witnessed a light that burns with unmatched brilliance." With a graceful gesture of his hand, he beckoned toward the side of the stage. Li Yao emerged, her steps measured and confident as she joined Elder Gua. Though young, her posture radiated a natural authority that commanded attention. Elder Gua turned to face her, his expression softening with unmistakable pride. "Li Yao, your strength has proven worthy of this mantle, and may your leadership guide our sect to prosperous days that even our ancestors could not have envisioned." With reverent care, he placed the sect master token in her outstretched hands. Li Yao bowed slightly to her master, her eyes reflecting gratitude and determination in equal measure. Elder Gua returned the gesture before making his way back to his seat, leaving her standing alone at the center of the stage. At the sidelines, Zhao Tiangong's massive frame tensed, his confusion manifesting as deep furrows across his brow. "That's the new sect master? That kid?" he muttered incredulously. His bewilderment only deepened as cheers erupted throughout the gathering, not just from eager disciples, but from the elders as well, their voices joining in wholehearted support of Li Yao. Zhao Tiangang wondered briefly if he had simply grown too old to understand this new generation. Standing tall before her sect, Li Yao lifted her voice above the cheers. "First, I wish to express my deepest gratitude to all elders and fellow disciples who have supported me throughout my cultivation journey. Each of you has contributed to the strength I wield today. And most of all, to my master, thank you for your guidance and care. I vow before everyone present that I will not let you down, nor will I allow our sect to falter under my watch." She completed her words with a respectful bow, but when she straightened, something had changed. Her gentle expression hardened into one of resolute determination. "And I will begin that now," she declared, her sudden shift in tone causing many to straighten in alarm. In the next heartbeat, Li Yao's aura flared spectacularly, spiritual energy swirling around her in visible currents. Her physical form began to transform, crackling with blinding electricity as lightning strikes punctuated the air around her every few seconds. The very atmosphere seemed to bend to her will as power radiated from her as she entered her elemental form. "That is," Yin Shiwen began, her composed facade finally cracking. "No way, right?" Zhao Tiangang finished, his massive arms uncrossing as he leaned forward in disbelief. Before anyone could recover from the initial shock, an overwhelming aura spread throughout the sect grounds, pressing down on everyone gathered like an invisible mountain. So strong, Zhao Tiangang thought, genuine awe replacing his earlier skepticism. Yet what followed was even more shocking. Above Li Yao, massive storm clouds materialized, dark and pregnant with power, crackling with concentrated lightning that illuminated the gathering with an ethereal blue glow. With a single elegant motion of her hand, Li Yao commanded the heavens themselves. The lightning descended. The lightning cloud hovering above Li Yao began to discharge, crackling with blinding energy that arced across the sky. Suddenly, blinding bolts descended upon the gathered crowd, and terrified screams filled the air as person after person was struck. Each devastating blast left nothing behind, not even ashes, just scorched ground where cultivators had stood moments before. Witnessing the chaotic scene, Elder Gui sighed deeply. This girl was truly unpredictable. "Everyone, please calm down," he called out, his voice cutting through the panic. "The sect master is simply eliminating the spies within our sect. Stay calm. You have nothing to fear." As understanding dawned, the initial terror transformed into righteous fervor. The crowd began to chant in unison, their voices rising with each thunderous strike. "Kill the traitors! Kill the traitors!" The purge lasted only minutes, but its results were catastrophic. Over 100 spies had been eliminated. Disciples and elders alike stared in shock at the charred ground where their supposed comrades had stood just moments ago. In their seats, sect master Zhao Tiangang and Yin Shiwen trembled visibly. They had come hoping to capitalize on the Azure Cloud sect's vulnerable state, perhaps securing resources or concessions in their time of need. Now they questioned whether they would leave with their lives intact. Though they were core formation experts like the previous Azure Cloud sect master, they recognized that lightning would reduce them to nothing if it touched them. Since when did the Azure Cloud Sword sect harbor such a monster? Yin Shiwen surveyed the devastation, maintaining a better facade than Zhao despite her inner turmoil. "Damn it," she thought bitterly. "I assumed I could torment Guoshantian now that his cultivation is damaged. With a disciple this monstrous, wouldn't I simply be digging my own grave?" On stage, Li Yao finally released her elemental form, the crackling energy dissipating as she returned to her normal appearance. The sudden absence of that overwhelming pressure made many release breaths they hadn't realized they were holding. "Those are all the people who have colluded with outsiders to harm our sect," she announced, her voice carrying effortlessly across the now silent gathering. "There might be some still hiding among us, but don't worry. When I find them, they won't fare any differently." Internally, Li Yao scoffed at her own words. How could anyone possibly remain hidden? With the Empress's assistance, she had identified and eliminated every single traitor. Yet the Empress had instructed her to make this claim, though Li Yao didn't understand why. Wouldn't this make her appear incompetent? Not necessarily. The Empress's voice resonated within her spiritual sea. Although we know those who are spies, we don't know those who have the potential to become spies. By saying this, You ensure they abandon the idea completely. It's not the most elegant method, but it works. Oh, Li Yao thought, finally grasping the strategy. Addressing the assembly once more, Li Yao's voice rang with authority. I'll also be announcing another matter today. She gestured toward the side of the stage. Xiang Yu appeared, climbing the steps gracefully despite the countless eyes fixed upon him. His blue robes with cloud patterns marked him clearly as someone of importance, yet many disciples appeared confused by his presence. "Who's that?" whispered one disciple to another. "Don't you know? That's the Mountain Heart Pavilion's senior brother," came the reply. Another disciple snorted dismissively. "Isn't he a cripple who can't cultivate?" Those surrounding him immediately leaped away as if he'd suddenly burst into flames. "Don't take us with you if you want to be struck by divine thunder." Unperturbed by the murmurs, Li Yao continued with unwavering conviction. "From now on, Xiang Yu will serve as the Azure Cloud sect's Grand Elder." A profound silence fell over the gathering as Li Yao's announcement echoed across the courtyard. The position of Grand Elder carried deeper significance than even the sect master role itself. While a sect master's authority stemmed primarily from raw strength, the Grand Elder represented wisdom and guidance. Since they couldn't let just any strong person lead the sect, there needed to be a Grand Elder to guide the sect leader. As the ancient saying went, an elder in a family was worth 1,000 gold. Even the elders themselves appeared visibly shaken by Li Yao's declaration, though none dared voice their objections after witnessing her devastating display of power. They rationalized the decision by reminding themselves that Xiang Yu was her senior brother, making him a plausible candidate for the position in perhaps a few centuries. Perhaps the young sect master was simply planning extraordinarily far ahead. Tension rippled through the crowd as Li Yao casually formed a crackling ball of lightning between her slender fingers. The disciples shifted nervously, wondering if she was angered by their reluctance to acknowledge her senior brother's appointment. In an unexpected turn, she suddenly directed the lightning bolt straight towards Xiang Yu. Gasps erupted from the onlookers. Even Xiang Yu himself appeared momentarily startled, but his reaction was nothing short of remarkable. In one fluid motion, he drew his sword and executed a precise slash that cleanly dissipated the energy, the lightning fragmenting into harmless sparks that scattered around him. Murmurs of astonishment spread through the assembly. Wasn't this supposed to be the useless senior disciple of Mountain Heart Pavilion? How could he move with such speed and precision? Many could barely follow his movements with their eyes. Had he been concealing his true abilities all this time? As you have seen, Li Yao's clear voice cut through the whispers. The senior disciple of the Mountain Heart Pavilion is not trash at all. She had orchestrated this demonstration specifically to prove that Xiang Yu could indeed cultivate. She felt that this was necessary, as convincing the sect would be nearly impossible otherwise. After all, in a world dominated by cultivation, it was harder to be taken seriously if you couldn't cultivate. She knew her senior brother might not willingly agree to display his cultivation prowess in public, which had forced her to use this method. Though she apologized inwardly for the surprise attack, his response had exceeded her expectations. Despite using power equivalent to the peak of Foundation establishment, she had anticipated he would merely dodge the strike, not effortlessly neutralize it. A small, proud smile curved her lips. Her senior brother had been hiding his abilities more thoroughly than she'd imagined. "Did you know?" Li Yao inquired silently. "Of course I did," the Empress replied confidently, though internally, she too was taken aback. She had suspected Xiang Yu was hiding his strength, but she hadn't expected him to be hiding this deeply. Something about him struck her as peculiar. He didn't carry the aura of someone naturally blessed with great fortune. Initially, she had considered the possibility of soul possession, but after scanning his soul multiple times, she had detected no signs of such interference. What, then, explained his extraordinary abilities? Awakening memories from a previous life, perhaps? She pondered. That seems plausible. Yet recalling her earlier encounter, another possibility emerged. Or is someone targeting Li Yao? As a person of tremendous potential and fortune, Li Yao would naturally attract the attention of powerful beings, some of whom might place agents in her proximity. The Empress sighed inwardly. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Regardless of Xiang Yu's true nature, the Empress silently vowed to use all her power to protect Li Yao. For now, she would simply observe and wait. The crowd stood transfixed, eyes wide and mouths agape at the display of skill they had just witnessed. Before the murmurs could grow too loud, Li Yao continued her address, gesturing toward Xiang Yu with unmistakable pride in her voice. The truth is, Xiang Yu is an extraordinary genius in secondary professions, she proclaimed, eliciting gasps of surprise from the assembled disciples. He had deliberately kept his talents hidden until now, since he didn't like the attention. Her tone softened as she explained his reasoning. But with the sect in danger, he has chosen to reveal his true abilities, creating treasures that will restore our strength and protect our future. With a wave of her hand, Li Yao summoned the contents of her spatial ring, manifesting before the crowd's astonished eyes. Mountains of resources materialized on the stage. Pills of various grades arranged in neat stacks. Formations discs with intricate patterns etched into their surfaces. Weapons gleaming with spiritual light, and talismans vibrating with barely contained power. The collective intake of breath was audible. These resources were really useful for a sect that had been grappling with severe resource shortages since the attack. Whatever lingering doubts remained about Xiang Yu's appointment instantly evaporated at the sight of such abundance. With these resources, he is indeed worthy of being Grand Elder, someone whispered reverently. For such treasures, I wouldn't mind calling him Ancestor. Elder Wu Tiangang of the Spirit Forging Pavilion declared boldly. Several nearby elders shot him incredulous looks. Now you're doing too much, they muttered disapprovingly. Elder Wu merely snorted, dismissing their criticism without a second thought. What do these fools know? Having a close relationship with someone proficient in secondary professions was like possessing a priceless treasure itself. And Xiang Yu appeared skilled in multiple crafts. Befriending such a person would be equivalent to ascending to the heavens in a single step. These are the treasures he has given to the sect to help us recover our strength, Li Yao continued, her voice clear and commanding. He has also promised to provide more should these ones run out. Cheers erupted from the crowd, their earlier skepticism completely forgotten as they calculated how these resources would enhance their own cultivation. Li Yao turned to address the elders directly, her posture straightening with authority. Elders, come and help distribute the resources. Ensure everyone receives their fair share. Almost instantly, the elders materialized on stage safe for Elder Guashantian and Elder Huang. They bowed deeply. We greet the sect master. We greet the Grand Elder. They intoned in perfect unison, their deference to Xiang Yu unmistakable. Elder Wu Tiangang, slightly slower to respond, blinked in surprise as he approached. Weren't these the same people who had criticized him moments ago for showing excessive respect? When did they become so fluent? Nevertheless, he joined them in the formal greeting. Greetings, sect master. Greetings, Grand Elder. Li Yao observed the scene with a slight frown. These elders seemed to be showing more respect to her senior brother than to herself, their newly appointed sect master. It's understandable. The Empress's voice echoed within her spiritual sea. He's providing what people need most at this moment. Li Yao scoffed quietly, exchanging a meaningful glance with Xiang Yu before they both departed the stage. Xiang Yu, clearly uncomfortable with the prolonged attention, headed straight back to the Mountain Heart Pavilion without further ceremony. Li Yao, however, had other matters to attend to. She materialized before Yin Shuoyin and Zhao Tiangang, her power pressing down upon them like an invisible mountain. We need to talk, she stated, her voice resonating with unyielding authority. We're really cooked this time. Yin Shuoyin thought grimly as she and Zhao Tiangang exchanged worried glances before nodding their agreement. In the Celestial Summit Hall, Li Yao sat regally upon her throne, her penetrating gaze fixed on the two sect masters standing before her. The atmosphere was thick with tension as her chilling aura filled the chamber, making even these powerful cultivators uncomfortable. Yin Shuilian shifted her weight slightly, her mind racing. Had the young sect master somehow uncovered their ulterior motives? She forced her features into a pleasant expression, though anxiety coursed through her veins. Sect Masterly, I was late to greet you. I apologize, she offered with grace, bowing her head respectfully. Li Yao remained silent, her unwavering stare boring into Yin Shuilian like a physical weight. The prolonged silence stretched painfully, making each heartbeat seem louder and louder. Just when Yin Shuilian thought she might crack under the pressure, Li Yao's attention shifted to Zhao Tiangang. A small sigh of relief escaped Yin Shuilian's lips as those piercing eyes moved away from her. How could someone so young project such overwhelming presence? Li Yao wasn't even exerting her spiritual power. Just the natural authority radiating from her made them feel like mere subjects before an emperor. Feeling the full weight of Li Yao's attention, Zhao Tiangang hastily bowed his massive frame. I'm also late to greeting the sect master. I hope the sect master doesn't find this offensive, he rumbled, his typically confident voice now tinged with uncertainty. Li Yao maintained her silence, her expression unreadable. Zhao Tiangang glanced sideways at Yin Shuilian, seeking guidance. As a man who had fought his way to his position, these diplomatic tensions were unfamiliar territory. Yin Shuilian deliberately ignored his silent plea for help, not wanting to associate herself with whatever blunders this muscle-headed oaf might have committed. She hadn't displayed any clear hostility herself, but who knew what tactless actions he might have taken? Isn't this enough? Li Yao asked internally, her impatience growing. No, you need to know how to set the mood. Just give it a few minutes, the Empress advised from within her spiritual sea. Though Li Yao didn't fully understand the Empress's strategy, the results were undeniable. With each passing moment of silence, the two sect masters grew visibly more uncomfortable, fidgeting and exchanging nervous glances. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Li Yao broke the suffocating silence. I'm really disappointed in the two of you, she declared. As she spoke, she released a wave of spiritual pressure, her aura crashing down upon the two sect masters like a mountain. The overwhelming force drove them to their knees, their bodies unable to resist the immense pressure. Relief flickered through Yin Shuilian despite her humiliating position. At least Li Yao had finally spoken, though why she seemed so irritated remained a mystery. Sect Master, isn't this going a little overboard? We are all. Yin Shuilian began, trying to salvage the situation. Li Yao's glare silenced her instantly. When their eyes met, Yin Shuilian instinctively looked down, a primal fear overriding her pride. What was this sensation? Even though the power difference was huge, it shouldn't be to that extent, right? Why was she so terrified? It felt like facing a natural predator. Her frost heart technique, though incomplete, shouldn't have broken this easily. Overboard, Li Yao echoed, her voice dangerously soft. You want to take advantage of my Azure Cloud sect, and you call this overboard. But we haven't even done it yet, Zhao Tiangang blurted out. Yin Shuilian shot him a horrified look. How could anyone be this stupid? What did he mean by yet? This muscle-brained fool was going to doom them both. To their surprise, Li Yao's aura lightened slightly. That's a good point, she acknowledged, reclining back in her chair. Their expressions brightened momentarily, hope flickering that they might survive this encounter after all. But Li Yao's next words shattered that fragile optimism completely. That's why I'm just going to destroy both your sects, she stated with casual indifference, as if discussing nothing more significant than the weather. The blood drained from both sect masters' faces as the words registered. In the tense silence of the celestial summit hall, Yin Shuilian's voice cut through the air, desperation evident in her normally controlled tone. Sect Master, please reconsider, she pleaded, her mind reeling at Li Yao's casual threat. Destroy their sects? The very notion seemed insane. Even they had merely intended to extract some benefits from a weakened Azure Cloud sect, not obliterate an entire lineage. Li Yao's lips curved into a slight smile. Why should I? You struck first, she replied coolly. Then, as if engaged in internal dialogue, she paused thoughtfully before continuing, though I do agree that destroying both sects would indeed be a waste. That's right. Zhao Tiangang seized the opening, his deep voice booming with relief. It is better to let us pay some fees yearly, he suggested hastily. Yan Shuilian fought the urge to close her eyes in frustration. This muscle-headed fool was digging them deeper into trouble with every word. Yet, she had to admit his proposal was more reasonable than complete destruction. Annual tribute was preferable to annihilation. Li Yao's melodious laugh held no warmth. What resources? Do you think my Azure Cloud sect lacks anything? She asked mockingly, her eyes glinting with amusement. Both sect masters fell silent, sudden understanding dawning on them. With such a resource-rich Grand Elder at her disposal, the Azure Cloud sect truly lacked nothing. What do they possibly offer? The atmosphere shifted as Li Yao rose from her throne. She withdrew the Azure Cloud sword. Both sect masters tensed, wondering if she had changed her mind about sparing them. With measured steps, Li Yao approached and placed the gleaming sword between them, its tip touching the ground. Her spiritual pressure intensified, pressing down on them. From now on, I announce the Azure Cloud Sword Sect as a 7th grade sect and appoint the Lotus Jade Pavilion and Iron Spirit Mountain as subsidiary forces. Do you agree or not? She declared, her voice resonating with authority. Shock registered on their faces, not because of the latter part, but at the first. For a sect to be recognized as 7th grade, its leader must possess at least golden core cultivation. They had their own suspicions at first, but this statement from Li Yao confirmed them. This young woman before them truly was a golden core cultivator. Meeting her unwavering gaze, both sect masters knew refusal meant death. We greet the sect master, they intoned in unison, bowing their heads in submission. Good. Li Yao nodded, satisfaction evident in her tone as her sword vanished, and she returned to her throne in a flash of movement. Go back and bring a detailed report of your sects by tomorrow morning. When they remained kneeling, she added dismissively, dismissed. The two sect masters rose, bowed respectfully once more, then retreated from the hall. As they walked through the sect grounds, Yan Shuilian's mind couldn't calm down at all. This outcome was unexpected, though not entirely unfavorable. They could view it as gaining protection from a golden core cultivator. Still, she would need to convince her elders and disciples to accept this new arrangement. Glancing at her companion's relaxed demeanor, she frowned. Aren't you troubled by this? She asked, perplexed by his nonchalance. Zhao Tiangang shrugged his massive shoulders. Why should I be troubled? We just follow who's stronger, he stated matter-of-factly, flexing his impressive muscles as if to emphasize his point. Yan Shuilian could only facepalm in response. Why had she even bothered asking? Isn't it easier to just kill them? Why go through all the effort? Li Yao asked. You just don't want to handle the paperwork for both sects, the Empress responded, her voice laced with amusement. Besides, if you really killed them, since you can't kill the entire sect, a new leader would just emerge and we'd have the same problem. Li Yao's head tilted slightly in confusion. Why can't I kill the entire sect? She asked, genuinely puzzled by the limitation. The Empress sighed deeply. Do you want to be labeled a demonic cultivator? But they attacked first, Li Yao protested, feeling wronged. No one cares. If people can benefit by labeling you a demonic cultivator, they will, the Empress explained. Don't worry about it too much. This is actually a precaution. Precaution? Li Yao's eyes widened with curiosity. That's right. Although it seems as though they're losing out, they're actually benefiting by allying with us. They're smart people, so they should already understand this, the Empress elaborated. Li Yao's fingers drummed against her armrest as she considered this. But how does this benefit us? Aren't they just mooching off of us? She questioned. It's always nice to have friends, the Empress replied. It'll be easier to focus on external threats without having to worry about threats within your walls. Li Yao nodded slowly. The explanation sounded reasonable, though she didn't completely understand all the nuances. Her mind quickly switched to another matter that had been occupying her thoughts. When are we going to raid the tomb of the tribulation transcendence expert? Li Yao asked, her eyes suddenly sparkling with excitement. I thought you forgot about that, the Empress remarked, surprise evident in her voice. How could I forget? Even if senior brother has spiritual roots now, they're still low level, she said. Shouldn't you keep the pill for yourself to use when entering the tribulation transcendent stage? The Empress questioned, probing Li Yao's priorities. Why bother? That's like a few months from now. By then, who knows, senior brother might be able to refine it with his alchemy skills, she replied with absolute confidence. Does this girl even hear the words coming out of her mouth? The Empress thought incredulously. How could the tribulation stage be a few months from now? Some people never reach it in thousands of years. She just sighed internally. Maybe Li Yao didn't know much about the world and was still naive. Well, we can also use this chance to forge your golden core, she said. We'll leave 3 days from now. Although the sect is still in danger, they won't act for some time, so we can use this chance to improve your strength. Li Yao nodded resolutely. She thought to herself that she needed to improve her strength even more. The coming enemies were getting stronger and stronger, and she didn't know if she could handle it without further advancement. In the Wuming cult's main hall, the sect master's roar shattered the solemn silence. What? His thunderous voice caused the entire hall to tremble. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging along his forearms. How was that possible? All the spies he had meticulously placed throughout the Azure Cloud Sword sect, cultivators who had infiltrated over decades, each position carefully calculated, eliminated in an instant. Not just discovered, but completely eradicated simultaneously. This confirmed his earlier suspicions even more. The Azure Cloud sect definitely had an expert helping them. For them to be able to uncover the spies and kill them all in an instant, they must be quite skilled. He needed to accelerate his plans. Whispers had reached him that other demonic factions were beginning to detect his movements, circling like vultures. The treasure he had devoted centuries to obtaining. He couldn't allow it to be snatched away by those opportunistic bastards. Still, he remained cautious. Though he suspected the Orthodox faction's involvement with the Azure Cloud sect, he couldn't act rashly. If those self-righteous cultivators were attempting to provoke him into exposing himself, he would need contingencies. Come in, he commanded, his voice now controlled, but no less menacing. The massive doors swung open silently. An elder entered, his face half hidden beneath a hood. Sect Master, do you have any instructions? He asked, bowing deeply, his forehead nearly touching the floor. All the spies we've placed in the Azure Cloud sect have been eliminated, the sect master stated flatly. The elder's composure shattered. What? How is that possible? He stumbled backward, shock evident in his face. No wonder the cult leader was so irritated. He had personally deployed those spies to avoid any information leaks. But now, all the hard work he'd put in had been destroyed in a single day. That doesn't matter now, the leader dismissed with a wave of his hand. I think they have external help, but I can't confirm it at the moment. I want you to take over the nearby sects and use them to fight the Azure Cloud sect. Test their limits, he ordered, a cruel smile forming on his lips. The man bowed once more and backed away before turning to leave the room, the heavy doors closing behind him. Alone again, the sect master's gaze drifted to the array of maps spread across his table. His finger traced the location of the Azure Cloud sect, then moved to several marked positions surrounding it. He wondered what game the Orthodox faction was playing. Whatever their scheme, they would soon discover that the Wuming cult had survived for millennia by turning traps against those who set them. When Xiang Yu returned, he proceeded directly to the spirit vein. He no longer bothered with the crude camouflage of leaves and branches. After advancing to 8th grade Formation Master, he had crafted several intricate concealing arrays and established them at the entrance. These formations, far more effective than physical disguises, bent light and perception around the cave opening, rendering it virtually invisible to passers-by. He planned to enhance these protections further once he broke through to the next level. Inside the cavern, the multicolored waters of the spirit's spring shimmered with gentle radiance. The boar continued floating aimlessly through the glowing pool, showing no signs of transformation despite its prolonged exposure to spiritual energy. Xiang Yu sighed deeply, gathering another handful of medicinal herbs and tossing them into the water for the creature to consume. It seemed increasingly clear that to produce third-grade spirit food, he would need to venture out and capture actual spirit beasts, a prospect he had absolutely no desire to pursue. Such hunting expeditions would expose him to unnecessary danger and were ultimately unsustainable for his long-term plans. What he truly wanted was to cultivate a spirit boar capable of reproduction, establishing a self-sustaining source of spirit ingredients. Even as he acknowledged the ambition of essentially creating an entirely new species, the potential benefits made the effort worthwhile. Setting aside these thoughts, Xiang Yu turned his attention to practice. Though he was tempted to stimulate his bloodlines for rapid advancement, timing was crucial. How would he explain appearing at dinner covered in injuries? Instead, he decided to focus on his elemental techniques. Since his lightning palm had reset its experience points after breaking through, he decided to use this time to accumulate some experience for the next reset. With his superior enlightenment, gaining points was quite easy. After sufficient practice, he transitioned to his newest acquisitions, the light and dark palm techniques. He noticed that these elements had the least amount of experience and decided to give them a little push so they could catch up to the wind and ice palms. Xiang Yu observed with fascination how these contradictory energies seemed to accelerate each other's development when practiced simultaneously. The light element would surge forward, only for the dark to respond by matching its advancement, creating a perpetual cycle of improvement reminiscent of his bloodline's interaction, though without the violent internal damage. When the techniques finally reached comparable levels, Xiang Yu departed to prepare dinner. During dinner, it was only Xiang Yu and Elder Gua. Elder Huang and Li Yao were still busy as always. They chatted casually as they ate, with Elder Gua sharing stories and cultivation insights, while Xiang Yu listened attentively, occasionally asking questions. When he returned to the spirit vein, Xiang Yu removed his robes and stepped into the spirit spring, feeling the spiritual energy immediately begin to permeate his skin. This time, I'll push myself twice as long as yesterday, he thought. His eyes drifted to the 208th grade healing pills he had refined earlier. I prepared properly. Tonight, I'm really going all out. Xiang Yu took several deep breaths, clearing his mind and steadying his nerves. The anticipation of what was to come sent a shiver down his spine. After one final moment of preparation, he released his control over the bloodlines within him. The effect was instantaneous. The dragon and phoenix essences shot through his veins like lightning, hurtling toward each other with primal aggression. The moment they collided, Xiang Yu's skin ruptured in dozens of places, blood seeping from the wounds as internal damage spread like wildfire. Pain erupted through every fiber of his being, far more intense than his previous session. Xiang Yu clenched his teeth so hard he feared they might crack, yet he refused to make a sound. It's even worse than last time, he realized through the haze of agony. He had assumed the pain would become more manageable as his body strengthened, but he'd overlooked a crucial detail. The bloodlines were growing stronger alongside him. An hour later, Xiang Yu's trembling hand reached for his 10th pill. He swallowed it with difficulty, his throat raw from suppressed screams. Still a few hours left to endure, he reminded himself, his determination unwavering despite the torment. After another 2 hours, his condition had deteriorated dramatically. His skin was torn open across his entire body, and his internal organs had been reduced to a chaotic mess of damaged tissue. With bloodied, shaking hands, he grabbed 20 pills and swallowed them in one gulp. His critically damaged body absorbed their effects immediately, desperately trying to repair the devastation. Yet each healed wound would reopen seconds later as the relentless bloodlines continued their vicious battle. Another hour passed. Xiang Yu clung to consciousness by a thread, his vision blurring as he forced himself to swallow another pill. I've taken so many pills, he thought hazily. If it weren't for my transcendent Tao body's ability to refine them. I'd have died from pill poisoning long ago. Anyone else's body would have started rejecting them after the first dozen. As yet another hour dragged by, Xiang Yu reached his absolute breaking point. His body screamed for relief, begging him to stop the bloodline's conflict. The sensation resembled holding one's breath underwater, far past the point of comfort. Every instinct demanded he release control and end the self-imposed torture. With Herculean effort, Xiang Yu fought against his survival instincts. His hand trembled violently as he reached for another 20 pills, swallowing them desperately. The medicinal energy provided momentary relief, allowing him to reclaim a sliver of clarity. How long has it been? He wondered, his thoughts fragmented by pain. His question was answered as the familiar notification finally appeared before his eyes. Calculating settlement. Body refining. 11th layer, 5760/11,000 plus 1000/11,000. Qi gathering. 6th layer, 300/600 plus 300/600. Mind. Level 4, 2734/4000 plus 10/4000. Spiritual root. Medium grade omni-element, 20/2000. Transcendent Tao body. Level 1, 270/1,000,000 plus 10/1,000,000. Chaos body. Level 1, 150/10,000 plus 50/10,000. Bloodline, Dragon, Phoenix. Thin blood, 260/1000 plus 100/1000. Enlightenment, Superior, 110/4000 plus 10/4000. Spirit flame, Abyssal void flame. 5th grade, 10/50,000 plus 10/50,000. High-grade lightning strike in palm. Minor success, 5 out of 200, plus 5/200. High-grade fire palm. Minor success, 66 out of 200. High-grade water, wood, earth, metal palm. Minor success, 18 out of 200. High-grade ice, wind, light, dark palm. Beginner, 28 out of 100. Cook, 4th grade, 420 to 600, plus 20/600. Appraiser, 6th grade, 1/400, plus 1/400. Talisman maker, 8th grade, 100 out of 200. Alchemist, Formation master, blacksmith. 8th grade, 50/200, plus 50/200. Experience points doubled. Alchemist, Formation master, blacksmith. 8th grade, 50/200, 8th grade, 100/200. Talisman maker, 8th grade, 100 out of 200, 7th grade, 0 out of 300. Appraiser, 6th grade, 1/400, 6th grade, 2 for 400. Cook, 4th grade, 42600, 3rd grade, 0 out of 700. High-grade ice, wind, light, dark palm. Beginner, 28/100. Beginner, 56/100. High-grade water, wood, earth, metal palm. Minor success, 18 out of 200. Minor success, 36 out of 200. High-grade fire palm. Minor success, 66 out of 200. Minor success, 132 out of 200. High-grade lightning strike in palm. Minor success, 5 out of 200. Minor success, 10 out of 200. Spirit flame, abyssal void flame. 5th grade, 10/50,000. 5th grade, 20/50,000. Enlightenment, superior, 110/4000. Superior, 220/4000. Bloodline, dragon, phoenix. Thin blood, 260/1000. Thin blood, 520/1000. Chaos body. Level 1, 150/10,000. Level 1, 300/10,000. Transcendent Tao body. Level 1, 270/10,000,000. Level 1, 540/10,000,000. 000. Spiritual root, medium grade omni element, 20/2000. Medium, 40/2000. Mind, level 4, 2734/4000. Level 5, 0/5000. Chi gathering, 6th layer, 300/600. 7th layer, 0/700. Body refining, 11th layer, 5760/11, 000. 12th layer, 0/12, 000. As soon as the doubling interface appeared, Xiang Yu found himself instantly transported to a different location. His surroundings shifted dramatically, and he immediately recognized the place as his spiritual sea, though it appeared strangely transformed. The spiritual sea had become remarkably more vibrant than before, filled with gently flowing qi that pulsed with vitality. Most surprisingly, there was now an actual sea of qi within his spiritual sea. Xiang Yu marveled at this development, finally understanding why cultivators referred to it as a spiritual sea in the first place. Though modest in size, merely 10 meters in radius, more of a puddle than a true sea, its appearance marked a significant advancement in his cultivation. As he gazed across this miniature ocean, something at its center caught his attention, a peculiar object floating gently on the surface. Curiosity drew him forward, and Xiang Yu stepped cautiously into the Qi Sea. The sensation was unexpectedly refreshing, like plunging into cool spring water after a long journey. The Qi immediately began replenishing his mental strength, washing away the lingering exhaustion from his bloodline training. Wading deeper, he approached the mysterious object. It appeared egg-shaped, its surface a pristine white that seemed to glow with an inner light. Something about it called to him, compelling him to reach out. As his fingers made contact with the smooth shell, it cracked immediately, fracturing into delicate pieces that dissolved into the sea around him. From within emerged not a creature as he might have expected, but a human baby. Xiang Yu stared in bewilderment at the infant, noting with increasing confusion that it bore a striking resemblance to himself, the same distinctive features, just in miniature form. What is happening? He wondered. Did I somehow give birth to a child? Is this even possible? Confusion mounting, Xiang Yu quickly summoned his system interface, desperate for answers. Realm, body, 12th layer, 3/12, 000. Spirit, Qi gathering 7th layer, 2/700. Mind, level 5, January 5000. Soul, infant 1/100, 000. As soon as the new stat appeared in the status screen, a torrent of knowledge flooded Xiang Yu's mind. The soul, he now understood, developed through 3 distinct stages: infant, nascent, and adult. Under normal circumstances, when a cultivator reached the golden core stage, their core would migrate to the spiritual sea. There, bathed in nourishing qi, the core would transform into an egg. This egg would gradually absorb qi until it finally hatched, producing an infant soul. This infant soul would then feed on the eggshell, essentially consuming the golden core itself, and advance to the nascent stage, marking the breakthrough to the nascent soul realm. However, if a cultivator's core was damaged or insufficiently powerful, the infant might emerge without adequate nourishment, resulting in a kind of pseudo-nascent soul stage. This was precisely the stage Xiang Yu had unexpectedly entered. Though it didn't grant him the overwhelming power of a true nascent soul cultivator, or even that of a genuine pseudo-nascent soul. All it did was provide some defense against soul attacks. Ironically, this defense would likely prove ineffective against genuine nascent soul realm experts, who were the primary wielders of soul attacks in the first place. At the moment, this advancement seemed practically useless. But Xiang Yu wasn't discouraged. The system's doubling effect was the key. If it continued working on his soul attribute, he might eventually advance to the adult stage. Such progress would render him immune to any soul attacks below the soul formation realm, which represented the pinnacle of power in the entire eastern region. A question nagged at him as he studied the floating infant soul that resembled himself in miniature. What would happen if he reached the nascent soul stage without advancing his chi cultivation to the corresponding level? Would he somehow skip ranks to become a true nascent soul cultivator? He sighed, reasoning that it probably wouldn't work that way. The nascent soul realm didn't rely solely on soul strength. It required mastery of chi as well. At best, he might be able to match such cultivators in pure soul combat, but would still fall short in conventional battle. Then, a tantalizing possibility dawned on him. If he could learn soul attack techniques, wouldn't it make him virtually invincible against anyone below the nascent soul realm? After all, cultivators at lower stages lacked any form of soul defense. This realization sent a tingle of excitement down his spine. I should research this further, he thought, his mind already racing with possibilities. But first, he needed to assess his overall progress. Withdrawing from his spiritual sea, Xiang Yu summoned his system interface to examine what other changes had occurred during the daily reset. The first thing Xiang Yu noticed upon returning to his physical form was the extraordinary power surging through his body. Examining the reset screen, he couldn't help but feel a rush of satisfaction. His suffering had yielded unprecedented results. He had earned a staggering 1,000 experience points in body refining, his highest single-day gain ever. After doubling, this achievement had propelled him into the 12th layer of body refining. As he had anticipated, advancing beyond the 10th layer of body refining represented a threshold similar to crossing a major realm. Though he could still feel his strength increasing incrementally, he intuitively understood that his current self could effortlessly defeat his previous self. While he lacked precise metrics to measure this growth, the sheer sense of power flowing through his veins was undeniable. His chi cultivation had made equally impressive strides, gaining 300 points which, after doubling, launched him into the 7th layer of chi refining. This milestone marked his entry into the late stages of chi refinement, bringing him tantalizingly close to the foundation-building realm. The prospect of such rapid advancement, previously unimaginable, now seemed within reach. Both his spiritual root and chaos body continued their steady improvement. Though he hadn't discovered a method to directly enhance his spiritual root during daily cultivation, it had nevertheless begun developing at an accelerated pace with tangible effects on his cultivation efficiency. As for his bloodlines, they had surpassed the halfway point and would reach the common blood level after the next reset, another significant advancement that would further strengthen his foundation. His various professions showed equally impressive progress. His cooking skill had reached the 3rd grade, bringing with it new insights and recipes. However, as he had anticipated, creating 3rd-grade spirit food remained impossible without access to mid-level herbs or spirit beast ingredients. This limitation drew his gaze toward the boar still swimming aimlessly in the spirit spring beside him. He shook his head in mild disappointment before returning his attention to the status screen. To his surprise, his appraiser profession had advanced to 7th grade before the reset without him even noticing. The 7th grade was already quite impressive, so he found himself eager to discover what additional capabilities the 6th grade might bring. His talisman making had broken through to the 7th grade as well, granting him insights into new talisman formulas while improving his mastery of existing ones. The urge to test the destructive potential of a 7th grade explosion talisman tugged at him, but he suppressed the impulse for now. A thought occurred to him as he reviewed his progress. He had originally given Li Yao 8th grade talismans as a personal gift to thank her for providing the bloodlines. Since then, however, he had donated similar talismans to the sect, somewhat diminishing the specialness of his initial offering. Perhaps he should craft some 7th grade explosion talismans exclusively for her, alongside several hundred for his personal use. His remaining professions, alchemy, formation mastery, and blacksmithing, hadn't experienced breakthroughs yet, though they had all surpassed their halfway points and would advance after the next reset. The diversity of his cultivation path proved advantageous. With so many different attributes developing simultaneously, he could expect breakthroughs in at least one area every couple of days, maintaining a constant sense of progress. The other techniques continued their gradual improvement, though at a slower pace since he wasn't actively practicing them. While he recognized the need to allocate time for their development, he wasn't prepared to sacrifice his focus on his professional skills, which remained his most valuable assets in the cultivation world. With these considerations in mind, Xiang Yu formulated a revised cultivation schedule. The period from reset to dawn would remain dedicated to mind cultivation. Morning until lunch would be devoted to alchemy and blacksmithing. The afternoon until dinner would focus on formation, making, and talisman crafting. After dinner, he would continue his bloodline stimulation, painful though it was. Throughout it all, he would continue using his appraisal skill at every opportunity, and his cooking practice would remain integrated with his daily meal preparation. Early in the morning, Xiang Yu opened his eyes, marking the end of his mind cultivation. Without hesitation, he summoned his status screen to confirm a suspicion that had been forming during his practice. Mind, level 5, 60/5000. Soul, infant, 20/100, 000. A satisfied smile crossed his face. Just as he had theorized, practicing mind cultivation was simultaneously nurturing his newly discovered soul. It made perfect sense. The spiritual sea that housed his infant soul was directly strengthened by mind cultivation techniques, creating a beneficial environment for soul development. Still, he couldn't detect any tangible changes in his capabilities, so he filed the observation away for later consideration. Rising from the spirit spring, Xiang Yu stretched his limbs, ready to begin the next phase of his newly planned schedule. As he emerged from the shimmering pool, he took a moment to assess his physical condition. The breakthrough to the 12th layer of body refining had fully stabilized overnight, leaving him with a profound sense of strength flowing through his every muscle. Clenching his fist experimentally, power surged through his arm. He estimated he could now overpower at least 3 versions of his former self in direct combat, though such speculation was ultimately pointless without a proper method of verification. He dismissed these thoughts and focused on the tasks ahead. After dressing, Xiang Yu carefully inspected his medicinal plants growing along the small garden he had made. The herbs were developing nicely, their leaves gleaming with absorbed spiritual energy. By his estimation, they would be ready for harvest within a day or two. Retrieving his alchemy furnace, he arranged it precisely in the center of his workspace. Beside it, he placed a veritable mountain of herbs acquired from the sect's treasury. His recent appointment as Grand Elder had granted him access to resources. Elder Huang had personally escorted him to the treasury, where he had claimed all available herbs. Though they were just low-level herbs, their sheer quantity represented a tremendous opportunity for practice. Xiang Yu checked his spatial ring, confirming he still possessed 108th grade healing pills. This supply would suffice for today's bloodline stimulation training. After tomorrow's reset, his alchemy skill would break through to the 7th grade, allowing him to refine the pills with minimal resource wastage. For now, he would focus on producing 9th grade pills for the sect's benefit. He arranged the selected herbs within the furnace and summoned his abyssal void flame. The dark fire responded instantly to his will, enveloping the materials in perfectly controlled heat. As he guided the refinement process, Xiang Yu noticed a remarkable improvement in his efficiency. His success rate for 9th grade pills had increased from 60 to an astonishing 80%. His hypothesis had been correct. The pill refining success rate scaled off of mind and enlightenment level. With this improved success rate, he could produce far more pills than yesterday. In the Celestial Summit Hall, Li Yao sat behind her ornate desk, examining the documents spread before her. She flipped one page over, her eyes scanning the detailed reports despite her internal disinterest in administrative matters. "Is this the full report?" she asked, glancing up at the 2 sect masters standing attentively before her. "Yes, sect master," Yan Shulian and Zhao Tiangang replied in unison, their voices respectful but tinged with underlying tension. Li Yao nodded appreciatively. Their thoroughness and speed in compiling these comprehensive reports had exceeded her expectations. The Empress's voice resonated with disdain. "It's not that they're impressive, it's just that you're not," she scoffed. "This is how a real sect master acts. You can learn a thing or two from them. Even that muscle-headed guy has a decent report." Li Yao chose not to retort. The truth was, leading a sect had never been her thing. She was a warrior at heart. These administrative responsibilities felt like shackles compared to the exhilarating freedom of battle. "Good," Li Yao said simply, setting the documents aside. Her gaze fixed on Yin Shuilian, studying the elegant sect leader's composed features. "Your sect is primarily female, right?" "That's right, sect master," Yin Shuilian responded, a flicker of nervousness crossing her otherwise perfect composure. Behind her carefully maintained expression, her mind raced with concerns. Was Li Yao planning to force her sect to accept male disciples? Such a mandate would face fierce resistance from her elders. The Lotus Jade Palace's cultivation techniques had been refined over centuries specifically for female practitioners. They were fundamentally incompatible with male physiology. "Control your people. Don't get any ideas," Li Yao stated firmly, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. Confusion flashed across Yin Shuilian's face before understanding dawned. She bowed deeply, grateful that her assumption had been incorrect. "I understand," she replied with genuine relief. "What's wrong with female cultivators?" The Empress's voice echoed within Li Yao's mind. For the first time, the Empress seemed genuinely confused. "Well, I heard that female cultivators practice some weird techniques," Li Yao explained internally, maintaining her outward composure. "Since the Grand Elder isn't that strong yet, what if they try to get resources from him with some strange methods?" "Strange methods?" the Empress inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Balancing yin and yang," Li Yao replied, a subtle blush warming her cheeks despite her efforts to remain stoic. When the Empress processed Li Yao's meaning, her spiritual manifestation erupted into peals of laughter that reverberated throughout Li Yao's spiritual sea. "What are you laughing at? Am I wrong?" Li Yao demanded internally, indignation coloring her thoughts. "No, you're completely right. It's nice to be cautious," the Empress conceded, though her amusement remained undiminished. "Then why are you laughing?" Li Yao pressed, but the Empress merely continued her laughter. Refocusing on the matter at hand, Li Yao reached into her spatial ring. With a casual flick of her wrist, she tossed two identical storage rings toward the sect masters. The rings arced through the air, landing perfectly in their outstretched palms. "This is," Yin Shuilian began, her eyes widening as she sensed the contents. "Since you're a part of the Azure Cloud sect now, I naturally won't let you suffer," Li Yao interrupted smoothly. Her voice hardened slightly as she continued. "Just make sure you're ready when it's time for us to fight the outsiders." Astonishment registered on both sect masters' faces as they examined the ring's contents. They had approached this new arrangement with grim resignation, expecting to surrender resources to their new overlord. Instead, Li Yao had gifted them treasures that exceeded their combined sect's annual production. Not only had they gained the protection of a formidable golden core cultivator, but they were also receiving material benefits that would dramatically strengthen their positions. Without hesitation, both sect masters dropped to their knees, genuine gratitude replacing their earlier apprehension. "Thank you, sect master," they exclaimed in perfect synchrony, their previous pride completely dissolved. Li Yao waved her hand dismissively, affecting an air of nonchalance. "It's just some cheap resources. No need to be so formal." Despite her outward indifference, Li Yao's internal dialogue continued. "This is half of what we received from Xiang Yu. Is it really okay to give it to them?" she questioned the Empress, unable to completely suppress her concern about such generous distribution. "It's okay. Your senior brother will produce another batch anyway. With his talent, he should already have another batch ready by now," the Empress reassured her. "But," Li Yao hesitated, still finding it difficult to part with such valuable treasures. "Don't worry about it. It's an investment," the Empress explained patiently. "If they see what we can offer them, they're less likely to defect." That's how you buy loyalty. But didn't you say the other day that loyalty can't be bought? Li Yao challenged, catching the contradiction. Did I say that? The Empress responded airily. Oh, look at the time. I'm tired from helping you go through all those documents, so I'm going back to rest. With that, the Empress retreated deeper into Li Yao's spiritual sea. After some time, Xiang Yu had produced a substantial amount of pills, even more than yesterday. With the pill refining complete, he decided to shift his focus to blacksmithing. As he completed his first weapon, he activated his appraisal skill to examine it. Name: Basic Longsword. Grade: Mid-level magical weapon. Info: a basic longsword made by Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu studied the information carefully, noting subtle differences in how his appraisal ability now functioned. The advancement to 6th grade had changed its mechanics. He needed to concentrate more deeply to view detailed information, and this concentration required a small expenditure of spiritual sea energy. This explained why he hadn't immediately noticed when the ability was upgraded. At its basic level, it still displayed the same fundamental information as before. Only when he deliberately focused and channeled energy did the enhanced details appear. He decided to look into it more at a later time. For routine assessment, the basic appraisal function would suffice. While the energy cost was negligible to him now, especially after his spiritual sea had been upgraded, spamming the enhanced version would accumulate costs quickly. Better to reserve the 6th grade functionality for when it was truly necessary. With this understanding, Xiang Yu continued refining weapons. Before he knew it, it was lunchtime. He decided to go by his house, admitting that he hadn't been there for quite some time given his intense focus on cultivation within the spirit vein. As he approached his residence, a small worry crept into his mind as he noticed some things that hadn't been there before. Had someone claimed his abandoned space as their own? He pushed open the door cautiously, only to freeze in surprise at the sight before him. Someone was lying on his bed. Not just anyone, it was Li Yao. Xiang Yu blinked, momentarily confused by this unexpected development. Why would she be in his room on his bed? Something about the situation felt off. He studied her carefully, suspicion growing. How could a core formation expert fall so deeply asleep? More importantly, how could she fail to detect his presence when he entered? No cultivator at her level would be so unaware of their surroundings. He approached the bed silently, observing the minutest details of her posture and breathing. Li Yao remained motionless, committed to her act, while inwardly wondering about his intentions as he drew closer. She felt his hand rest gently on her shoulder. Was he going to? I know you're awake, Xiang Yu stated matter-of-factly. I told you this wouldn't work. The Empress sighed within Li Yao's consciousness. But Li Yao remained stubborn, mentally scoffing at his act. He was probably just testing her, trying to see if she was truly asleep. Hey, if you don't get up now, I'll do something bad. He whispered softly to her ear, his breath warm against her ear. Li Yao felt her ear twitch involuntarily at the sensation. Xiang Yu's keen observation instantly noticed this. So, she really was pretending. Meanwhile, Li Yao's thoughts raced. Something bad? Could it be what she was thinking? Ouch! Xiang Yu and Li Yao walked together toward the kitchen. Why did you pinch me? Li Yao spoke, rubbing her ear. Why were you pretending to be asleep? Xiang Yu countered. Li Yao's face remained impressively composed as she crafted her response. Pretending? What pretending? I was just looking for you and didn't find you. So I decided to rest on your bed for a while and unknowingly fell asleep. She spoke, taking on the tone of someone who had been wronged. She quickly redirected the conversation, her curiosity genuine this time. Speaking of, where were you? I just went out to find some herbs, Xiang Yu answered. It was truly difficult to track her senior brother, she thought. She had scanned the entire pavilion with her spiritual sense and couldn't detect a trace of him. His physique seemed to hide his chi completely, making him essentially invisible to spiritual detection. If not for the Empress assuring her that he was still within the mountain, she didn't know what she might have done. She suddenly rushed forward and embraced Xiang Yu from behind, her slender arms wrapping around his waist. What are you doing? Xiang Yu asked, his body tensing at the unexpected contact. Nothing. I've just missed you. she replied softly as she reluctantly released him and stepped back. She smiled to herself. If she couldn't find him with chi sensing, she'd resort to more traditional methods, memorizing his scent to track him later. With her sharp nose, she didn't believe she couldn't find him. Besides, it wasn't her first time. Don't do that all of a sudden. You startled me, Xiang Yu admonished, adjusting his robes where her embrace had rumpled them. Okay, she agreed cheerfully as they continued their walk toward the kitchen. During lunch, the four of them, Xiang Yu, Li Yao, Elder Huang, and Elder Gua, sat around the table enjoying another of Xiang Yu's exceptional meals. The atmosphere was comfortable. Li Yao looked up from her bowl, directing her question to Elder Huang. "When are you getting married?" she asked, her eyes sparkling with genuine interest. Elder Huang's chopsticks paused midway to her mouth. "We decided to do it after the issue with the sect is resolved," she replied, exchanging a meaningful glance with Elder Gua. "If we survive, we will hold a huge wedding." Li Yao puffed out her chest confidently, placing her hand over her heart in a dramatic gesture. "Don't worry, we will definitely survive," she declared with absolute certainty. Xiang Yu stared at them incredulously. What are these idiots doing? He thought to himself. That's a death flag, right? He glanced at Elder Gua, who continued eating cluelessly at his side, completely oblivious. Xiang Yu could only sigh heavily, hoping nothing bad would happen. "There's something I want to tell you," Li Yao announced suddenly, her expression growing serious. "I'll be leaving the sect for a while." Xiang Yu nearly choked on his drink, tea splattering as he coughed. "Never mind, it really is a death flag." Li Yao observed his reaction with interest, wondering if her senior brother was upset about her departure. Though touched, her resolve remained unshaken. She had to leave. Only by growing stronger could she ultimately help make him the strongest. "Sect Master, what do you mean by this?" Elder Huang's demeanor transformed instantly, switching to her professional account. If the sect master were to leave at such a precarious time, it would cause widespread panic throughout the sect. "I have to do this," Li Yao insisted firmly. "The upcoming enemies will be even stronger, and I don't think I can handle them at my current level." Her eyes reflected unwavering determination as she continued. "I need to grow stronger as well." Elder Huang's expression softened as she considered Li Yao's reasoning. It was actually quite reasonable. Although they had eliminated the immediate danger, the looming threat remained. The Wuming cult was a fifth-grade sect, and now that their initial attack had failed, they would undoubtedly send even stronger opponents. It was indeed for the best if Li Yao increased her power. She sighed in resignation. "When are you leaving?" Li Yao blinked in surprise at the elder's quick acceptance. "In 2 days," she answered. "I'll handle the sect matters while you're gone," Elder Huang promised. "Thank you," Li Yao said gratefully. Her gaze drifted toward Xiang Yu, noticing his unusually pale expression. "Senior brother?" she called, trying to capture his attention. But Xiang Yu didn't respond. His mind had shut down all external input, processing only one terrifying thought that echoed through his consciousness. "We're fucked. We're really cooked this time," Xiang Yu thought. If Li Yao left, the sect would be left completely defenseless. It was practically a law of the cultivation world that the protagonist's home always suffered an attack during their absence, allowing them to dramatically save everyone at the last possible moment, if they managed to save them at all. His mind raced through various scenarios, each more catastrophic than the last. What could he possibly do to prevent the impending disaster? "Senior brother?" A gentle touch on his shoulder pulled him from his spiraling thoughts. He raised his eyes to meet Li Yao's concerned gaze as she stood behind him, her brows furrowed with worry. "Are you okay?" she asked, her voice tinged with genuine concern. Xiang Yu quickly composed his expression, masking his inner turmoil. "I'm fine, just a little surprised is all," he replied as he rose from his seat. He busied himself collecting the dishes from the table, the familiar routine helping to calm his mind as he thought of possible solutions. The ceramic plates clinked softly against each other as he stacked them, giving his hands something to do while his thoughts continued to churn. Once finished with clearing the table, Xiang Yu excused himself and headed straight back to the spirit vein. Unbeknownst to him, Li Yao appeared at the location moments after he entered, her keen senses having tracked him this far. "The trail ends here," she declared, staring at the seemingly ordinary rock face before her. "It's likely another concealment array," the Empress observed. After a brief pause, she added decisively, "Let's go back." "Shouldn't we look inside?" Li Yao challenged, her curiosity growing. Whatever her senior brother was hiding, she wanted, perhaps even needed, to know. "Every man has his own secrets," the Empress countered. "If you don't respect his privacy, he might come to dislike you." "Weren't you the one who told me to follow him?" Li Yao asked incredulously, her hands finding their way to her hips in a posture of indignation. "I changed my mind," the Empress replied simply. The Empress reflected privately that she had indeed sensed an unusual aura from this location before and had encouraged Li Yao to investigate. But now it seemed clear enough, just a low-level spirit vein that Xiang Yu had recently discovered. From all appearances, he was simply using it to cultivate herbs and refine weapons away from prying eyes. She had initially suspected more sinister motives for his secretive behavior, but it appeared he merely sought solitude. Interfering now would only antagonize him needlessly. "Okay," Li Yao reluctantly agreed, casting one last, longing glance at the concealed entrance before soaring away into the sky. Inside the spirit vein, Xiang Yu had calmed somewhat, though anxiety still gnawed at the edges of his mind. He reasoned with himself that while such calamitous timing was common in cultivation stories, it wasn't absolutely certain to happen in this case. Nevertheless, precautions were essential. Li Yao would remain for 2 more days. By then, his formation mastery should advance to 7th grade. With that improvement, he should be capable of establishing a sect-wide protective formation strong enough to repel core formation cultivators and potentially withstand at least one strike from a golden core expert. He also needed to focus on improving his talisman, making to 6th grade. A 6th grade explosion talisman, if deployed with proper strategy, could critically injure even a nascent soul cultivator. With these preparations in place, the sect might just survive until Li Yao's return. Drawing a deep, steadying breath, Xiang Yu steeled his resolve. "Time to get to work," he murmured to himself, pushing aside his fears to focus on the tasks ahead. After breaking through to the 7th grade of talisman making, Xiang Yu had gained insights into existing blueprints and even new ones. While these newfound blueprints had their own unique applications, most seemed tailored for specialized situations. Despite having access to this expanded repertoire, he still favored the straightforward effectiveness of explosion talismans. The system had already granted him the necessary insights for crafting 7th grade explosion talismans, so he wasted no time putting this knowledge into practice. Each talisman required a significant investment of spiritual energy, drawing heavily from his spiritual sea. Fortunately, his recent mind-level breakthrough had expanded his spiritual sea's capacity, allowing him to withstand the otherwise exhausting drain. Golden light flickered at his fingertips as he meticulously drew the complex patterns. Each line had to be executed with perfect precision. A single misplaced stroke could render the entire talisman useless, or worse, dangerously unstable. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he maintained his unwavering concentration. By the time he completed his 200th talisman, fatigue had settled deep into his bones. He carefully sorted the finished products, setting aside 10 for Li Yao while keeping the remainder for himself. A slight twinge of guilt touched his conscience as he considered the disparity. Perhaps he was being selfish? But the rational part of his mind quickly dismissed this concern. As the weaker cultivator, he needed these protective measures far more than she did. 10 7th grade explosion talismans would still provide Li Yao with formidable firepower. Xiang Yu settled into a comfortable position, allowing his depleted spiritual sea to gradually replenish itself. Formation drawing, like talisman creation, also drew upon the spiritual sea's energy to etch patterns into the formation disk, making immediate continuation impossible. He closed his eyes, focusing on his breathing as he waited for his energy to recover. After what felt like mere moments, but was actually closer to half an hour, he sensed his spiritual sea had restored enough capacity to continue working. While not completely replenished, his current energy levels would suffice for drawing 8th grade formations, which demanded less spiritual power than the 7th grade talisman. He retrieved the formation discs and began etching intricate patterns into their receptive surfaces, each disc gradually coming alive with pulsing energy as the formations took shape. Time slipped away as he worked, the pile of completed formation discs steadily growing beside him. When he finished another batch, he realized it was dinner time. He carefully stored his creations and made his way back to prepare the evening meal. Dinner proceeded normally, with conversation flowing naturally between the four of them. As the meal concluded and Li Yao prepared to leave, Xiang Yu called her back, retrieving a small package from his spatial ring. "Since you're going outside, you might encounter some dangers," he explained, placing the carefully wrapped bundle in her hands. "These are what I made for you after having a breakthrough in my talisman making." Li Yao unwrapped the package, revealing 10 identical talismans, each radiating a subtle but unmistakable power that sent a faint tingle through her fingers. "It's a 7th grade explosion talisman," Xiang Yu continued. "It should be able to critically injure a golden core cultivator, if used right." He paused briefly before adding, "And if you're ambitious, if you use all 10 of them, you could theoretically injure a nascent soul cultivator." Li Yao's eyes widened in surprise at this claim. "Is that true?" she asked the Empress internally. "You can indeed injure a weaker, nascent soul cultivator if you use them correctly," the Empress confirmed. "Thank you, senior brother," Li Yao said, her smile brightening her entire face. "I'll definitely use them well." She carefully stored the talismans in her spatial ring. Xiang Yu then gave the rest of the resources he'd made to Elder Huang. Since they were useless to him, it was better to give them up soon to free up his storage space. Xiang Yu watched Li Yao and Elder Huang depart. They had said that they wouldn't be attending meals anymore as they needed to deal with many things before Li Yao's departure. This was why he had decided to give her the talismans now, as it was probably the last time he was going to see her before she left. As they had disappeared from sight, Xiang Yu hoped that she would be safe out there. As for him, he immediately returned to the spirit vein. The day's work had been productive, but his cultivation schedule demanded adherence. Inside the concealed cave, he stripped off his outer robes and slipped into the spirit spring. As the spiritual energy embraced him, he prepared himself mentally for what was to come. It was time for his daily ritual. Xiang Yu inhaled deeply, trying to steady his nerves as he prepared for the inevitable agony. The bloodlines had strengthened significantly since his last session, but his body had also advanced to a higher layer of refinement. He reassured himself that with his physical power now at least 3 times greater than before, perhaps the pain wouldn't be as unbearable this time. With resolute determination, he released his control over the dragon and phoenix bloodlines. True to their nature, they instantly surged toward each other like ancient enemies spotting their rival across a battlefield. The moment they collided, the brutal war within his body commenced. To his momentary surprise, his skin didn't rupture instantly as it had during previous sessions. A fleeting sense of relief washed over him, but the reprieve was short-lived. Within seconds, the opposing forces began inflicting real damage to his internal organs. When the first rupture finally tore through his skin, others followed in rapid succession, each break occurring faster than the last. Blood seeped from the widening cracks across his body as Xiang Yu gritted his teeth. Though still excruciating, he noticed something different. The pain seemed somewhat dulled compared to previous sessions. Not that it didn't hurt. It still felt like being torn apart from the inside, but his tolerance appeared to be building with each brutal training session. With trembling fingers, he reached for a healing pill and swallowed it, consciously directing its restorative essence toward his most critical injuries. For hours, he endured this grueling cycle of devastation and recovery, his body becoming a continuous battlefield where the competing bloodlines raged against each other while his healing powers struggled to maintain the integrity of his physical form. When the system reset screen finally materialized before his eyes, Xiang Yu realized his mind remained surprisingly lucid despite the ordeal. His capacity to withstand the torment was clearly improving with each session. Through the haze of lingering pain, he focused his attention on the results of his hard work. Body refining, 12th layer 1000/12 plus 1000/12 Qi gathering, 7th layer 300/700 plus 300/700. Mind, level 5 60/5000 plus 60/5000. Soul, infant 20/100 plus 20/100 Spiritual root, medium grade omni-element 40/2000. Transcendent Tao body, level 1 550/1 plus 10/1 Chaos body, level 1 350/10 plus 50/10 Bloodline, Dragon, Phoenix, Thin Blood 620/1000 plus 100/1000. Enlightenment, Superior 250/4000 plus 30/4000. Spirit Flame, Abyssal Void Flame, 5th grade 30/50 plus 10/50 High grade Lightning Strike and Palm. Minor success, 10 out of 200. High grade Fire Palm. Minor success, 132 out of 200. High grade Water, Wood, Earth, Metal Palm. Minor success, 36 out of 200. High grade Ice, Wind, Light, Dark Palm. Beginner, 56 out of 100. Cook, 3rd grade, 10 out of 700, plus 10/700. Appraiser, 6th grade, 102/400, plus 100/400. Talisman Maker, 7th grade, 50/300, plus 50/300. Alchemist Formation Master, Blacksmith, 8th grade, 150/200, plus 50/200. Experience points doubled. Alchemist Formation Master, Blacksmith, 8th grade, 150/200, 7th grade, 0/300. Talisman Maker, 7th grade, 50/300, 7th grade, 100/300. Appraiser, 6th grade, 102/400, 6th grade, 204/400. Cook, 3rd grade, 10 of 700, 3rd grade, 20/700. High grade Ice, Wind, Light, Dark Palm. Beginner, 56 out of 100. Minor success, 0 out of 200. High grade Water, Wood, Earth, Metal Palm. Minor success, 36 out of 200. Minor success, 72 out of 200. High grade Fire Palm. Minor success, 132 out of 200. Intermediate, 0 out of 300. High grade Lightning Strike and Palm. Minor success, 10 out of 200. Minor success, 20 out of 200. Spirit Flame, Abyssal Void Flame, 5th grade, 30/50 5th grade, 60/50 Enlightenment, Superior, 250/4000, Superior, 500/4000. Bloodline, Dragon, Phoenix, Thin Blood 620/1000, Common Blood, 0/2000. Chaos Body, Level 1, 350/10, 000. Level 1, 700/10, 000. Transcendent Tao Body, Level 1, 550/1, 000, 000. Level 1, 1100/1, 000, 000. Spiritual Root, Medium Grade Omni-Element, 40/2000. Medium, 80/2000. Soul, Infant, 20/100 dash Infant, 40/100 000. Mind, Level 5, 60/5000. Level 5, 120/5000. Qi Gathering, 7th layer, 300/700. 7th layer, 600/700. Body Refining, 12th layer 1000/12 000, 12th layer 2000/12 000. Xiang Yu felt an unsettling shift within his body. Despite having commanded the bloodlines to cease their conflict, he sensed movement continuing beneath his skin. Alarm surged through him. How could they still be active when he maintained control through the system? Had they somehow broken free after upgrading to the common blood level? If so, that would really be a disaster. Focusing his awareness deeper into his internal landscape, he finally understood what was happening. The bloodlines weren't moving independently. They were expanding. When he had first acquired them, each bloodline had been merely a single drop of essence. Through the system's doubling process, they had gradually accumulated a few more drops over time. But now, something extraordinary was occurring. The essences multiplied at an astonishing rate, one additional drop forming every second. Xiang Yu watched in fascination as the process continued, his internal senses tracking the rapid proliferation. Within moments, both the dragon and phoenix bloodlines had expanded to nearly 100 drops each. No sooner had the bloodlines stabilized in their new abundance than other transformations began happening throughout his body. The dragon bloodline's expansion triggered profound physical enhancements. His bones became denser, infused with the resilience of tempered steel. His skin toughened noticeably as well, enhancing his durability. With each breath, Xiang Yu felt raw power flowing through his muscles, his physical strength climbing to heights he'd never experienced before. Simultaneously, the Phoenix bloodline's growth manifested in different ways. His affinity for fire element energy deepened considerably, making the manipulation of flame techniques feel as natural as breathing. His regenerative capabilities accelerated dramatically. Minor wounds now closed almost instantaneously. Even his enlightenment seemed to sharpen, granting clearer insights into cultivation concepts that had previously remained somewhat obscure. As the transformations settled, Xiang Yu couldn't help but marvel at the bloodline's substantial benefits. Despite the excruciating pain required to advance them, the rewards proved genuinely remarkable. If merely reaching the common blood level yielded such impressive enhancements, he could scarcely imagine the power awaiting at the progenitor stage. Catching himself, he quickly tempered these thoughts. His imagination was running wild again. Better to focus on the present rather than dream of distant possibilities. Turning his attention to other changes following the system's doubling effect, he noted his body refining had gained another 1,000 points, matching yesterday's impressive progress. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he triggered another breakthrough. Most other stats didn't show much progress, but his three professions, alchemy, formations, and blacksmithing, had all broken through to the 7th grade. This advancement came with valuable insights. New alchemical recipes, formation blueprints, and weapon designs now resided in his mind, ready to be implemented. Most significantly, he could finally craft high-level magical weapons. Point 1. His appraiser profession had progressed past its halfway point and would reach 5th grade after the next reset, steadily catching up with his cooking skill. The cooking profession, however, had encountered a progress bottleneck. Since he could only prepare 4th grade spirit food, which generated minimal experience points for his 3rd grade profession, advancement had slowed considerably. Perhaps most exciting was seeing his transcendent Tao physique finally cross the 1,000-point threshold. The pace of its development was clearly accelerating, filling him with anticipation for when it would finally advance to the next level. For now, though, it was time to begin his mind cultivation session. Xiang Yu's consciousness materialized within his spiritual sea. He glanced around, noting that the sea of qi had grown a little since his last visit, stretching a few meters further in each direction. Without hesitation, he stepped into the sea. The moment his form made contact, a refreshing sensation washed over him, like plunging into a mountain spring after days of exhaustion. The qi-enriched currents swirled around him, dissolving his mental fatigue and clearing his mind. Xiang Yu made his way toward the center, where his soul infant floated peacefully. The miniature version of himself bobbed gently on the surface, eyes closed, completely oblivious to his presence. Studying the tiny being, Xiang Yu couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. "Hey, wake up. Time to pay the bills, lil bro," he spoke. The infant remained motionless. But after Xiang Yu shook it a little, its eyelids fluttered open momentarily. It gazed around with unfocused eyes until settling on Xiang Yu's face, then promptly closed again, returning to its slumber. Xiang Yu sighed deeply, his expectations deflating. He had harbored such high hopes for this guy, imagining the extraordinary capabilities it might possess. But reality proved far more mundane. The infant did nothing but eat and sleep all day. Still, he reminded himself, its experience hadn't even reached 1% completion yet. Perhaps patience was required. Accepting the current limitations, Xiang Yu left the soul alone and settled into his meditation position, focusing his mind. As his concentration deepened, something unexpected occurred. The soul infant slowly awakened, its tiny eyes blinking open. It observed with interest as spiritual energy gathered around Xiang Yu's meditating form. Slowly, the infant floated toward him, positioning itself directly before Xiang Yu's cross-legged figure. After studying his posture with childlike curiosity, it began mimicking his form, trying once, twice, 3 times before successfully assuming the lotus position. Not stopping there, it imitated Xiang Yu's qi circulation patterns, creating a matching energy flow around its diminutive body within seconds. Hours passed in harmonious synchronization, until Xiang Yu's internal alarm prompted him to end his meditation. As his eyes opened, he found himself staring directly into the awakening gaze of his soul infant. The sight of qi circulating around the small being stunned him. It had been perfectly mirroring his cultivation technique. A theory instantly formed in his mind. He summoned his system interface. Mind, level 5, 240/5000. Soul, infant, 80/100,000. The results shocked him. His experience points had doubled overnight. Normally, his solo practice yielded 60 mind experience and 20 soul experience, but with the infant's participation, these numbers had doubled. This unexpected synergy offered tremendous cultivation potential. "Looks like you aren't so useless after all," he remarked with appreciation, only to discover the infant had already returned to its unresponsive state. After tapping it several times without response, Xiang Yu realized the small being had completely exhausted itself. He gently lifted the tiny form and placed it back into the nourishing waters of the spiritual sea. Through their connection, he could sense its energy slowly recovering. Once satisfied with its condition, Xiang Yu withdrew from his spiritual sea. In the shimmering waters of the spirit spring, Xiang Yu opened his eyes, consciousness returning to his physical form. His first instinct was to check on his roommate, the wild boar still paddling aimlessly through the spiritual waters, completely oblivious to the extraordinary environment it inhabited. The creature seemed fundamentally unchanged despite days of exposure to concentrated spiritual energy. "Still no signs of transformation," Xiang Yu murmured, observing the animal's mundane movements. Perhaps not every creature has the potential to become a spirit beast. He rose from the spring, water cascading off his body as he stepped onto the stone floor of the cavern. After quickly drying himself, he donned fresh robes. According to his planned schedule, it was time for pill and weapon refining. Particularly crucial, given yesterday's bloodline training had depleted his entire supply of 8th grade healing pills. His breakthrough to 7th grade alchemy had bestowed him with several new pill recipes, including an improved version of the healing pill. However, he had decided not to refine 7th grade pills at the moment. The 7th grade herbs are too precious to waste on experiments with such a low success rate, he reasoned, especially when the 8th grade pills work perfectly fine for my current needs. Xiang Yu nodded to himself. If it ain't broken, don't fix it. He traversed the spacious cavern, harvesting the herbs he needed to refine the 8th grade pills. After gathering what he needed for pill refining, he visited his personal garden. Kneeling beside the plots, he irrigated them with water collected from the spirit spring, watching with satisfaction as the plants seemed to stretch toward the liquid, absorbing its energy. Each seedling displayed remarkable vitality, their leaves vibrant with qi. Not forgetting his roommate, Xiang Yu gathered some low-level herbs and tossed them into the spring for the boar. Returning to his workspace, Xiang Yu retrieved his alchemy furnace, positioning it carefully on a flat stone surface. Before committing to a full production session, he decided to test a few things that were nagging him. He began by refining several 9th-grade pills, followed by 8th-grade pills, and despite his earlier reservations, even attempted a small batch of 7th-grade pills. As the final pill cooled in his palm, Xiang Yu's lips curved into a satisfied smile. The experiment had confirmed his hypothesis about success rates in alchemy. Just as he had theorized, enlightenment and mind level established the base success rate. With his superior enlightenment and level 5 mind, his base rate was 40%. And with each breakthrough in alchemy proficiency, the success rate doubled for pills of lower grades, he concluded. At 8th grade alchemy, the success rate for 9th grade pills was 80%. Now at 7th grade alchemy, it had reached 100%. Of course, this didn't guarantee absolute success. External interference or deliberate errors would still cause failure. But since his cultivation environment remained controlled and his technique disciplined, such failures seemed unlikely. For 8th grade pills, his success rate had improved to 80%. For the newly accessible 7th grade pills, he calculated a 40% chance of success. Respectable, but still too wasteful for the rare ingredients they required. The abyssal void flame materialized at his command, its dark energy enveloping the furnace in perfectly controlled heat. Xiang Yu worked with unwavering focus, each movement precise, each ingredient measured exactly. After some time, he had successfully produced 200 8th-grade healing pills. He thought to himself that they should be enough for 2 days of bloodline training, carefully storing them in jade containers within his spatial ring. By then, his alchemy would have advanced again, increasing his success rate further and reducing resource consumption. Though the improvement from 80 to 100% might seem marginal to some, Xiang Yu took such efficiency seriously. The spirit vein's resources, while abundant, weren't infinite. Although he hadn't spent much, he didn't want to go rogue before he figured out how to grow them at a faster rate. At the rate at which the young ones were growing, if he finished the mature ones, he would have to wait a long time before a new batch matured. His gaze drifted to his garden again, evaluating the nearly mature herbs. He could harvest them immediately for low-level pill refining, but he decided to give them an extra day just to be safe. With his personal supply secured, Xiang Yu turned his attention to 9th-grade pill production for the sect. He didn't do this because he was such a nice elder. In fact, the sect was already being overloaded with pills. He did this mostly for the love of the game. Farming EXP. Xiang Yu's fingers moved carefully across the alchemy furnace, the dark energy of his abyssal void flame weaving through the materials perfectly, ensuring just the right temperature to refine the medicinal benefits, but not burn the herbs. Pill after pill formed under his attentive gaze, their spiritual essence stabilizing into perfect spheres. By the time he finished, several hundred 9th-grade pills gleamed in neatly arranged rows before him, their surfaces radiating a subtle luminescence. The sect should have enough resources for a while, he murmured, carefully storing them in his spatial ring. With the pills complete, Xiang Yu turned his attention to weapon refining. His recent breakthrough to 7th-grade blacksmith had bestowed him with insights into crafting high-level magical weapons. Why waste time on lesser weapons, he thought, retrieving a collection of rare metals from his storage. Let's test the limits of my new abilities. The process proved more challenging than before. Each high-level magical weapon required precise temperature control, meticulous spiritual energy infusion, and absolute concentration throughout every stage of forging. The abyssal void flame responded to his will with perfect obedience, heating the metals to optimal temperatures without wasting a degree. When the first weapon took form, Xiang Yu immediately activated his appraisal ability. Name: Basic Knife. Grade: High-level magical weapon. Info: a basic knife made by Xiang Yu. A smile of satisfaction spread across his face. Despite its unassuming name, this basic knife contained power that would make even the elders envious. After all, none of them had high-level magical weapons. After his first success, Xiang Yu threw himself into a crafting frenzy, his hands moving with increasing confidence as weapon after weapon emerged from his forge. By lunchtime, approximately 200 high-level magical weapons filled his workspace, their surfaces gleaming with ethereal light. He observed his creations with satisfaction, noting that these weapons would definitely take the sect's combat power to the next level. After carefully storing the weapons, Xiang Yu departed the spirit vein to prepare lunch. As he had anticipated, only Elder Gua appeared for the meal. Li Yao and Elder Huang remained occupied with sect preparations. And then the demon general said, "Since you dare to kill my subordinates, wait and see what I'll do to your little girlfriend." Elder Gua gestured dramatically, recounting yet another adventure from his youth. Little did he know, it was all part of my plan. Xiang Yu listened attentively, genuinely impressed by his master's experiences. Elder Gua's life resembled a novel protagonist's journey, filled with narrow escapes, powerful enemies, and unlikely victories. Master truly has lived an extraordinary life, Xiang Yu thought as they finished their meal and parted ways. Returning to the spirit vein, Xiang Yu decided to focus on formations first rather than talismans. With his spiritual sea still nearly full, he could maximize his efficiency on 7th grade formations. First, he enhanced the concealing formations surrounding the spirit vein, strengthening their defenses against detection. Once satisfied with these improvements, he turned his attention to designing the sect-wide defensive formation. The process required drawing intricate patterns across dozens of formation discs, each designed to be positioned strategically throughout the sect grounds. Though extraordinarily costly to maintain, such considerations no longer troubled Xiang Yu. As Grand Elder, he could mobilize the sect's substantial resources. In the last few days, Elder Huang had been trading their excess resources with many factions. At this time, it was safe to say that the Azure Cloud sect was quite wealthy. For 3 hours, Xiang Yu worked without pause, his spiritual qi flowing across disc after disc. Finally, 2 complete 7th grade formations materialized before him. The first one was a defensive formation that impressed him with its durability, capable of completely resisting attacks from core formation cultivators for an entire day and withstanding at least 3 direct strikes from a peak golden core expert. The offensive formation proved even more remarkable, able to deliver 3 blows equivalent to a peak stage golden core cultivator. The protective formation seems somewhat underwhelming, Xiang Yu mused, critically assessing his work. It would barely last a minute against a peak golden core attacker. He nodded to himself. As they say, sometimes the best defense is a good offense. For talisman creation, Xiang Yu decided to explore beyond his usual explosive talisman. He infused the paper with precisely calculated spiritual energy as he crafted alternatives to his signature destruction talismans. The concealment talisman, he murmured appreciatively, examining the finished design with its interwoven layers of light-bending runes. This particular talisman had become a personal favorite for its unique capabilities. While his system naturally suppressed his qi signature, it couldn't completely mask his physical presence. The concealment talisman filled this critical gap, rendering him effectively invisible even to the penetrating divine sense of nascent soul cultivators. He thought to himself that he should always have one of those with him, as they could come in handy. He carefully set the talisman aside before beginning production of dozens more. After completing a substantial batch of concealment talismans, Xiang Yu shifted his focus to another intriguing talisman he had discovered, the lightning summoning talisman. He had previously overlooked this one, but upon closer examination, its destructive potential rivaled or even exceeded his beloved explosion talismans. The coverage area is impressive," he noted, studying the intricate lightning channeling patterns. Unlike explosion talismans that concentrated force at a single point, these summoned widespread lightning strikes across an entire area, similar to how Li Yao had eliminated the spies during the sect gathering. Such area-of-effect devastation offered tactical advantages that single-point explosions couldn't match. He could definitely use one of these if he was being besieged by many enemies, though he hoped that time would never come. The afternoon slipped away as Xiang Yu produced talisman after talisman, his concentration unwavering despite the hours of intensive work. By the time dinner approached, he had amassed impressive quantities of both types. While preparing the evening meal, his thoughts drifted to tomorrow's challenges. Li Yao would depart, leaving the sect vulnerable. He needed to install the 2 formations he'd created and possibly craft additional attacking arrays. The defensive formation won't withstand sustained assault from a golden core cultivator, he calculated, skillfully chopping vegetables. But the attacking formation could give even powerful enemies significant trouble. A small smile played across his lips as he contemplated the offensive potential. Each formation could deliver 3 strikes equivalent to a peak golden core cultivator's full power. If he managed to create 2 more tomorrow, the sect would command 9 such attacks. With that kind of firepower, couldn't I practically rule the world? He mused, before catching himself. His imagination really liked to go wild. Dinner proceeded comfortably with just Elder Gua for company. As always, his master's tales of adventure provided both entertainment and also helped him affirm his beliefs about the outside world's dangers. Ironically, Elder Gua believed his stories were inspiring his disciple to embrace life's exciting possibilities. If he knew Xiang Yu's actual thoughts, he would definitely flip the table in frustration. After their meal concluded, Xiang Yu returned to the spirit vein for his daily bloodline stimulation ritual. He removed his robes and submerged himself in the spirit spring, feeling the familiar tingle of spiritual energy against his skin. He took several deep breaths to stabilize his nerves, though genuine apprehension lingered. Since advancing to the common blood stage, the bloodlines had grown not only in volume, but also in ferocity. Their bloodlust had intensified noticeably, making him question whether his body could withstand their unleashed conflict. The moment the 2 bloodlines were unleashed, they didn't waste time and got right to it. It was on sight. No hesitation, no mercy. Xiang Yu's body became their battlefield, and he felt the devastation immediately. His spleen ruptured first, followed by his lungs in the next heartbeat. The pain transcended his previous experiences, reaching heights he hadn't thought possible. Despite his growing tolerance, the bloodline seemed determined to push his threshold higher. It was as though they recognized his adaptation and deliberately intensified their conflict to maintain his suffering. An hour into this internal war, Xiang Yu slipped another healing pill between his blood-flecked lips. Though the agony remained unrelenting, he took grim satisfaction in his endurance. The dragon bloodline's contribution to his hardened skin and reinforced bones had increased his durability, while the Phoenix bloodline's enhanced healing capabilities worked tirelessly to counteract the damage. After 2 more hours of this brutal exchange, Xiang Yu's body had become a canvas of blood. Crimson rivulets traced paths across his skin, pooling beneath him in the spirit spring's shimmering waters. He consumed another pill, directing its healing energy toward his most vital internal organs. There was no point in wasting resources on surface wounds, he reasoned. They would just rupture again in seconds. It was better to focus the medicinal power where it mattered most, allowing his natural regeneration to gradually address the less critical injuries. Several more hours passed in this cycle of destruction and partial recovery. When the system reset screen finally materialized before his eyes, Xiang Yu immediately reasserted control over the bloodlines, forcing them into submission. With their conflict suspended, he swallowed 10 healing pills at once. The effect was remarkable. Without the bloodlines constantly tearing him apart, his body began knitting itself back together at an astonishing rate. His natural recovery, enhanced by the Phoenix bloodline and amplified by the pills, restored him to near-perfect condition within minutes. As the last traces of pain faded, Xiang Yu directed his attention to the day's progress. Body refining. 12th layer, 3000/12,000, plus 1000/12,000. Qi gathering. 8th layer, 300/800, plus 300/800. Mind. Level 5, 240/5000, plus 120/5000. Soul. Infant, 80/100,000, plus 40/100,000. Spiritual root. Medium grade omni-element, 80/2000. Transcendent Tao body. Level 1, 1110/1,000,000, plus 10/1,000,000. Chaos body. Level 1, 750/10,000, plus 50/10,000. Bloodline, Dragon, Phoenix, Common Blood, 100/2000, plus 100/2000. Enlightenment. Superior, 560/4000, plus 60/4000. Spirit Flame, Abyssal Void Flame, 5th grade, 70/50ths,000, plus 10/50,000. High grade Lightning Strike in Palm. Minor success, 20 out of 200. High grade Fire Palm. Intermediate, 50/300, plus 50/300. High grade Water, Wood, Earth Metal Palm. Minor success, 72 out of 200. High grade Ice, Wind, Light, Dark Palm. Minor success, 5 out of 200, plus 5/200. Cook, 3rd grade, 30/700, plus 10/700. Appraiser, 6th grade, 304/400, plus 100/400. Talisman Maker, 7th grade, 150/300, plus 50/300. Alchemist Formation Master, Blacksmith, 7th grade, 50/300, plus 50/300. Experience points doubled. Alchemist Formation Master, Blacksmith, 7th grade, 50/300, 7th grade, 100/300. Talisman Maker, 7th grade, 150/300, 6th grade, 0 out of 400. Appraiser, 6th grade, 304/400, 5th grade, 0/500. Cook, 3rd grade, 30/700, 3rd grade, 60/700. High grade Ice, Wind, Light, Dark Palm. Minor success, 5 out of 200. Minor success, 10 out of 200. High grade Water, Wood, Earth, Metal Palm. Minor success, 72 out of 200. Minor success, 144 out of 200. High grade Fire Palm. Intermediate, 50/300. Intermediate, 100/300. High grade Lightning Strike in Palm. Minor success, 20 out of 200. Minor success, 40 out of 200. Spirit Flame, Abyssal Void Flame. 5th grade, 70/50ths,000, 5th grade, 140/50,000. Enlightenment. Superior, 560/4000. Superior, 1120/4000. Bloodline, Dragon, Phoenix, Common Blood, 100/2000, Common Blood, 200/2000. Chaos Body. Level 1, 750/10,000. Level 1, 1500/10,000. Transcendent Tao Body. Level 1, 1110/1,000,000. Level 1, 2220/1,000,000. Spiritual Root. Medium Grade Omni-Element, 80/2000. Medium, 160/2000. Soul. Infant, 80/100,000. Infant, 160/100,000. Mind. Level 5, 240/5000. Level 5, 480/5000. Qi Gathering. 8th layer, 300/800. 8th layer, 600/800. Body Refining. 12th layer, 3000/12,000. 12th layer, 6000/12,000. Xiang Yu felt a twinge of disappointment as he assessed his body refining progress. Only 1,000 points gained, despite the excruciating torment he had endured. With the bloodlines now at common blood stage, he had expected at least another 500 points of advancement. The frustration faded quickly, however, as he recognized the bigger picture. After doubling, his experience had reached 6,000 points, meaning he would break through to the 13th layer after the next reset. That advancement would significantly increase his strength once again. Though technically only at the 8th layer of Qi cultivation, Xiang Yu possessed so many buffs that he couldn't accurately gauge his true fighting potential. And he preferred to keep it that way. He didn't want any enemies to test his strength. His Qi cultivation had shown remarkable progress. He had noticed it breaking through during the bloodline stimulation, and it even accumulated a total of 300 experience points after. After calculating, he realized he had gained 400 points throughout the day. While his improving spiritual root contributed somewhat to this growth, he attributed most of it to his bloodline advancement. The common blood stage had enhanced his body's ability to absorb qi directly through his skin, just like spirit beasts. After doubling, his qi cultivation had surpassed the halfway point to the next breakthrough. At this pace, he might advance before the next reset even triggered. Briefly, he considered whether to begin building his foundation after that breakthrough, but ultimately decided against it. Continuing to the 10th stage would establish a more solid foundation for his future cultivation. His spiritual root had finally entered the hundreds and was developing steadily. The transcendent Tao physique, though finally accumulating points in the thousands and accelerating, remained distant from its next level. In contrast, his chaos body had entered the thousands and would likely advance within just a few resets. His enlightenment had likewise crossed into the thousands, approximately 2 resets away from breakthrough. The prospect of advancing from superior to sacred grade enlightenment filled him with anticipation. If superior was this impressive, how much more remarkable would sacred be? Among his elemental techniques, little had changed significantly except for the fire palm, which had gained 50 experience points. He attributed this to the Phoenix bloodline's breakthrough, which had naturally enhanced his fire affinity. Examining his professional skills, Xiang Yu noted that his cooking profession continued its advancement at its own pace. The appraiser profession, having broken through to 5th grade, was beginning to catch up. He made a mental note to test its new capabilities later, curious about what additional insights it might provide. His talisman-making skill had reached 6th grade, unlocking deeper insights into existing talisman blueprints while introducing entirely new designs. A small smile crossed his lips. With this, the helplessness he had felt previously diminished considerably. His remaining 3 professions, alchemy, formation mastery, and blacksmithing, remained at 7th grade but would probably advance after the next reset. The only disappointing aspect of his progress lay in his elemental techniques, which continued to advance at an almost imperceptible pace. Acknowledging there was little he could do to accelerate their development at present, he decided to accept their gradual improvement. With his assessment complete, Xiang Yu closed the system interface and settled into a comfortable meditation posture. Inside his spiritual sea, Xiang Yu immediately noticed the continued expansion of the sea. Without hesitation, he jumped in, allowing the rejuvenating energies to wash away his mental fatigue. As the tension melted from his consciousness, he experienced that rare moment of complete relaxation that had become increasingly precious during his intense cultivation regimen. His peaceful interlude was interrupted by an unexpected presence. The soul infant, usually dormant and unresponsive, had awakened and was now circling him with surprising vigor. Its tiny form bobbed through the spiritual currents, orbiting him. It seems this little guy has matured a bit, Xiang Yu thought with mild amusement. Before he could contemplate further, the infant abruptly collided with him, the impact sending a sharp ouch through his awareness. The miniature being began jumping energetically, its small mouth working as it struggled to produce sounds, its frustration evident in its exaggerated movements. "Are you trying to speak?" Xiang Yu asked, genuinely curious about this development. The infant continued its frantic gesticulation. Though it couldn't form words, Xiang Yu felt a peculiar resonance through their connection. Concentrating on this subtle link, he finally understood what the infant was trying to say. "You're telling me not to be lazy?" he asked incredulously. The infant nodded vigorously, its tiny features taking on a serious expression. Xiang Yu couldn't help but laugh. He'd only wanted to relax a bit, but it seemed he couldn't do that. "Thanks for reminding me," he conceded, patting the infant's head with gentle affection. Surrendering to the infant's persistence, Xiang Yu assumed his meditation posture. To his surprise, the soul infant immediately mimicked him, its diminutive form settling into a perfect replica of his lotus position. Together, they began circulating energy through harmonized patterns, their synchronized cultivation continuing uninterrupted until Xiang Yu finally opened his eyes when dawn arrived. "All right, it's time for me to leave," he announced, preparing to withdraw from his spiritual sea. Unlike previous sessions where the infant would collapse from exhaustion, it remained alert despite visible fatigue. It floated upward, tiny hands grasping Xiang Yu's fingers. "You don't want me to go?" he asked. The infant nodded, its expression plaintive. "Weren't you the one who said we shouldn't be lazy?" Xiang Yu reminded it with a bemused smile. "Just be good. I'll come back later." Gently, he placed the infant in its usual resting spot within the spiritual sea. The moment he set it down, the small being instantly fell asleep, its energy finally depleted from their prolonged cultivation. Watching its peaceful slumber, a strange sentiment washed over Xiang Yu. "Why do I feel like I've become a father?" he wondered, shaking his head as he retreated back to his physical form. Xiang Yu's eyes snapped open as consciousness returned to his body. Reflecting on the soul infant's rapid development, he realized he might have underestimated its potential. At this pace, employing it for soul attacks might become viable sooner than anticipated, though using what was essentially a child for combat struck him as somewhat disturbing. But that could wait. He'd cross that bridge when he got there. With a single fluid movement, he leaped from the spirit spring and donned fresh robes. His attention turned to the small garden he had nurtured so diligently. After days of careful tending, it was finally time to see if his efforts would bear fruit. Retrieving a knife from his spatial ring, Xiang Yu approached the herbs, ready to harvest. Each plant required specific harvesting techniques to preserve their medicinal properties, some valued for their leaves, others for flowers, buds, or fruits. The specimens before him needed their buds collected at precisely this stage of growth. Working with meticulous care, he harvested each bud without damaging the vital parts of the plants, as they could grow other buds if the root is not damaged. This precision wasn't merely out of concern for these relatively common herbs. He just believed that adhering to textbook protocols would increase his chances of officially gaining the farmer profession. After completing the harvest, Xiang Yu settled down and accessed his system interface. Bracing himself for disappointment, he closed one eye, though it was pointless since the system displayed directly in his mind. To his satisfaction, the results weren't disappointing at all. Farmer, 9th grade, 10 out of 100. Xiang Yu's face lit up with genuine delight. Obtaining the farmer profession had been his goal, but seeing it materialize left him pleasantly surprised. As the initial excitement subsided, he tempered his expectations. Though he'd successfully acquired the profession, he'd done so through his own efforts, so he didn't gain the system-assisted insight. The 9th grade classification offered limited benefit. He needed to wait until the next reset when his experience would double, granting him the comprehensive understanding that came with system-assisted breakthroughs. He thought to himself that once he gained those 9th grade insights, he might finally be able to cultivate herbs at a sustainable pace. Conscious of the passing minutes, Xiang Yu refocused on his carefully structured schedule. He'd already devoted considerable time to this new profession, time he couldn't afford to waste with the sect's precarious situation. He quickly summoned his alchemy furnace and arranged his workspace. Since his personal supply of healing pills remained sufficient, he focused on refining ninth-grade pills for the sect. He noticed that he had yet to deliver yesterday's production since Elder Huang hadn't collected them as usual. No matter, he would deliver both batches when he installed the protective formations later today. The pill refining proceeded smoothly, his enhanced success rate allowing him to produce substantial quantities in minimal time. Finished with alchemy, he transitioned seamlessly to weapon crafting. His spiritual energy flowed precisely where needed as metal took form beneath his careful manipulations. By lunchtime, he had refined several hundred high-level magical weapons. Storing his creations carefully, Xiang Yu departed the spirit vein to prepare lunch. Just as yesterday, only Elder Gua appeared for lunch, the others still occupied with preparations for Li Yao's imminent departure. As they settled into their meal, Xiang Yu couldn't help but notice a peculiar pattern in his master's endless stories. "Master, why do all your tales always involve women?" he asked with genuine curiosity. Though undeniably entertaining, each narrative inevitably featured a different female cultivator in distress or alliance. Had his martial aunt been scammed? What do you know? Elder Guo responded with mock indignation, his chest puffing slightly. This elder was quite popular with women back in the day. Without waiting for Xiang Yu's reaction, Elder Guo launched into yet another elaborate story. Xiang Yu's expression suddenly froze. Over the elder's shoulder, he spotted Elder Huang and Li Yao approaching silently, their arrival completely unnoticed by his enthusiastically reminiscing master. "Cough, cough!" Xiang Yu attempted to alert him discreetly, but Elder Guo continued unabated. At that time, Mei may have been poisoned by the qi-eating flower. The elder continued, completely oblivious to the danger looming behind him. "Ahem," Xiang Yu tried again, more forcefully this time, tilting his head significantly toward the approaching women. Still, his master failed to grasp these desperate warnings. The only way to detoxify the poison was through. Elder Guo continued, clearly heading toward dangerous narrative territory. Before catastrophe could unfold completely, Xiang Yu abruptly stood, interrupting the tale. "Martial Ant, you're here," he announced with deliberate volume. Elder Guo finally paused, his storytelling momentum broken. "Junior sister," he questioned, slowly turning his neck. What greeted him wasn't Elder Huang's usual pleasant expression, but a darkened countenance that promised imminent reckoning. With terrifying gentleness, she placed her hand on his shoulder, gripping with subtle but unmistakable force. "Can I talk to you for a second?" she asked, her tone making it abundantly clear this wasn't a request but a command. Her fingers tightened imperceptibly, causing Elder Guo to wince slightly. Yes," he agreed meekly, rising from his seat with obvious reluctance. Li Yao observed the situation with concern. "Sec Master, I won't accompany you anymore. Something just came up," Elder Huang stated flatly, never taking her eyes off Elder Guo. Li Yao nodded mutely, silently hoping the martial ant wouldn't eliminate him completely. The sect truly couldn't withstand losing another elder so soon. With ease, Elder Huang grabbed Elder Guo as though he weighed nothing and soared into the sky, his form dangling helplessly in her grasp. As they ascended, the elder shot Xiang Yu a pitiful glance, silently begging for intervention. Xiang Yu deliberately averted his gaze, pretending not to notice this desperate plea for help. Xiang Yu and Li Yao found themselves alone after the two elders departed. "Junior sister, I'll cook something for you," Xiang Yu said, rising from his seat and gathering the plates they'd been using. As he stood at the washing basin, Li Yao appeared beside him. She took each clean plate, rinsing it carefully before setting it aside to dry. "No need, senior brother. I just came to tell you that I'm leaving," she said, her voice carrying a hint of reluctance. Xiang Yu's hands paused briefly. "Already?" he asked, looking up at her. "How long will you be gone for?" "About a week," she replied, avoiding his gaze. "Isn't that too long?" Li Yao remained silent, her thoughts turning inward. A week did feel excessive, even to her. It seemed she was spending less and less time with her senior brother these days, as though the universe itself conspired to keep them apart. "Since you're leaving, I'll pack some dishes for you," Xiang Yu offered, breaking through her thoughts. "Isn't it too much work?" she asked, though hope flickered in her eyes. "No problem at all," he assured her, his tone warm. As he began gathering ingredients, a spark of inspiration struck him. His hands stilled over the chopping board as he turned to face her. "As I prepare meals for you, why don't you go catch a spirit beast? I'll prepare a special dish like before," he suggested, his eyes brightening with enthusiasm. Li Yao tilted her head curiously. "Special dish?" Before she could question further, the Empress's voice thundered through her consciousness. "What are you waiting for? Go quickly." The mental shout reverberated through her mind. "Okay," Li Yao responded aloud. With a leap, she soared into the sky, her form cutting through clouds as she departed. "Why are you yelling?" she asked internally, wincing. Had the Empress's voice been physical, her eardrums would have surely shattered. "Don't you know?" The Empress's voice carried exasperation. "Only high-level spirit food requires spirit beasts to prepare. Since the dish he cooked before was 4th grade, this means he's had another breakthrough in his cooking. Isn't it just an improved dish? Why are you panicking?" Li Yao questioned, scanning the forest below for suitable prey. "Oomph. What do you know?" The Empress scoffed. "The difference between mid-grade and high-grade spirit food is like that of heaven and earth." "Okay, I get it," Li Yao conceded. Her eyes caught movement below. "Should we catch this one?" she asked, pointing toward a wild beast prowling through the underbrush. "No, look for at least core formation level. The higher the cultivation, the better," the Empress instructed. Li Yao hovered higher, extending her qi sense in an expanding circle that covered an impressive area. Countless life forms registered in her awareness. Small creatures, ordinary beasts, low-level spirit animals, until suddenly, a powerful presence flared at the edge of her perception. "Found you!" she exclaimed, her lips curving into a satisfied smile. She pivoted midair, focusing on the distant location where she'd sensed a peak level 4 spirit beast. For those who've forgotten, this was equivalent to a core formation 10th layer cultivator. In the next instant, her body transformed into a streak of lightning, electricity crackling around her as she moved with extraordinary speed. Within seconds, she arrived at a clearing where an enormous cow-like monster stood grazing. Its muscles rippled beneath its thick hide, and curved horns gleamed dangerously in the sunlight. The moment it detected Li Yao's presence, the beast bellowed a challenge and charged, lowering its massive horns toward her with earth-shaking force. Li Yao didn't even flinch. With casual movement, she caught the monster's horns in her hands, lifting the entire creature as if it weighed nothing more than a feather. With a decisive motion, she slammed it to the ground, sending dust and debris exploding outward from the impact. The stunned beast attempted to scramble to its feet, but Li Yao gave it no opportunity. In one fluid motion, she unsheathed her sword and sliced cleanly through the monster's neck. Its massive head tumbled to the ground as she smoothly sheathed her blade. Standing over her kill, Li Yao reflected on how far she'd come. Not long ago, she had struggled against the early core formation stage Dean. Now, she didn't even break a sweat dealing with a core formation peak monster. And all of this was because of Xiang Yu. Without his help, although she might still have reached this level eventually, it certainly wouldn't have been as quick. Xiang Yu meticulously arranged the final container of food, securing each lid. He glanced toward the forest's edge, a slight crease forming between his brows. "What's taking her so long?" he wondered, rolling his shoulders to release the tension. For someone of Li Yao's caliber, capturing a spirit beast should be a trivial matter, like snatching a rabbit from a garden. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a powerful gust of wind announced Li Yao's return. The bamboo walls trembled slightly as she descended from the sky, effortlessly carrying a massive beast that must have weighed several tons. The creature's impressive frame dwarfed her slender figure, yet she handled it as casually as one might carry a small basket. Xiang Yu's eyes widened, momentarily stunned by the sheer size and power radiating from the carcass. Its hide gleamed with faint spiritual patterns, and even in death, The beast exuded an aura that made the air around it shimmer. She really went all out, he thought, recovering quickly from his surprise. He approached the beast with measured steps, his expert eye already identifying the prime sections. From his spatial ring, Xiang Yu withdrew a newly crafted high-level magical knife. He positioned it against the beast's hide. With a single fluid motion, he sliced through the thick skin as though it were silk, revealing the cheese-saturated flesh beneath. For this particular dish, he needed only specific portions, the parts where spiritual energy concentrated most densely. The heart, certain glands, a section of the spine where chi pathways converged. His knife moved with surgical precision, separating these treasures from the rest of the carcass. But this didn't mean that the rest of the body was going to waste. He stored the remaining parts in his spatial ring. Within that pocket dimension, time stood still. The meat would remain fresh until he needed it for future meals. Turning his attention to the precious cuts he'd selected, Xiang Yu began the intricate process of preparation. His movements accelerated, hands blurring as he worked. He ground rare herbs, prepared special marinades, and regulated the fire's temperature with minute adjustments of his spiritual energy. Li Yao observed from nearby, her chin resting on her palms as she watched with unwavering attention. While Xiang Yu believed she was admiring his culinary expertise, her focus remained fixed on the defined muscles of his forearms flexing with each movement, the way his shoulders tensed and relaxed as he worked, the occasional droplet of sweat tracing a path down his neck. When the preparation was complete, Xiang Yu transferred the finished dish into a container he had crafted earlier. Not merely a vessel, but a high-level magical item itself, designed to preserve the food's spiritual properties at their peak potency. "Here," he said, presenting it to Li Yao with a touch of pride in his voice. She leaned forward, inhaling deeply. The aroma that wafted from the container was intoxicating. Notes of spirit herbs intertwined with the rich essence of the beast, creating a symphony of scents that made her mouth water instantly. "Idiot, you can't eat that," the Empress's voice interjected sharply. "If you do, you'll instantly enter the golden core realm. Isn't that better?" Li Yao questioned internally, her fingers hovering longingly over the container. "No, if you break through now, you'll just have a normal golden core. I want you to forge a special golden core." The Empress's tone left no room for argument. With visible reluctance, Li Yao carefully placed the container into her spatial ring, her lips forming a small pout. "It's not like I was really going to eat it now," she muttered, though her expression suggested otherwise. Turning to Xiang Yu, her expression softened. "Thank you, senior brother." Xiang Yu merely displayed a smug smile in response, satisfaction evident in his posture. "But why did you just cook one portion?" Li Yao asked suddenly, her head tilting with curiosity. "Don't you want to eat as well? Should I share my portion with you?" "Ah, no need," Xiang Yu replied quickly, waving his hands dismissively. "Am I low level? If I eat such food, I will instantly explode." Internally, disappointment gnawed at him. He had initially hoped to sample a few spoonfuls himself to accelerate his cultivation, but Li Yao had brought such a formidable beast that the resulting dish contained energy concentrations far beyond what he could safely absorb. The meal's potency had reached the peak of third grade, a density of spiritual energy that would overwhelm his system entirely upon consumption. Xiang Yu and Li Yao sat together in comfortable silence, the gentle breeze rustling through the nearby trees. Despite the tranquil setting, tension hung in the air between them. Each time Li Yao shifted as if to leave, Xiang Yu would quickly interject with another topic, another question, anything to keep her there a moment longer. Li Yao noticed his unusual behavior, how his eyes darted anxiously toward her whenever she tried to leave. Was her senior brother so hesitant about her departure? The thought warmed her heart, even as she knew what had to be done. "I'm really leaving this time," Li Yao finally announced, rising to her feet with reluctance evident in every movement. "Wait," Xiang Yu called out, his voice unusually urgent. She paused, turning back to face him. "What is it?" Xiang Yu opened his spatial ring and carefully withdrew 5 identical pills that gleamed with spiritual potency. He gently placed them in her palm, his fingers lingering for just a moment longer than necessary. "They're 7th grade healing pills," he explained, his voice softening. "Use them if you get hurt." Li Yao stared at the pills, recognizing their extraordinary value. "Thank you," she murmured, clutching them carefully before turning away again. Before she could take a step, Xiang Yu's hand shot out, catching her wrist in a gentle but firm grip. Surprise flickered across her face as she looked back at him. "Is there anything else?" she asked, her heart racing unexpectedly at his touch. "Do you really have to leave?" Xiang Yu asked, vulnerability seeping into his voice. "What do you mean?" "I mean," he began, a flush spreading across his face. He lowered his gaze before continuing. "If I asked you to, would you stay?" His expression had transformed into one of such pitiful pleading that Li Yao felt her resolve wavering. Holy cringe, Xiang Yu thought internally, mortified by his own behavior. But this was his final trump card. Every instinct screamed the disaster would strike the moment she left the sect, and he was desperate to prevent it. Well, Li Yao stammered, her cheeks reddening to match his own. "No, we have to go. If you don't get stronger, you won't be able to protect him." The Empress's voice resonated firmly within her consciousness. Li Yao placed her hand gently on Xiang Yu's shoulder. His head lifted hopefully. Was she actually going to stay? What happened next left him completely stunned. In one swift motion, Li Yao leaned forward, pressing her lips against his. The soft, sweet sensation overwhelmed his senses completely. Wait a minute. Who am I? Where am I? His thoughts scattered like leaves in a windstorm. 30 seconds passed before she finally pulled away, her face crimson with embarrassment. She couldn't bring herself to meet his eyes. Not that he dared look at her either. "I'm really going this time," she whispered. "MH," was all Xiang Yu could manage in response, still dazed from what had just happened. In the next moment, she launched herself skyward, her slender form dissolving into the clouds. High above the earth, Li Yao covered her burning face with her hands, her thoughts tumbling over each other in chaotic disarray. "What have I done?" she fretted internally. "Senior brother just looked so cute at that moment. I couldn't help myself. I hope he doesn't think I'm that kind of person." Her inner monologue continued its frantic spiral. "Hey, what are you doing? Pay attention to the road." The Empress chided sharply. Li Yao snapped back to awareness just in time to notice an enormous floating boat directly in her path. She twisted sideways with supernatural agility, barely avoiding collision as she streaked through the sky. "Mei Mei," a young woman's voice called out from within one of the boat's ornate carriages. "Is something wrong?" Inside the carriage, an older-looking woman responded with evident irritation. "It's Elder Lu," she corrected, her tone suggesting this wasn't the first time she'd made this clarification. "Okay, Mei Mei," the younger woman replied cheerfully, prompting Elder Lu to sigh in resignation. Elder Lu gazed out the window, her eyes following Li Yao's rapidly diminishing form. "That direction, that cultivator seems to be coming from the Azure Cloud sect," she observed thoughtfully. She silently assessed the incredible speed of the departing figure. It exceeded even her own. If they were to fight, she wasn't certain she could win. They needed to accelerate their plans. Azure Cloud sect? The younger woman perked up with interest. "Isn't it the place where you said your old lover lives?" "Lover? What lover?" Elder Lu sputtered, her cheeks suddenly flushed. Internally, her thoughts betrayed her. That insensitive jerk, she fumed. Who would be his lover? "Ah, I think his name was Guashantian." Xiang Yu touched his lips gently, the sensation still lingering like a phantom presence. Did she already leave? The sudden voice behind him startled him, causing him to quickly turn around. Elder Huang stood there. It seemed she was still mad. As for Elder Gua, well, he was still alive, so that's something. "What's with that reaction?" Elder Huang asked, one eyebrow raised in suspicion. Xiang Yu quickly composed himself. "Li Yao? She just left?" he replied, deliberately keeping his tone casual. He reached into his sleeve, withdrew another ring, which he placed carefully in Elder Huang's palm. "These are the resources for both yesterday and today," he explained, grateful for the change of subject. Without pausing, He produced several intricately carved formation discs and arranged them on the ground before them. The symbols etched into their surfaces pulsed with barely contained spiritual energy. I've engraved a 7th grade defensive and attacking formation in these discs, Xiang Yu explained, his voice taking on a more professional tone. If you place them around the sect, they should be able to protect us in case of an attack. Elder Huang's expression brightened considerably as she examined both the ring of resources and the formation discs. The craftsmanship was exceptional, especially considering Xiang Yu's relatively brief experience with these disciplines. "I'll check them out right away," she said, her previous irritation giving way to genuine appreciation. She glanced sideways at Elder Gua, who seemed to be trying his best to blend into the background. "I'm not done with you, Humph," she declared firmly before launching into the air in a graceful arc. Left alone, Xiang Yu and Elder Gua exchanged awkward glances. A mischievous smile slowly spread across Xiang Yu's face as he walked toward his master and casually draped an arm around the elder's shoulder. "Master, check this out," he said with exaggerated secrecy, producing a small crystal vial containing 3 vibrant red pills. The label affixed to the container read, "Yang Nourishing Pill," in elegant calligraphy. Xiang Yu could barely suppress his amusement. He had refined these 8th grade pills purely as an experiment, never expecting to find such a perfect recipient so quickly. "If you use these, Martial Ant will definitely reconcile with you," he whispered conspiratorially. "You could trust me. I definitely won't scam you." "You brat," Elder Gore roared, raising his hand threateningly. Xiang Yu flinched instinctively, arms lifting to shield his head from the anticipated blow. But the expected impact never came. Instead, he felt the vial disappear from his fingers. Opening his eyes, Xiang Yu discovered that Elder Gua had snatched the pills with remarkable dexterity. The elder quickly tucked them into his sleeve with practiced nonchalance. Ahem. Elder Gua cleared his throat with exaggerated formality. "It's inappropriate for a youngster to have these sorts of pills," he declared, straightening his robes with dignity. "Let this elder keep them for you." Without waiting for a response, he turned and walked away, his steps noticeably lighter than before. Xiang Yu watched his master's retreating figure with a knowing smile. As Xiang Yu returned to the spirit vein, he wasted no time and began his practice. With time growing short, he decided against focusing too heavily on talisman making, which had already reached an impressive level. Instead, he crafted just a handful of talismans to accumulate some experience points, enough to ensure the system wouldn't double nothing during the upcoming reset. His attention then shifted entirely to formation making. Having reached exactly 100 points, he needed just 50 more to break through to the next stage. This advancement would grant him the ability to craft formations capable of defending against golden core cultivators and even launching attacks powerful enough to threaten nascent soul experts. Though his fingers itched to attempt crafting the upgraded 6th grade explosion talisman, that project would have to wait. Following his earlier decision, Xiang Yu concentrated his efforts on refining attacking formations. By the time dinner approached, he had managed, with considerable effort, to create 2 complete attacking formations. Satisfied with his progress, he left the spirit vein and headed to prepare the evening meal. This time, his martial ant was present, allowing all 3 of them to dine together. Despite the apparent normalcy, Xiang Yu couldn't help but notice the tension between his master and martial ant. "Martial nephew, you truly are a genius," Elder Huang remarked. "Your formations are exceptionally impressive." Xiang Yu acknowledged the compliment with a modest smile. "Actually, I have 2 more," he said, retrieving additional formation discs from his spatial ring. "Would you help me set them up?" Elder Huang's initial surprise quickly gave way to delight. "Of course," she agreed readily, thinking to herself that Xiang Yu's cautious nature was truly commendable. The additional formations would further strengthen the sect's defenses. "Also, take these," Xiang Yu continued, producing a substantial stack of talismans from his ring. He divided them into 2 equal portions, extending his hands toward both elders. "For both of you." "Thank you," Elder Huang responded graciously, swiftly slapping away Eldergwa's hand as it reached for the talismans. She turned toward him with a pointed look. "Aren't you going to thank the Grand Elder?" she prompted, her tone leaving little room for refusal. "No need," Xiang Yu interjected hastily, rising from his seat. He wanted nothing to do with the obvious conflict between these two. In his mind, he hoped the special pills he had given Eldergwa would help resolve whatever issue had developed between them. Before departing, he offered his master a wink. Back at the Spirit Spring, Xiang Yu fell into his now familiar routine. He removed his outer robes and submerged himself in the shimmering waters. As he prepared to release the bloodlines, different anxiety gripped him. Not fear of the impending pain, which had become almost routine, but concern over Li Yao's absence from the sect. He took several deep breaths, reassuring himself that nothing catastrophic would happen. His martial ant had already established the protective and attacking formations, with 2 more to be added today. The sect should be adequately defended. Having calmed his racing thoughts, Xiang Yu steeled his resolve and finally released control over his bloodlines, bracing himself for the now familiar agony that would follow. Body refining, 12th layer, 7000/12,000, plus 1000/12,000. Qi gathering, 9th layer, 200/900, plus 200/900. Mind, level 5, 600/5000, plus 120/5000. Soul, infant, 200/100,000, plus 40/100,000. Spiritual root, medium grade omni-element, 160/2000. Transcendent Tao body, level 1, 2230-1, 000,000, plus 10/1, 000,000. Chaos body, level 1, 1550/10, 000, plus 50/10, 000. Bloodline, dragon, phoenix, common blood 300/2000, plus 100/2000. Enlightenment, superior 1180/4000, plus 60/4000. Spirit flame, abyssal void flame, 5th grade, 150/50, 000, plus 10/50, 000. High-grade lightning strike and palm, minor success 40 out of 200. High-grade fire palm, intermediate 100/300. High-grade water, wood, earth, metal palm, minor success 144 out of 200. High-grade ice, wind, light, dark palm, minor success 10 out of 200. Cook, 3rd grade, 90/700, plus 30/700. Appraiser, 5th grade, 100/500, plus 100/500. Talisman maker, 6th grade, 10 out of 400, plus 10/400. Alchemist, formation master, blacksmith, 7th grade, 150/300, plus 50/300. Farmer, 9th grade, 10 out of 100, plus 10 out of 100. Experience points doubled. Farmer, 9th grade, 10 out of 100-20 out of 100. Alchemist, formation master, blacksmith, 7th grade, 150/300-6th grade, 0/400. Talisman maker, 6th grade, 10 out of 400-6th grade, 20/400. Appraiser, 5th grade, 100/500-5th grade, 200/500. Cook, 3rd grade, 90/700-3rd grade, 180-700. High-grade ice, wind, light, dark palm, minor success 10 out of 200, minor success 20 out of 200. High-grade water, wood, earth, metal palm, minor success 144 out of 200, intermediate 0/300. High-grade fire palm, intermediate 100/300, intermediate 200/300. High-grade lightning strike and palm, minor success 40 out of 200, minor success 80 out of 200. Spirit flame, Abyssal Void Flame, 5th grade, 150/50/000-5th grade, 300/50/000. Enlightenment, Superior, 1180/4000, Superior, 2360/4000. Bloodline, Dragon, Phoenix, Common Blood, 300/2000, Common Blood, 600/2000. Chaos Body, Level 1, 1550/10,000, Level 1, 3100/10,000. Transcendent Tao Body, Level 1, 2230-1,000,000, Level 1, 4460/1,000,000. Spiritual Root, Medium Grade Omni Element, 160/2000, Medium, 320/2000. Soul, Infant, 200/100,000, Infant, 400/100,000. Mind, Level 5, 600/5000, Level 5, 1200/5000. Chi Gathering, 9th Layer, 200/900, 9th Layer, 400/900. Body Refining, 12th Layer, 7000/12,000, 13th Layer, 0/13,000. Xiang Yu felt the transformation ripple through his being as he broke through to the 13th layer of body refining. Power surged within him, his strength climbing to unprecedented heights. Even after the initial burst of energy settled, he could feel his physical prowess continuing to strengthen in the background, albeit a little slower. He marveled silently at the true impressiveness of body refining cultivation. With his current physical strength alone, even without factoring in his chi capabilities, he felt confident he wouldn't lose in a rematch against the core formation expert he had previously defeated. Despite this confidence, Xiang Yu harbored no intention of testing this theory. Unnecessary combat remained firmly against his survival-focused philosophy. His chi cultivation had broken through to the 9th stage during the bloodline stimulation session. After the system's doubling effect, he had gained 400 points total. At this rate, he felt certain he could break through to the 10th layer after the next reset, provided he maintained his current practice regimen. The prospect filled him with quiet satisfaction. Following the doubling of his spiritual root points, Xiang Yu had begun noticing subtle changes in his chi absorption efficiency. Though the improvement remained too nascent to quantify precisely, he could feel the difference in how energy flowed into his meridians, smoother, with less resistance than before. His enlightenment had made remarkable progress as well, already passing the halfway point. Just one more reset, and it would break through to the next stage, a development he anticipated eagerly. Most of his techniques advanced at their usual pace, with the fire palm technique being the only notable exception. It had already passed the halfway point and would likely break through to the major success realm after the next reset. Among his professional skills, cooking had increased by more points than usual, though Xiang Yu recognized this as a temporary boost. The result of preparing a third-grade spirit meal for Li Yao and packing her an entire week's worth of dishes. His talisman making had gained only 10 points due to his deliberate shift in focus, but this didn't concern him. Today, he would finally craft some 6th-grade talismans, a prospect that stirred genuine excitement within him. His remaining professions, alchemy, formations, and blacksmithing, had all broken through to the 6th grade. Each advancement brought with it a flood of insights about these higher-level crafting techniques, expanding his capabilities exponentially. After reviewing his daily progress, Xiang Yu closed the system screen with a sense of accomplishment. His advancement truly impressed even himself, exceeding the already ambitious expectations he had set. The only aspect that left him somewhat dissatisfied was his chi refining progress. Though objectively rapid by any normal standard, he couldn't help feeling it still lagged behind his other attributes. At this rate, he might achieve invincibility while still technically remaining at the chi refining realm. Not that this particularly troubled him. As soon as Xiang Yu stepped into his spiritual sea, the soul infant rushed toward him, circling around with unmistakable joy. Its tiny form bobbed through the luminous currents, radiating childlike excitement at his arrival. He reached out, gently patting its tiny head. "This time, I won't be cultivating with you," he announced, his tone apologetic but firm. The infant's expression immediately crumpled, its previously jubilant features morphing into profound disappointment. The transformation was so dramatic that Xiang Yu felt an unexpected pang of guilt. "I'm really sorry, but I have to do something else today," he explained, studying the infant's crestfallen face. "You understand me, right?" Xiang Yu reasoned that since they were fundamentally connected, the infant being essentially a manifestation of his own soul, it should comprehend his necessity. Still, he recognized that the soul wasn't yet mature enough to properly process such nuance. It possessed understanding but lacked emotional development. To his surprise, the infant's expression shifted again, determination replacing disappointment. Its miniature features hardened with resolve, as if accepting a challenge. "Just practice by yourself this time," Xiang Yu encouraged. "I'll visit you later." As his consciousness withdrew from the spiritual sea and returned to his physical form, Xiang Yu couldn't suppress a deep sigh. Though the infant was literally a part of him, he still experienced an inexplicable sense of guilt at always leaving it alone. In the next moment, he felt his mind experience points incrementing slowly. A smile tugged at his lips. It seemed the little guy was quite the hard worker. "Now it's time for me to work hard as well," he thought, his gaze drifting to the boar floating aimlessly in the spirit spring beside him. He swam through the luminous waters and carefully lifted the creature, its substantial weight barely registering against his enhanced strength. With deliberate movements, he carried the animal out of the spring and placed it on the dry stone floor of the cavern. After his farmer experience had doubled for the first time, Xiang Yu had gained numerous insights into agricultural practices. He discovered that farming wasn't limited to crop cultivation, but encompassed animal husbandry as well. Though he hadn't obtained specific methods for creating spirit beasts, he'd acquired fundamental knowledge about domestication and animal care. Now he wanted to confirm one particular piece of information. Laying the boar on its back, his eyes widened in surprise. The creature's belly displayed a deep blue coloration that contrasted starkly with its predominantly brownish hide. This unusual pigmentation hadn't been present before. Intrigued, he activated his 5th grade appraisal ability. Name: 0. Species: wild boar. Status: poison, chi poisoning. Info: Subject 0 of Xiang Yu's spirit beast making experiment. Xiang Yu was initially impressed by the enhanced capabilities of his 5th grade appraisal. It had finally evolved into a genuine assessment tool. At this level, he suspected he could probably appraise other cultivators now, something he made a mental note to test later. More importantly, the appraisal confirmed his growing suspicion. The boar wasn't transforming into a spirit beast, as he'd hoped. It was suffering from chi poisoning. According to the agricultural knowledge he'd gained, animals that remained in chi-rich environments without the natural ability to process spiritual energy were susceptible to this condition. Chi poisoning occurred when spiritual energy attached itself to creatures unable to properly absorb it, resulting in meridian blockages. If left untreated, the condition could prove fatal. While Xiang Yu now understood the diagnosis, his newly acquired knowledge didn't extend to treatment protocols. The farming profession had taught him only identification fundamentals. The expected next step would be consulting a specialized veterinarian. But with no access to such experts, he decided to attempt treatment himself. After all, he thought with confidence, how hard could it possibly be? Quite hard, apparently. After numerous failed attempts, Xiang Yu stared at the ailing boar with mounting frustration. The creature's condition was deteriorating despite his best efforts. Its breathing had grown shallow, and the unnatural blue discoloration had spread beyond its belly, now creeping up its sides in vein-like patterns. He tried everything he could conceive. The healing pills, even 7th grade ones, had proven not only ineffective but actively harmful, their concentrated qi further aggravating the poisoning. In desperation, he'd even attempted a crude surgical intervention, making a small incision to release the excess energy, but quickly abandoned this approach when the boar's distressed squeals echoed throughout the cavern. Running his fingers through his hair, Xiang Yu mentally cataloged his previous failures. Then, a moment of inspiration struck him. His eyes widened as he recalled a particular talisman blueprint stored in his memory, the Qi Dispersion Talisman. This formation was designed to dissipate spiritual energy in an area, primarily used as protection against Qi emission attacks like fireballs and energy projectiles. With renewed determination, Xiang Yu retrieved a blank talisman paper from his spatial ring. He settled into a cross-legged position, focusing intently on the complex patterns etched in his mind. Spiritual energy then started flowing from his spiritual sea through his meridians and into the paper. The process took longer than anticipated, nearly 5 minutes of unbroken concentration. Sixth-grade talismans were significantly more complex than their lower-tier counterparts, requiring intricate layering of energy pathways and stability nodes. "This should work," he murmured, carefully placing the talisman on the boar's distended stomach. With a stream of energy, he activated the talisman. A wave of dispersive force radiated outward in a 10-meter sphere, instantly thinning the qi density in the area. Xiang Yu felt the shift as the spiritual pressure around him temporarily diminished, creating a momentary vacuum before the natural energy began flowing back into the space. He quickly examined the boar, hoping to see improvement. Initially, the blue discoloration seemed to fade slightly, and the animal's breathing eased. But his satisfaction was short-lived. As the ambient qi naturally restored itself, the boar's symptoms returned to their previous severity. The talisman had only affected the external energy, not the qi that had already penetrated the creature's body. Of course, Xiang Yu sighed, understanding the limitation. If a talisman could disperse internal qi, I could render even a nascent soul cultivator temporarily powerless just by slapping one on them. Though the experiment had failed, it had sparked a new avenue of thought. Xiang Yu's gaze drifted to the herbs growing near the spirit spring, specifically to several stalks of light wellflower, a 7th-grade herb he used for creating healing pills. The luminous plant pulsed with concentrated light energy, its properties focused on infusing bodies with restorative power. The herb's bright nature suddenly triggered a connection in his mind. With purposeful strides, Xiang Yu approached the plant, carefully selecting the most vibrant specimen. He placed his hand over the glowing blossom and activated an ability he hadn't used in some time. Divine ability, Yin-Yang Harmony. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The brilliant flower withered before his eyes, its radiance dimming as darkness spread through its petals. The transformation progressed rapidly, the plant's very nature inverting as Yin energy overwhelmed its inherent Yang properties. Feeling the familiar drain on his consciousness, Xiang Yu quickly disabled the ability before it could render him unconscious. Even this brief activation had exacted a significant toll. His vision swam momentarily, and his limbs felt suddenly leaden. After taking several deep breaths to stabilize himself, he examined the transformed herb in his palm. Where once a luminous bloom had radiated healing light, now rested a midnight black flower that seemed to absorb the ambient glow around it. Curious about his creation, Xiang Yu activated his appraisal ability.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.